The ruined walls of a beautiful castle, a floor drenched in blood, and all around, the bodies of slain friends and comrades. And the sole survivor, too afraid to look up and see the full extent of this horrific scene. He wants to know if anyone else survived besides him. Maybe they can't speak, but at least let them move or blink their eyes. After all, he desperately wants to save at least one of them. Please, just one. But soon the young man realizes that he is the only survivor, and his gaze will now always convey the pain of loss. And he remembers very well those responsible for all this horror. It is the man who united the demons and brought them to Earth. He handed humanity over to them to be torn apart and stopped at nothing. And in a time of hardship for all people, a child was born, pure, innocent, and defenseless. And there were also forces that, in the war against the demons, raised and protected this little one. Gradually, he grew up and became one of the mages of the White Tower. These people risked everything for the sake of humanity's future. They did not think of themselves or their own lives. But the high priest turned against these mages, intent on preserving the land for his demons. No one but the mages of the White Tower could have stopped him. And so, on April 28th at 3 o'clock, the high priest's death was confirmed. Edna was the last dragon in the world, as well as the keeper who recorded history. She appeared before the head of the White Magic Tower and brought him good and bad news. As expected, the demon army had invaded the White Tower, resulting in the deaths of most of the mages and the partial destruction of the tower itself. Almost all the mages and research resources had been burned. The good news was that the Empire's forces had arrived earlier than expected, so they managed to rescue some survivors, including the White Tower head students. He was glad to hear this news. The head had personally selected and brought each of the students, so the man had no regrets. But now the head of the White Magic Tower was mortally wounded. What could he possibly offer his students and humanity in such a state? The head asked Edna to look after his students. They were still too young, so they would be anxious and irrational. Edna promised to check on the head of the White Magic Tower students from time to time. It was so strange to see a dragon bowing its head before a human. But Edna saw no humiliation in it. She said that the head deserved such respect. Humanity and Edna herself would never forget the sacrifices made by the heroes of the White Tower. It was the only thing left after the death of all the mages, and now the head could leave this world in peace, knowing that he had done everything. The man wasn't being honest when he said he had no regrets. Indeed, he was the best mage, but he turned out to be a lousy leader, and how he wished he could have another chance. Then the mage would have lived solely for his people, even if they called him a villain for it. The mage was bleeding to death. The enemy's sword had pierced his chest, and facing death, the mage thought about how he would have lived another life. Soon, Edna confirmed the death of Oscar Sage, head of the White Magic Tower. The villainous high priest was dead, and 132 mages of the White Tower had perished. The head of the Magic Tower, Oscar Sage, was dead. All of this was recorded in the chronicles. A huge, tall, beautiful tower rose above the city on this beautiful sunny day. If you looked through one of the windows, you could see two young men. One of them was lying in bed. Suddenly, the man jumped up abruptly and bumped into a young man carrying a basin of water. The young man with the basin said he was soaked, even though he had only wanted to change the patient's towel. The young man complained that the patient had behaved horribly in his sleep, and now he wasn't even thanking him for the care he was receiving. The patient couldn't understand. Was all of this really just a dream? Had he really been asleep and completely defenseless? It felt to the young man as if his heart were in his chest, for he was supposed to die. The young man clearly remembered how the high priest had pierced his heart with his sword. The patient didn't have time to ask what had happened, and hadn't even had time to remember anything, when suddenly there was a loud knock at the door. A third man entered the room. He looked at the patient with concern, but was still glad that he had finally woken up. Franz tried to reassure the man, saying that it hadn't even been 5 minutes since their patient had come to. The man said he would no longer turn a blind eye and would now definitely make a man out of this scoundrel. The patient didn't understand how he had survived, and upon seeing the stranger's cloaks, realized they were mages from the White Tower. The patient asked what was going on and requested that they explain everything to him. But this request provoked an even greater wave of rage from the newcomer, who was outraged by the informal tone. He prepared to slap the sick man, who was supposed to show respect and beg for mercy. His hand was already reaching out to strike the patient, and the young man thought he was a killer sent by demons. He immediately used a windshield. The young man did this completely automatically, without even realizing it. The shield was supposed to instantly block the hand, and strike the wrist, which was supposed to bend like a straw. The young man realized that he was facing a low-level person who didn't think before acting. The sick man looked at his hands and thought that he possessed some kind of pathetic magic. The attacker praised the windshield that the sick mage had used against him, and praised the sick man, saying that the guy had finally stopped messing around with nonsense. After that, the mage announced that he would postpone punishment for the theft of the research fund for now, since the priority was to focus on recovery, and with those words, he left the room. Franz looked at the sick man and asked if he had lost his mind. The guy was examining his hands and thinking about how the windshield had vanished the moment he'd cast it. Franz asked him not to provoke Maxim, since he had a terribly short temper, so it wasn't worth pushing him too far. The patient wasn't really listening to Franz. He was trying to figure out what had happened to him and asked what day it was. Franz replied that today was September 21st, and the patient had been unconscious for a day. The guy asked Franz to call Lloyd, Jilly, and Sasha. Let them tell him what had happened. Franz didn't understand why they needed to call the traitors. The guy thought the patient had amnesia, probably some kind of side effect. It turned out that Lloyd had renounced the White Tower and become a student of the head of the Red Tower, while Gilly Dominic had stolen a high-level magic book and fled. The patient couldn't believe that Franz was spouting such nonsense, but Franz was already practically convinced that the patient had lost his memory. The patient understood that Sasha was the head of the magic tower. She was incredible, but it was unclear how a 5-year-old could have become the head. Franz realized that the patient had lost not only his memory, but also 20 years of his life. Oscar thought that Franz had a vivid imagination and that there was no point in getting angry at the kid. However, one couldn't help but agree that Franz had presented this fiction very convincingly. Finally, Oscar got out of bed and walked over to the window. The young man looked at his reflection in the window pane and, horrified, clutched his head, beginning to feel himself. Before him stood a stranger. A few days later, Oscar sat lost in thought, unable to believe what he had seen with his own eyes. It turned out that 20 years had passed since his death. Everything had changed so much. He looked out the window and didn't recognize the streets of his hometown. Along the streets were glowing things that everyone called streetlights, and cars drove on the roads. People were happy and prosperous. Perhaps all this had come about thanks to the magical engineering revolution. Oscar remembered his fallen friends and comrades and thought they would have really liked this new world. When everything around him had fallen apart, only those who had renounced everything remained. However, he had to stop indulging in memories. Oscar Sage looked at himself in the mirror once more and summarized everything he had learned about the owner of this body. His name was Oscar Cruz. He had been accepted into the White Tower at age 10, and now he was 20, a first-level mage from a noble fallen house. However, he had turned out to be a terrible mage. At 20, he was still only at the first level. It seemed Oscar had decided to speed things up. He'd embezzled research funds to buy an illegal elixir, then taken the potion and lost consciousness. If the elixir had worked, his mana would have increased several-fold. If it failed, the young man would have risked his life, which is why the potion was illegal. Franz said that Oscar had been unconscious for a day, but in reality, he had died from a mana surge because the amount was too great for a first-level mage. Most of it was pure and unrefined. It turns out that this is precisely the effect of a cheap, illegal elixir. Oscar felt blood flowing down his body, gathering at the tip of his finger and breaking through the skin. After that, the blood dripped onto the floor. But as soon as it hit the floor, the blood sizzled and began to corrode the surface. It turned out to be poison. Oscar tried to figure out why there was poison instead of blood in this body, but soon it dawned on him. Oscar began to guess what was going on. First of all, this illegal elixir wasn't a fake. It was the real thing, and you usually can't buy something like that anywhere, even at a high price. But the problem lay elsewhere. Oscar Cruz didn't know there was poison in the elixir. If you estimate how much poison was left and at what time the guy lost consciousness, it becomes clear that the cause of death was not a mana surge, but poisoning. The poison was too potent to be wasted on a first-level mage. Of course, it's unclear who decided to toy with the guy's soul and place Oscar Sage's soul into Oscar Cruz's body, but in the end, Oscar got the second chance he'd been thinking about before his death. Oscar Sage dreamed of a self-centered life for the sake of his people. Basically, it was a decent start, so Oscar Sage promised to avenge Oscar Cruz as a token of gratitude for his body. In one of the houses on the outskirts of Siren, a light was on in the window. He summoned a subordinate and asked if there was any news from the shop. It turned out that the store inside had been completely destroyed. Some mage had done the deed. The man couldn't believe that Oscar Cruz had defeated his men, since he was only a mage in theory, and besides, he was on the verge of death. The subordinate suggested that perhaps the White Tower had decided to investigate the matter, but the boss said they shouldn't forget who exactly had asked them to deal with Oscar. That man wore the White Tower's ring, which meant that a local mage wanted Oscar dead. Suddenly, the men heard a noise and stopped talking. None other than Oscar Cruz entered the room through the window, alive, well, and unharmed. The guy said he had tracked a faint scent coming from the vial and realized that more people were involved in this than it initially seemed. The boss was in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes or ears. It turned out that Oscar was the one who had ransacked his store. The guy was completely calm and confident. Without fear, he confirmed that he was the one responsible for the shop. Oscar said he'd been intrigued by the men's conversation and wanted to listen in further. The boss replied that he had planned to let the guy go if he pretended he hadn't heard anything, but now he ordered his subordinate to kill Oscar. Oscar replied that if his companions were playing such games, he wouldn't hold back either. After that, the guy used the wind cutter. The attacker immediately collapsed to the floor, blood gushing from his body, and the sword was already lying nearby. It turned out that the wind cutter had severed his head. Even Oscar himself could hardly believe how quickly and easily it had flown off. The boss was frightened and enraged. This scoundrel had come into his house and killed his subordinate. The man pulled out a gun and aimed it at Oscar, intending to kill the guy, and at that very moment, shots rang out. The bullets flew straight for his head, but Oscar smiled and said it was actually kind of fun. The young man activated his windshield and now watched as the bullets approached his head. The young man didn't feel any mana. He still didn't understand where all that power in his body came from, but it was enough to stop the bullets. Oscar had never seen bullets before. They seemed amusing to him, and he immediately deflected them back. The man's body sustained several gunshot wounds, and he fell immediately. Oscar told the man that his subordinates wouldn't be coming here anytime soon because the boy had blocked all outgoing sound. The man couldn't understand how a pathetic first-level mage could cast a fifth-level silence spell, but it turned out Oscar had used a sound-binding spell that simply wouldn't let him leave the room. But now the guy wanted answers to his questions. Oscar wanted to know who had ordered him to be harmed. The man tried to say he wouldn't say a word, but the next moment, Oscar's foot came down on his face. Oscar analyzed his opponent and realized that pride was more important to him than life, and he needed to take advantage of that. The guy sent a gust of wind into the villain's body, so that he must have felt as if he were being pierced by thousands of needles. Basically, Oscar didn't like torture. It made too much noise, so he asked his questions again. The man was bleeding profusely and in excruciating pain. He begged them to stop, saying he was ready to tell them everything. Oscar was very pleased and demanded that the man tell him everything he knew about his patron. The man confessed that his patron had given him an elixir and money and ordered him to sell it to Oscar for a song. The man admitted that he didn't know what the stranger looked like. His face was hidden by a hood, but he wore the White Tower ring on his finger. Oscar thought the ring was a ruse intended to confuse this scoundrel. The man said that the stranger had a very strange scent, a fresh, clean, minty aroma. The villain wasn't worried about the consequences because the White Tower was currently busy leaving the ranks of the 4 magical towers, so there was no need to fear that a real investigation would begin. The information about the White Tower no longer being one of the magical towers piqued Oscar's interest, and he wanted to know the details. The villain was surprised that Oscar wasn't in the know, but the guy cited amnesia after drinking the elixir and demanded a full report. Of course, it all sounded very strange, but the villain didn't want to argue. He got up and fetched his documents. After that, he selected the folders containing the necessary information and handed them to Oscar. The young man took the folders with the documents and decided to start studying them, beginning with the information about the White Tower. April 28th would be considered White Night Day. Since the high priest had perished, the emperor immortalized Oscar Sage's sacrifice, granted the tower enormous privileges, and exempted it from taxes. The White Tower has not recovered since then. It had the worst results at the White Nights Festival, and the Imperial family made an important statement that the White Tower's biggest problem was its lack of advanced magic. But Oscar remembered how he had given Edna the documents to prevent such an outcome. Oscar asked the villain what businesses the main towers were currently engaged in. The Yellow Tower in the east controlled lightning and ushered in the era of magical engineering. It contributed to the creation of streetlights and automobiles. The Blue Tower in the south contributed to drinking water, agriculture, and all forms of herbalism. The Red Tower in the hellish deserts of the west has joined the ranks of the fighters and assists in monster-slaying quests. As for the White Tower, there's really nothing much to say. The man replied that the White Tower handles deliveries. Oscar couldn't figure out what kind of business this was. Delivery. In his day, there was nothing even remotely like it. Perhaps it involved delivering some kind of goods. It turned out that thanks to its post office and flying machines, the White Tower had become highly successful in the fast and safe delivery of items. It was hard to bear such a spectacle, let alone listen to it. Besides these mysterious flyers, who were they anyway? The mages of the White Tower flew high in the heavens and ruled over the flying creatures. This was considered a symbol of freedom and bravery, which is why they were compared to dragons and eagles. Oscar was furious. He didn't understand who exactly had started such a ridiculous business. It turned out to be the current head of the tower. Oscar wanted to know just how lucrative the drinking water and agriculture business was. Why was the Blue Tower getting involved in this, since potions were the Magic Tower's largest source of income? Oscar remembered that the Blue Tower had always done well because they held a monopoly on the potion market. But 20 years ago, it was the White Tower that was the largest supplier. It turned out that the drinking water and agriculture business sold clean water at inflated prices and transported it to areas suffering from drought. Oscar didn't understand why people would buy clean water. It turned out that lately this had become fashionable among the rich. Oscar thought this was nonsense on the part of people who had made a little extra money and were now wasting their time on trivialities, since you could just drink water from a well. But in the end, the White Tower lagged behind the others in terms of revenue, because the business volume of the other towers was several times higher. Next year's White Nights Festival was their last chance to prove their worth. At that moment, the man began to die. His body couldn't take it anymore. He was either dying from pain shock or from blood loss. Oscar studied the information and thought it was very useful. Perhaps he should help the dying man. But then he came across a folder containing the man's documents. He read about arson, assaults on people, illegal loans, extortion, and requests for murder. It probably wasn't worth saving such a man's life, since he had behaved so despicably toward others. And despite the pleas and requests for help, Oscar silently left the room the same way he had entered it, through the window. Oscar walked away carrying the documents and thought that in his next life, the man would do well to become a good person. And so the night passed, and dawn was breaking near the White Tower. Oscar entered the house feeling utterly exhausted. Exhausted, the young man sank into a chair. He couldn't believe that a couple of spells had worn him out so much. Something was wrong with his body. Oscar decided to test whether, in his current state, he could use the magic that Oscar Sage had once possessed. The young man activated his wind reserve, and a huge wind ball appeared in his hand. However, it dissipated very quickly, and Oscar realized that he couldn't do it yet. He first needed to fully understand the condition of the body. Above all, he needed to perform a magical scan. Oscar knew he could get information about this body from documents, and that would be better than Franz's stories. The young man understood that it was very important to obtain all the information about Oscar Cruz in order to save his body. He learned that Oscar Cruz was the heir to the Duke of Cruz. He turned out to be the sole survivor of a terrible fire at the mansion. Oscar's genius in the world of magic was recognized early on. Expectations were so high that various schools fought over him, trying to claim him for themselves. The young man studied for 6 years at the Imperial Academy in the Faculty of Magic and received top grades. Thanks to his published dissertations, he managed to prove that he was an undisputed genius. However, it was now even more puzzling why Oscar was only at the first level. The documents stated that, unfortunately, Oscar had mana deficiency syndrome, which was precisely why he could not become the greatest mage of his generation. The young man was hearing about this phenomenon or condition for the first time. Mana deficiency syndrome. It was something very strange. If this were true, then Oscar's first-level status would be perfectly logical. He understood magic better than the rest, but couldn't use it. After studying this information, Oscar had his body scanned to understand its characteristics. When the scan was complete, the result came back, and it was very surprising. It turned out that the boy did not have mana deficiency syndrome. It wasn't a disease at all. Most likely, someone had sealed his mana circle. Mana deficiency syndrome speaks for itself. In this condition, mana cannot circulate through the body or accumulate. Typically, a mage is capable of establishing up to 20 physical circles on top of their circle, which directly affects the mage's level. However, with mana deficiency syndrome, it is impossible to establish anything. Even if one trains their entire life, they cannot reach even the third level. But now it turned out that things were different for Oscar Cruz. His physical circles weren't distorted from birth. Most likely someone had deliberately bound them. If Oscar was truly a genius, he knew he didn't have this condition. The young man walked over to the bookshelf and began examining the books there. He regretted that Cruz hadn't kept a diary. Otherwise, he could have learned more about the body's owner. According to Franz, Oscar was a heavy drinker. He spent all his days in bars. What if he was acting that way on purpose? Maybe he deliberately wanted to make himself look weak. Oscar realized that someone had blocked his circle and wanted to kill him. That was probably why the guy acted like a party animal. If that's the case, then it makes sense why Oscar decided to use the elixir. The young man found himself in a situation where he couldn't trust anyone, and he had to try to break free on his own. But now Oscar had to figure things out and understand where all the threads led. The young man was confident he could handle it, so he selected a few books to study. One of the books caught his attention. It was covered in stickers and notes. The book was titled A Different Interpretation of the Fundamentals of Magic. It had many bookmarks and underlines, as well as notes written in Oscar Cruz's hand. For example, the owner wrote that the trajectory of the wind cutter was too boring and could be improved. The windshield belonged to the defensive type of magic, but an advanced windshield could easily be used for attack as well. Modern weapons were ideal for reimagining the magic of the White Tower. One only needed to apply the principle of the circulating bullet. Oscar had used these innovations against the villain just recently, but even the advanced windshield was already quite different from a standard defensive item. In addition, the text described how to use the shield in various situations, and there were also several basic spells devised personally by Oscar Cruz. And now it became clear that the body's former owner couldn't use magic, but had instead created numerous experiments, which he had documented in great detail in his notes. He really was a genius, as they called him. And now both owners of the body were alike when it came to theory. And judging by this book, one could say with certainty that Oscar had not given up on magic. He worked harder than anyone else, and his passion screamed of his love for magic. On one of the pages was a message to the future reader, which read, "I hope this book will direct even the faintest breeze toward the White Tower," and a signature from the magician who was about to take on his greatest challenge. And now there was no room for doubt, and one could state with complete certainty that Oscar Cruz knew and understood everything. Unfortunately, however, he had to act alone. He was a young mage forced to be weak, but not because of a cruel twist of fate. He wandered alone along life's path, trying to bring about many beneficial changes while striving to preserve himself. But in the end, in order to move forward, he had to sacrifice his body. Now, the spirit of Oscar Sage has sworn to untie the knot that Oscar Cruz was unable to untie. Moreover, he would make those who dared to clip the wings of the young and great mage Oscar Cruz pay. Suddenly, the young man found himself in the greenhouse. He didn't remember intending to visit it. The young man had fallen asleep from exhaustion while trying to figure out how to untie the knot on the physical circle. But suddenly, the boy saw himself in the form of Oscar Sage, as well as his favorite students, who were crowding around their teacher. Finally, the young man realized that it was all because of the curse that had been cast upon him by Lord Nightmare from the demon world. Every time the young man fell asleep, he remembered his past. The boy hoped that the curse would lift now that he had moved into a different body, but it seemed that this curse was tied to the soul, not the physical body, and Oscar's soul continued to live on, reliving past events in every dream. The young man was pleased with this dream, because nothing could spoil a dream about his students. After all, things were always good and peaceful between them. Oscar Sage sat surrounded by his students and asked them if they remembered what they would be studying today. The topic was the system of magic, which knights and mages divide into categories. Magic only looks the same, but in reality has types: enhancement, acceleration, balance, and special techniques. Lloyd Schultz knew that the White Tower maintained balance, and wind magic suited him best. Sasha Mace was curious about the preferences of the different towers. The teacher confirmed that each tower has different priorities and masters different types of magic. The Yellow Tower considers speed to be the most important, which is why it wields acceleration magic, while the Red Tower worships fire and therefore adheres to amplification. The Blue and White magic towers maintain balance. Dominic said he wanted to possess acceleration magic, as slowness annoyed him, but the teacher said that was impossible because everyone receives their magic at birth. Finding out what you'll be associated with is easier than easy. You just need to extend your index finger and try to cast a spell. Sasha volunteered to try. It was the first time she had seen the spell the teacher had drawn. After the girl activated it, a kind of smoke began to emerge from her finger. The teacher examined it and said that everything was happening not quickly or rapidly, but very harmoniously. So the girl had the magic of balance. Sasha watched what was happening in amazement and asked if the teacher had the same kind of magic. The teacher confirmed this, and Sasha was very pleased because she was just like her favorite teacher. Dominic also volunteered to try, and smoke shot out rapidly from his little finger. All this was because the boy had the acceleration type, and Dominic was very pleased. When Lloyd tried to cast a spell, a beautiful flower appeared from his finger. It was very beautiful, and this indicated that the child had a special type of magic. Lloyd was unhappy. He wanted to change his type, but it was impossible to do so. Besides, this special type of magic was very rare, and there was no reason to change it. But Lloyd remained upset because he wanted to be like his favorite teacher and master a type of magic called balance. Oscar Sage fell into thought, for he had planned to give Lloyd private lessons, and now he needed to look for information. Was it possible to change one's type of magic? The boy was very interested in the information about private lessons. It turns out that a mage with a special type of magic finds it difficult to improve without proper instruction. Upon learning about these lessons, Lloyd decided to keep his special type of magic, but asked the teacher to give him as many private lessons as possible. After that, Lloyd and the teacher agreed that this is exactly how it would be. Ever since childhood, Lloyd had been nicknamed the man of his word. Despite his desire to grow up as quickly as possible, Lloyd always remained a child. Oscar Cruz woke up to the loud sound of Nikki's radio playing an announcement. The boy got up, not realizing what day it was or how long he had been asleep. The announcement stated that the mage Oscar Cruz was requested to come to the principal's office. On the way, the young man reflected that he had already managed to unlock 12 physical rings, had reached the second mana circle, and now possessed the second level. Who would have thought that one day the boy would be happy to have reached the second level? The young man entered the office. The elder was sitting at the table and asked how Oscar was feeling. According to Franz, Oscar's memories were already returning. Oscar confirmed that he was practically fine now and that he was indeed beginning to remember. Maxim used to be younger than Oscar Sage, but now he was the elder of the White Tower. Maxim had joined the tower much later than Oscar, but now Oscar was younger than Maxim. He was a very honest and hardworking man, and it was immediately clear that a brilliant future awaited him. He followed Oscar Sage everywhere and called him senior, and later addressed him as the head of the magical tower. The man was now over 40, but he worked tirelessly. Maxim's magic was vast, and it didn't affect his aging. Maxim said he had received information that the boss and current head of the Gordon family had been killed. Maxim wanted to know if Oscar was aware of this and looked at the young man intently. Oscar replied that he knew nothing, but was certain that all this hadn't happened for no reason. Oscar thought that it was Gordon who had tried to kill him. The elixir he had bought from him had been poisoned, and Gordon's ledger contained a mention of the contract and the reward for Oscar's murder. Oscar showed Maxim the evidence. He ended up in the infirmary because he had nearly been killed. When Oscar went to see Gordon to talk to him, they tried to kill him again. The young man presented the money that was left over after the payment. The book described a contract killing, so Maxim said he would close the case since it was self-defense on Oscar's part. Oscar thanked the elder and asked him for a personal favor. The young man asked the elder to arrange a meeting for him with the head of the White Tower. Maxim said that this was no problem at all, since they often talked to each other about magic. However, Maxim warned that they would have to wait 6 months before the meeting with Sasha Mace could take place. Oscar was very upset, since there were only 7 months left until the White Night Festival. Maxim explained that Sasha was on a business trip, carrying out an important assignment, and that sounded very strange, since the head of the tower was dealing with such a trivial matter. It turned out that the problem was related to the Supreme Mage's absence. The matter was very important. The head was handling it personally. According to Maxim, she was a 7th level Supreme Mage. Oscar realized that at Sasha's age, Mace had already reached the 9th level. Sasha was very talented and should have been at least an 8th level mage. Maxim was studying the police report at that moment, After examining the bodies of the victims, it mentioned a flawlessly executed incision. Oscar explained that he hadn't previously practiced magical strikes, but all his training had taken place in his mind. After that, the elder released the young man, clearing him of all charges, though the whole situation seemed very strange. Suddenly, the deputy head of the White Tower, Hamel, appeared before Maxim and asked him not to be too harsh on Oscar. Maxim replied that they were trying to avoid trouble because if Oscar caused any, the elder would have to clean it all up himself. It turned out that Oscar was Hamel's protege. Hamel had brought him in once and was now worried. The boy possessed basic magic, but he mastered it perfectly. Maxime was surprised. It seemed Oscar really had been training harder and more diligently than the other students. After that, Hamel announced that a meeting of the elders would soon take place, which they needed to attend since Elder Fidelina was already waiting for them. Oscar headed to the greenhouse he had seen in his dream the night before, for it was there that his students had been with their teacher. The young man looked around, seeing that there was absolutely no one nearby, but at that very moment a worker entered the room. He was pleasantly surprised by the encounter and said he couldn't believe his eyes, for standing before him was the young master Oscar. The man's name was Wilter. He was in charge of the rooms in the Magic Tower, and rumors had already reached him that Oscar had lost his memory. How quickly rumors spread after all. On the other hand, at least it was good that it wasn't a fabrication. Oscar noted that the man had called him young. Wilter explained that he had been working at the White Magic Tower for many years. Wilter had worked here under the former head of the Magic Tower, who was also named Oscar, so the worker could tell the two Oscars apart. The boy realized this was a good way to tell them apart, and he asked Wilter to be his companion for future conversations. Unfortunately, however, this couldn't last long. He had to leave the tower, having worked there for over 40 years. The man had outlived 3 chiefs, and as his colleagues and friends constantly came and went throughout the entire department, Wilter was left alone. The reason Wilter had lasted so long here was the former head of the Magic Tower. Many years ago, Mr. Oscar Sage had said in his speech at the appointment ceremony that he needed everyone who lived in this tower and that they should be proud to be a part of it. Of course, it sounded a little strange and even funny, but from that moment on, Wilter worked believing that he was part of the White Tower. Oscar said he didn't see anything funny about it, since that was indeed the case. But Wilter replied that he was leaving for precisely that reason. Oscar Cruz didn't understand what the man meant, so he asked him to explain. As everyone in the White Tower knows, these are difficult times, especially when it comes to renovating the premises. Funding was nowhere near what it used to be. Oscar didn't understand. Could it be that the man saw the problem in not receiving sufficient compensation for his work? All members of the White Tower, with the exception of mages, received a medal for long service and a bonus for their 20th and 40th years of service. The sums were quite substantial, and they could be used to purchase real estate and other amenities. But now the White Tower lacked the funds to pay out such bonuses, and in order to pay Wilter his severance, the staff would have to go without their current salaries. That would lead to new debts, and Wilter couldn't agree to that, because in truth, the White Tower had become his second home. Oscar listened to the worker very attentively. He hadn't realized the situation at the White Tower was so critical. It always seemed that the Blue Tower was running amok for the sake of money, but how could one blame it? The Blue Tower had managed to amass a fortune and was now the most powerful in history, while Oscar had nothing but titles. War Hero, Savior of Humanity. These are noble titles, but they mean nothing if they cannot even pay for the work of those who have labored for the tower's sake for decades. Oscar was so deeply troubled and lost in thought about what was happening that he didn't notice how tightly he clenched his fists and cut himself. Both men stared in surprise at the bloodied palm. Oscar asked when Wilter planned to leave the tower. Wilter was quitting in 2 weeks, and Oscar hoped the man would continue to be his conversation partner. Besides, the guy said that Wilter wouldn't have to leave because there was a way out of the current situation. Oscar Cruz looked the man in the eye and said he would definitely manage and make a ton of money so that nothing like this would ever happen again. The young man returned to his room and thought deeply. Of course, it's always easier to make promises. He just had to figure out how to keep them. So far, the only things that came to mind were research work, giving lectures, and taking on commissions. But the problem was that they weren't paid immediately, and besides, the pay was low, and Oscar was only at level 2. He needed to come up with some kind of business that could bring in a lot of money. After analyzing the situation, Oscar decided that potions were the only option. But suddenly an article caught his attention. and the young man began to study it very carefully. In the private chambers of the tower's vice head, Elder Maxim was speaking with Elder Fidelina, who was in charge of finances. Fidelina said she would no longer remain silent, for they were dealing with a real thief and must respond accordingly. Fidelina didn't want to just let him go, because theft is a habit that only gets worse over time. However, Elder Maxim asked the woman not to worry about it, and as monstrous as it may sound, there was nothing left to steal in the White Tower. Fidelina demanded that the brazen thief be isolated, but Elder Maxim said he saw no point in sending the mage off for solitary training. Hamel, the tower's vice head, listened to this row and couldn't believe this was a conversation between two elders who, between them, would soon total 100 years. Hamel agreed with Maxim that solitary training was unnecessary and would lead nowhere. Such an activity would simply be torture for the mage. It would be better to make the boy pay back 3 times what he stole. Fidelina was almost satisfied with this decision, but she felt that triple the amount wasn't really that much. They should demand more. The elder in charge of finances reported that they had very little money left and would soon be forced to make an important decision. There were a large number of unused rooms inside the tower. If they sold the potion-making equipment, the proceeds would last for 3 months. Otherwise, they would simply have to close down. Hamel said he could not approve such a decision. After all, the White Tower is a magical tower where mages learn their craft and share their knowledge. Fresh air does not enter a closed room. The elders cannot sell their own future just to satisfy a momentary hunger. Fidelina didn't believe the White Tower had a future. After all, they'd been waiting for it for 20 years. But Maxim wasn't so pessimistic. Fidelina turned to the leader, saying that he would have to accept the reality. For even if there were a genius capable of saving the White Tower, he was unlikely to appear anytime soon. Hamel tried to find the right words to convince the elders not to take such a radical course of action, but at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Fidelina was indignant. Who dared to interrupt the elders' meeting? The door swung open, and the mage Oscar Cruz appeared in the doorway. Oscar immediately walked over to Vice Head Hamel and said he had a proposal for everyone present. The young man asked Hamel for permission to start his own business, based on the Tower of White Magic. Fidelina was stunned by the mage's audacity. Not only had he appropriated the research fund a few days ago, but now he wanted to start a business as well. The young man's nerve knew no bounds. Oscar paid no attention to Fidelina's words. He explained that, while reading through old newspapers, he had come across an article about the Vin's estate, which had been forced to close due to a terrible flu outbreak. Hamel said he'd read about it once too. They say it was the Caden flu, and the whole thing was truly terrible and tragic. Oscar explained that there is currently no cure for the Caden flu. In years past, the White Tower had taken the vaccine, and the problem had disappeared. But the recipe for the Caden flu vaccine had been lost many years ago. Oscar knew that even the Blue Tower, which specialized in potions, had been unable to recreate the vaccine, but the young man claimed he was capable of handling it and was now asking for permission to work on inventing the vaccine. Oscar explained that he wanted to sell vaccines for the Caden flu, since the White Tower had previously held a monopoly on such sales, and the young man wanted to revive it. Fidelina was very skeptical. She believed there was no point in even listening to Oscar. The magical towers and pharmaceutical laboratories had invested tons of money and effort, but no one had been able to recreate the vaccine for the Caden flu. And now, after all these years, some kid with first-level magic thinks he can handle it. It's just ridiculous and absurd. Oscar agreed with the elder, saying that he hadn't really managed to become a competitor, and indeed, he was really only 20 years old. However, the young man, putting his hand on his heart and without the slightest embarrassment, said that he was a genius. Fidelina was furious. This insolent young man had taken all the money from the last 17 research payments. On top of that, he'd embezzled another sum for some miraculous illegal elixir and had absolutely no idea that an ordinary person wouldn't even come close to seeing that kind of money. And now he called himself a genius, even though Fidelina was certain that Oscar had no idea how money worked, because he was born into a wealthy family. The vice head of the elders told her that Oscar had come to officially propose an investment opportunity as a mage of the White Tower. And although Fidelina was in charge of finances, she still shouldn't be rude. Elder Fidelina apologized to Hamel, realizing that she really hadn't held back. But the situation was difficult for the entire White Tower. Oscar had often wondered why Fidelina disliked him. However, it was now clear that he hadn't accomplished anything of value in recent years. However, Oscar was now certain that his idea would succeed, and he asked the elders to take this into account. The young man himself understood that he was different from the previous owner of this body. Hamel asked why Oscar was so sure he could handle it. The young man asked him to look at the second page of the newspaper. The article reported that an archbishop from the Order of Elter had suddenly changed his plans during a pilgrimage and intended to stay in Siren for a month to pray for a blessing. This was very strange. The Order of Elter worshipped Mother Earth. It consisted of only 7 archbishops. They were supposed to be more assertive and dignified than the rest since they were the leaders. In reality, however, they were far from it. To become a cardinal, the second most powerful person in the order, one needs a huge sum of money for the campaign. During the pilgrimage, you were allowed to stay at the estate for a month, but only if you met with aristocrats and merchants and received money from them. As for the city of Syrian, it was once truly a great city, but in recent years it has been shrinking, and archbishops never stopped there. Elder Maxim believed that the matter was connected to the plea for a blessing granted by the archbishop, but Oscar didn't believe in prayers for the blessing of barren land, so everything became even stranger. As far as everyone knows, the route for the pilgrimage of the Order of Elter is chosen in advance. The archbishops visit the largest and richest cities, and in the end, they all head to Vins, and the young man pointed to that city on the globe. The archbishop had spent a whole month in Nox before arriving in Siren. If Oscar was not mistaken, the archbishop would also stay in each subsequent city for a month. It seemed as though the archbishop was deliberately trying to postpone the trip to Vins until a later date. If an accident were to occur during the pilgrimage, the people of the Order of Elter would say that the archbishop had angered the goddess of the earth, and that would effectively be a death sentence for a man trying to become a cardinal. Elder Maxim guessed what the young man was getting at. The Caden flu was raging in Vins, and the archbishop, knowing this, was waiting for the epidemic to subside. Fedalina noted that Oscar was analyzing the situation well, which was to be expected from a mage in theory, but so far it was just talk. The vice head also understood what Oscar meant and what he was trying to persuade the elders to do. However, officially, the White Magic Tower's leadership could not endorse its students' ideas. Unfortunately, the situation had developed in such a way that the elders simply wouldn't be able to support other mages if they helped Oscar. However, Hamel said that he could invest his own money in Oscar's business and handed him an envelope. Elder Fedalina, who was in charge of finances, tried to stop the vice head, but he wouldn't let her. Hamel had only 30,000 coins and asked if that amount would be enough to start a business. Oscar realized that the amount was pitifully small and that this money would not come close to covering his development costs. The young man went to the potion-making room, realizing he needed to come up with a different plan that didn't rely on a large sum of money. The young man began checking the equipment for damage and figuring out how he could secure additional investment. Oscar decided to make a single vaccine sample, sell it to the archbishop, and get money from him to invest in the business. The archbishop was currently in big trouble because of the Caden flu. Oscar understood that it was most profitable to squeeze money out of someone who was desperate. He rolled up his sleeves and decided it was time to get down to business. It wasn't long before Oscar himself was staring at his invention with great interest and amazement. The flask was secured above the alcohol burner, and some kind of red elixir was bubbling inside it. Oscar was finally done. He took off his safety goggles and, by the looks of it, was very pleased with the result. After all, they say you can't drink away skill. Oscar had prepared an energy drink as a warm-up, but it seemed he'd worried for nothing. All this time, Franz had been hauling bags of ingredients, and at some point, the young man felt a terrible pain in his back. Of course, Franz had worked hard. He'd gathered all the necessary herbs, but now he sat there completely exhausted, hoping that no one would send him running on errands anytime soon. Oscar said he had a potion for complete recovery. Franz decided not to turn down such a precious treat and accepted the vial of potion. The young man drank the unfamiliar liquid, saying it was tasty and warm and freshly made to boot. Oscar checked the herbs in the bags and was pleased with their perfect condition. Franz really had picked out the best ones, and this even annoyed the seller. Oscar praised the young man, saying that with such a keen eye, he should become a merchant rather than a mage. Franz cheerfully replied that that was exactly what he planned to do once the tower collapsed, but upon hearing those words, Oscar smacked his assistant on the forehead. Franz didn't understand why he'd been hit on the forehead. However, Oscar said he shouldn't speak ill of the tower. Franz was still rubbing his head and asked what he should do now, since Elder Fedalina had ordered him to assist Oscar in everything. Oscar noted that Fedalina seemed like a grumpy old woman to him, but in reality she turned out to be completely different. Oscar took the ingredients, telling Franz that he didn't need an assistant. Although some entries from Oscar Jr.'s diary came to mind, the diary stated that the White Tower was full of troubled children who, although they possessed outstanding talents, had many shortcomings. If these talented children worked together, they would make a huge contribution to strengthening the tower. One of these children was Franz Sirius. Once a promising individual had spoken very highly of him. Oscar was also interested in Franz, so now was the perfect time to test the boy. When all the ingredients had been transferred, Franz said that these bags were full of poisonous herbs. What do they need poisons for, he wondered. There were black lilies from the gorge and red camellias, as well as ghost herbs, leaves, roots, and many other poisonous plants. Oscar explained that just because herbs are poisonous doesn't mean they can't be used in medicine. The key is to process them correctly and use enough of them to have a healing effect. Franz knew that poisonous herbs needed to be placed in water and boiled to remove all the poison. However, this method had a downside. The beneficial nutrients were boiled away as well. Oscar reminded his assistant of a delicious dish, the Yan dynasty's dumplings, which were usually prepared using a steamer. If a steamer were used to detoxify the poison, most of the beneficial substances would remain in the herbs. This way they would be able to extract nearly 100% of the benefits from these plants. Franz was very surprised, saying that in that case it would be possible to break the monopoly on the herb market, but it was still too early to talk about that. Oscar explained that the detoxification wasn't complete yet. They had merely softened the plants, and now the process would proceed faster and more easily. Once softened, detoxification would begin almost immediately, and after that, they would need to move on to the next stage. Oscar set about draining the plants and began extracting the beneficial nutrients from the poisonous ones. After that, the young man began extracting the poison from the vapor, while Franz watched Oscar's actions with amazement. Oscar happily explained each step to his assistant. He insisted that Franz watch very closely. Gradually, the purple poisonous vapor began to turn green. This meant that there were no longer any toxins in the vapor. All that remained was to mix everything in the right proportions. And soon this real magic was complete. The vial contained a cure for the Caden flu. Franz examined the vaccine in amazement. Oscar said that making it wasn't difficult at all and suggested that Franz try it himself now. Franz agreed, though he seriously doubted he'd be able to do it. After all, the boy didn't know how to use different spells at the same time, but he decided to go ahead without asking unnecessary questions. Oscar watched his assistant and noticed that he was succeeding and doing better than he had expected. However, Franz ran into trouble during the drainage phase, but in the end, you can't learn everything at once, and he'll definitely get the hang of it in time. Finally, Franz admitted to Oscar that he couldn't cast multiple spells at once, so he would have trouble with the next step. Franz added that he was only at the 3rd level, while Oscar must be at the 4th or 5th if he could do this. Oscar offered to teach his young assistant a secret technique, saying it was very simple. The main thing was to understand how it worked. You had to imagine that you were creating separate sections in your brain. The left side of the brain uses one spell, and the right side of the brain uses a completely different one without letting them mix. Oscar suggested trying to handle several spells this way. After all, Franz had nothing to lose, and Oscar was right there to help if any problems arose. Of course, Franz was very confident in his abilities, but the young man decided not to give in to doubt and fear. He tried to separate the spells in his mind, and indeed he succeeded. Franz honestly didn't understand why this technique had been kept from him for so long, since he thought it was very complicated. But Oscar replied that some mages were simply very greedy. These mages don't want to teach a technique they worked on for free, and over time this became a tradition. But on the battlefield where the stakes are life and death, such a tradition is simply a hindrance. To survive, it is necessary to share techniques and new ideas every day. Now the mages of the White Tower must train together and exchange knowledge. Oscar praised Franz, saying the boy had worked hard. He's a fine lad and quite talented. In fact, Oscar hadn't expected Franz to succeed on his first try. Franz was very pleased. He believed in his abilities and was grateful to Oscar for explaining the principle of this technique to him so clearly. The young man sat down next to the bags of ingredients. He was pleased and wanted to make the vaccine again, since there were enough ingredients. Oscar suggested that the young man use another steamer, a larger one, to process all the herbs at once. Several hours passed, and now Franz was exhausted, barely holding himself up. He literally couldn't stand on his feet from fatigue. Oscar was surprised to count the number of vaccines produced. There were a full 514 doses. At that moment, the door to the lab swung open. The elder Maxim appeared in the doorway, announcing that they had a problem and showing an urgent telegram. It stated that the Blue Tower Pharmaceutical Company had arrived in Siren an hour ago and intended to meet with the Archbishop. It seemed that the White Tower's vaccine had arrived too late, and the Blue Tower's representatives had no intention of sitting idly by. The contract would be signed with the Blue Tower representatives, and the vaccine Oscar had created would become useless. Franz, who had heard the entire conversation, burst into tears, but the elder tried to calm the boy down, saying that setbacks happen in life. Oscar was certain that it wasn't over yet. As far as he knew, the Cadensian flu was classified as a Class B disease. In that case, the mages of the White Tower could still do something, but to do so, they would have to go somewhere urgently, and they would have to do it faster than by train. In one of the outlying districts of the city of Serena, there was a knock at the door. The Archbishop was in the room, and he was informed that the guests he had been eagerly awaiting had finally arrived. Archbishop Baldwin of the Order of Elter sat at the table, waiting for good news. The guests were ushered in. They were the mages from the Blue Tower, Moira and Brian. They thanked the Archbishop for receiving them. The Archbishop immediately invited his guests to sit down. It was clear that these people were very pleased with the meeting. Baldwin got straight to the point. He wanted to know how things were going with the creation and development of the flu vaccine. They replied that everything was proceeding according to plan. That was to be expected from the Blue Tower's pharmacists. The Archbishop wanted to know when the final result would be ready. They told him that all that remained was to conduct clinical trials. If the results were positive, they would receive approval from the Imperial Food and Drug Administration. However, as is well known, clinical trials do not take just a day or two. The Archbishop was furious when he was told that, at best, production of the drug could begin in 6 months. The Archbishop explained that he needed to travel to Vince in 4 months, and by that time the vaccine had to be ready. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the Archbishop was very displeased that someone was trying to interrupt his conversation. A servant reported that another mage had arrived to see the Archbishop. Baldwin gave permission to let him in, thinking that this mage was also from the Blue Tower. However, it turned out that only 2 representatives of the Blue Tower had arrived, and now the entire company watched with interest to see who had come to see the Archbishop. The door began to open slowly, and the man who entered said that, as far as he knew, the proper greeting was to say, Elsia. Oscar Cruz entered the Archbishop's residence, introduced himself, and said that he was a second-level mage from the White Tower. Before the Archbishop could ask his questions, wondering what business such a weak mage could possibly have, Oscar declared that he had come to make the Archbishop a lucrative offer. Everyone looked at the young man in surprise. The Archbishop couldn't understand what a mage from the White Tower could possibly have that would interest him. Standing in the doorway, the young man admitted that he had come to discuss the sale of a cure for the Caden flu. The Archbishop replied that this was very timely, because the 2 mages from the Blue Tower present had also come to discuss this vaccine. However, Oscar wasn't late, because the Blue Tower representatives weren't quite ready yet. Moira was outraged. It was impossible to negotiate with the White Tower because they had neither the money nor the technology to develop the medicine. Of course, that was true. Oscar didn't want to admit that he had created the vaccine using the Tower Head's personal funds. But the Archbishop didn't care who he bought the medicine from. The main thing was that it was available and worked well. Oscar took out a small box containing the medicine and said that he would never dare to lie to the Archbishop of the Order of Elter. The young man opened the box, and inside lay a vial of liquid. This turned out to be a sample of the vaccine. The Archbishop asked how many more doses of the medicine the mages of the White Tower could produce and when. At that moment, the representatives of the Blue Tower could no longer contain themselves and burst out shouting. However, the Archbishop said there was no need to get upset. After all, it was their own fault for not preparing properly. Moira said they didn't have permission from the Food and Drug Administration. The girl was very upset and indignant, since they were supposed to make a lot of money off this vaccine. Moira asked if the White Tower's mages had a manufacturing license. It turned out they didn't. This was very encouraging, because the situation at the White Tower was exactly the same as at the Blue Tower. They would be able to start mass production of the medicine at factories across the continent as soon as they received approval. Besides, Moira hinted that they shouldn't forget about the White Tower's reputation. The Blue Tower's long history was another matter, since their medicine would be much more effective. Oscar listened carefully and said that this sounded very interesting, especially the Blue Tower's long history, which they were recounting to a mage from the White Tower. Moira was clearly displeased. He demanded that Oscar take back his words. Oscar continued his thought. According to the continent's history, the White Tower was the first to be built. Of course, there was only a 5-year difference between the White and Blue Towers, but the heads of the Blue Tower had always sought to narrow that gap. But this is impossible to do either now or in centuries to come, because history is a fait accompli. That is exactly how history works. Besides, one must not forget the monopoly the White Tower held over the potions market 20 years ago. Moira tried to say that this was in the distant past, and no one even remembers it now. But the girl realized she was contradicting herself, and indeed, the history of the White Tower is impossible to forget. Oscar immediately drifted back into his memories because, for him, those years were not just history recorded in the chronicles. Oscar continued his story about the White Tower. However, Moira was already watching the young man with great interest. Moira sensed the young man's aura, and it was much stronger than that of a second-level mage. She needed to find out what was really going on. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and a servant appeared in the doorway, holding a telephone. He announced that the Archbishop had an urgent phone call. The caller was none other than Lord Vince. The Archbishop immediately picked up the receiver and began the conversation. The caller thanked the Archbishop for his boundless kindness. It turned out that the Archbishop had sent a cure for the Caden flu. Maxim, the elder of the White Tower, said that Baldwin Tane had prepared these medicines, and it was the Archbishop who deserved the thanks. All the patients who took the medicine were cured within a couple of hours. It was a true blessing from God. Oscar was very pleased with the result. Everything had worked out perfectly. Moreover, it turned out that absolutely no side effects had been reported among the population. Lord Vince wanted to know when the second batch of the medicine would be delivered. The representatives of the Blue Tower could barely contain themselves, because what they had heard simply shocked them. The elder of the White Tower said regarding the additional vaccines that all questions should be directed to the Archbishop. Baldwin didn't miss a beat and immediately replied that he would send the second batch as soon as it was ready. It wouldn't take long. With that, the phone call ended, and now the Archbishop turned to Oscar and asked if he was behind it. Moira couldn't hold back and said that this was against the administration's laws, and the White Tower mage must be punished according to the law. But Oscar replied that Moira didn't understand the laws very well. It needed to be clarified that he was specifically referring to martial law. The fact was that when the laws were enacted, it was peacetime, but now the situation had changed. 20 years ago, the weapon that took the lives of most people in the war against the demons was a pandemic. Of course, mages quickly developed treatments, but the administration couldn't keep up with approving them, and people simply didn't survive. Therefore, His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire, created an additional clause to the law that addressed treatment intended for those affected during military operations. These conditions are considered special and are not subject to the laws of the Imperial administration. Of course, the Blue Mages immediately started shouting that there was absolutely no war going on right now. However, several types of situations were considered war. First, this includes military operations by one country against another. This also included all kinds of revolutions that might occur within a given state. And the third and final type of military action was considered a threat above Class B. The Kadensky flu is a natural Class B threat, which means there's no point in sticking to the usual rules, and we need to act based on the situation at hand. Finally, Brian, who was in charge of management and marketing, jumped up. He said to the Archbishop, "If the White Tower managed it, then they can too. The Blue Tower will immediately send the developed treatment to the Winsos estate." However, the Archbishop said that it seemed Brian hadn't understood the situation. The rush in the race had ended the moment the White Tower's medicine reached the sick. Moreover, the local lord believed that the Archbishop was collaborating with the White Tower, and now Baldwin could not go back on his word and say that it was the Blue Tower. The mages of the Blue Tower realized they had lost this battle and offered their goods at a reduced price. But these offers proved completely unacceptable to the Archbishop. He believed they were trying to bribe him. The scandal was already reaching massive proportions, and the Archbishop said he didn't want to hear any more and asked the representatives of the Blue Tower to leave his residence. Of course, in this situation, the mages couldn't disobey the archbishop, though it was clear how upset they were. As he passed Oscar, Moira said that Oscar would definitely pay for this. Oscar didn't look the least bit scared. He added that he had already registered a patent for the treatment and vaccine at the palace. If the representatives of the Blue Tower wanted to sell their own medicines, they would have to pay a tax to the White Tower or give up on the idea. It was on that note that Moira left the room, barely containing his anger and hatred. Brian only had time to say goodbye to the Archbishop, but he was a bit slow on the uptake, so perhaps he hadn't quite figured everything out yet. Brian was leaving the office when Oscar suddenly tensed up, sensing something strange. The man gave off some kind of unusual floral herbal scent. The villain who sold the poisonous potion to Oscar Sage had confessed that the person who ordered the murder had a fresh, clean, minty scent. That was all the information he had about the client. Oscar watched the man walk away and thought he'd crossed paths with his killers. But finally the door slammed shut and they could get back to business. The Archbishop was very pleased. He invited Oscar to sit down so they could continue their negotiations. First, the man wanted to negotiate the price of the vaccine. The Blue Tower was asking for 2 million coins. Oscar replied that if the Blue Tower wanted 2 million, he would ask for 5 million. Archbishop Baldwin laughed out loud upon hearing such a sum. He didn't believe Oscar was serious. A few hours passed and a blood-curdling scream rang out from the White Tower, shaking the entire building. The check for 10 million had the effect of an exploding atomic bomb. Oscar stood at the epicenter of this storm and chaos, listening with delight as the elders repeated the cherished figure. Even the ever-serious Fetalina couldn't hold back. She hugged Oscar and said she'd been confident in him and knew he'd definitely pull it off. Deputy Head Hamill also looked at the check in surprise. He was certain that something extraordinary had happened, since the Archbishop would never have given such a sum. Oscar explained that the amount also included additional fees. Once everyone had calmed down, the young man began to explain that the bill included advertising for this medication. Advertising fees were something completely unheard of and required an explanation. Oscar said that the White Tower must officially declare that Archbishop Baldwin had received a revelation predicting an outbreak of the Caden flu, thanks to which the White Tower's mages were able to produce the medicine on an emergency basis. The Archbishop is aiming for the position of Cardinal in the next term, and receiving a revelation from Mother Earth would look very favorable compared to the other archbishops. Baldwin approved the idea. He liked it very much, so he paid 10 million for the contract, even though Oscar had originally asked for much less. But now the vaccine and cure had to be produced within a week. It was unbelievable. The deputy head recalled the disciplinary penalty, triple restitution of the embezzled funds. However, the young man had returned a sum many times greater. It was decided to consider the penalty fulfilled, and none of those present had any objections. Hamill immediately said that Oscar should speak up about the necessary support, and the elders would resolve all the necessary issues right away. Oscar asked that all mages of level 4 and above be gathered, and that this be done as quickly as possible. The final selection of volunteers was left to Oscar. However, Elder Fetalina was to make an announcement in the tower. The gist of the announcement was that the potions lab was looking for mages of level 4 and above. Those who agreed to participate would receive payment and have meat at every meal. A few hours later, mages began gathering near the potions lab. They whispered among themselves, figuring that a delicious lunch featuring meat was an excellent bonus to the monetary compensation. When Oscar and Franz arrived at the lab, the boys were surprised to see such a crowd. They never would have thought it could be so crowded here. Oscar greeted the mages who had arrived and, saying he was glad to see them all there, asked them to listen carefully. However, the mages paid no attention to this dim-witted weak mage and continued to talk among themselves about abstract topics. Oscar grabbed everyone's attention, and it had the desired effect. Now all the mages were fully focused and listening only to him. Oscar announced that the reason everyone had gathered here was to produce medicines and a vaccine for the Caden flu. He said he needed their help. The senior mages didn't understand why this prodigy had decided to turn to them, or how he planned to produce the medicine. He'd probably come up with some nonsense again. Oscar listened closely to all the conversations taking place among the mages, and realized that he was not an authority figure to them. Franz confirmed that Oscar really wasn't to everyone's liking, but that wasn't surprising. One only had to recall what Oscar had been up to so far. No one had forgotten how Oscar had been insolent, squandered the tower's funding, constantly drank alcohol, and was, in general, a despicable person. A beautiful blonde asked questions about potion making. She knew that the White Tower's potion-making methods had long been lost, so she couldn't understand how the mages would produce their potions. In response, Oscar said he had revived those methods, and the guys even tensed up. They didn't take this chatterbox at his word. The girl asked how effective the medicine was and who had proven it. Oscar reassured the mages, saying that a contract with the order had already been signed. The girl then suggested that the value of this contract must be astronomical, so a bonus in the form of a meat meal was simply nonsense. The mages didn't understand why Oscar trusted them enough to share such valuable information. In response, Oscar said that, to be honest, he didn't understand why these mages were still staying in the White Tower. The girl was not at all satisfied with this answer. She said that this was not how someone asking for help should behave. It seemed she had just wasted her time here. The blonde was about to leave. She said she didn't understand what the great genius meant, but that no one present was obligated to listen to such nasty words. At that moment, Oscar continued his speech. He knew what each of the mages had given up for the sake of the White Tower. Upon hearing these words, the girl paused and began to listen to Oscar. He said that she was Lena White, a 5th-level mage. In pursuit of the girl's talent and wisdom, 7 companies, including the Red Tower, tried to recruit her. However, Lena turned them all down. The 5th-level mage, Herrick Drian, was very powerful. The royal palace recognized his abilities in combat magic and offered him the position of royal mage, but the young man refused. 5th-level mage Descartes Rain received an offer from the Imperial Academy for the position of instructor, and not just once, but the mage declined. Rose received repeated offers from the Golden Tower because of her creative approach to alchemy. However, she turned them down. All the other mages had also received similar offers. Oscar admitted that if he were offered something like that, he wasn't sure he could refuse. However, none of the White Tower's mages had left their posts. Lena asked if the elders knew about all these secret meetings and offers. Oscar confirmed that they did, but the elders had no choice but to pretend that nothing was happening. After all, they didn't want to burden their students. At the moment, the White Tower is enduring the coldest winter of its existence. And in this situation, any of the mages could have fled to a warmer place, but they decided to stay in this freezing cold. Oscar said that if he couldn't trust people like that, then he didn't know who in this world he could trust at all. However, if the mages don't want to participate in the White Tower's work, no one will force them. And then Oscar and Franz will have to work until they drop. Franz had almost recovered from creating the first batch of the vaccine, but he still wasn't in a very cheerful mood. Oscar told Franz not to fall behind. After all, if it was just the two of them, they needed to get started right away to fulfill the entire contract. Oscar put on his safety goggles and was about to start selecting herbs. Just then, Lena approached him. She was a little embarrassed, but she asked anyway if Oscar's offer still stood. After that, all the mages grabbed protective goggles and gloves. They were soon ready to begin their training and start making the vaccine. Franz looked at Oscar, amazed that the guy had managed to convince anyone with his words. It was like a dream. However, Oscar had to deliver some bad news. The meat in question wasn't pork. It wasn't rat meat or some other low-grade meat, but beef, the best news the mages had received in a long time. The production of vaccines and medicines had been a success, exceeding the initial goal by a factor of 1.5. A week later, Oscar was walking through the greenhouse. The young man saw a heart made of flower petals on the grass. He thought it was the work of Old Man Wilter. Oscar thought that the deputy head had found Walter and dragged him back to work. He needed to meet with him soon. The boy opened the newspaper to read the news. It reported that the pandemic would end a few days after a flu vaccine became available. Perhaps this was a sign pointing to the revival of the White Tower. Oscar Cruz had been nominated by the Archbishop as a contender for this year's Peace Prize. Moreover, the Archbishop's popularity among the people had skyrocketed. Oscar was convinced that everything was going according to plan. At that moment, he heard Franz running toward him. He reported that the situation was simply amazing. Orders for the vaccine were pouring in from all sides. The Northern Territories, the Order, even the Imperial family. Everyone had placed orders, so the White Tower would earn a huge amount of gold coins. Oscar wasn't surprised. After all, if people wanted to live, they had to get the vaccine, and at this stage, the most pressing problems had already been solved. But Franz understood that once full vaccination was complete, no one would need the drug anymore, and the next flu outbreak wouldn't happen for several decades. Oscar replied that there was no need to worry about money. He had developed a potion for which there would always be demand. Franz assumed he was referring to a drug called Star Tear, which had been the subject of many rumors. But Oscar replied that they would only be selling low and mid-grade potions. The time for Star Tear had not yet come. Star Tear is the White Tower's most famous potion. They say its miraculous properties can bring the dead back to life. This would cause an incredible stir in society once it went on sale. Developing it now would only attract all sorts of villains who would try to steal the manufacturing methods. In the case of the flu vaccine, Oscar was safe because he had secured the Archbishop's support. But it won't always be that way, so the first priority is to raise the White Tower's status. Oscar announced that if Franz was just hanging around with nothing to do, he'd better go and gather the necessary ingredients. This time, they'll need lantus leaves, poisson stems, and a whole lot more. However, Franz said there weren't any of those plants anywhere nearby. They used to be the signature products of the city of Serena, but the fields where they grew had long since been ruined. This conversation led to the boys heading out of town to find what they needed. Franz didn't understand why they had to go all the way out here just so Oscar could check everything out with his own eyes. After all, they could have come here by carriage. However, the truth was that even carriages didn't travel to such distant lands. Oscar reassured Franz, saying they just needed to hold on a little longer. They were almost there since they had already covered 10 versts. Franz didn't understand why Oscar was using such units of measurement. It turned out that since the last war, distance had been measured in meters and weight in grams. Oscar was very surprised that such significant changes had taken place in recent years. Of course, it was harder to count in points, but it was more fun. As they chatted, the boys continued to venture deeper into the woods, and soon Oscar announced that he could see a small house ahead. Franz walked up to the door and knocked on it, hoping someone would answer. And indeed, the door soon opened slightly. A man appeared and asked, "Did they really walk all this way?" The boys confirmed that the carriage had indeed taken them only to the outskirts of the city, and from there they had to walk. Just then, cars pulled up to the house. Oscar looked at the strangers with interest. In one of the cars sat a wealthy man who addressed the homeowner and asked if he had finally decided to sell them his land today. Hearing these words, the man threw open the door and stepped out of the house. He was a strong, muscular, self-assured man. The rich man asked, "Isn't it time to stop being stubborn? After all, they're offering you 10 times more than anyone else." However, the man refused, saying he wouldn't agree even if they built him a castle out of mithril. The businessman said they'd joke around a little longer, but the situation would be resolved soon. People didn't care if the old man was planning to die here. However, the herbalist Ivan replied that it was his own business, and no one should meddle in it. The businessman explained that they were doing this for his own good. He would sell the land and spend his final days in comfort. After all, once a factory is built nearby, it will be impossible to live here anyway. However, the herbalist said he wouldn't allow the factory to be built as long as he was alive and living here. The businessman didn't try to change the man's mind. He turned to his people and said it was time for them to leave. Standing in a beautiful flower bed, the businessman added that on their way here, they had damaged several flower beds. But the businessman was willing to compensate for the damage and tossed a wad of cash onto the ground. After that, the cars turned around on the flower beds and drove away. The businessman noticed the guys dressed in White Tower attire. He wanted to know what these beggars had left behind here. They must have come for some herbs. After all, just recently, these poor guys had made a lot of money off the vaccine. The businessman was very surprised because it really was a huge sum of money. After reading the article, the businessman hit his assistant over the head with the newspaper as hard as he could for telling him about the vaccine so late. If the herbalist secured the White Tower's support, he could afford not to sell the land for many years to come. This must not be allowed under any circumstances. The businessman immediately came up with a new plan. He ordered his subordinate to urgently contact a group of mercenaries and hire them. The subordinate tried to find out what kind of job was involved, since the herbalist had been officially appointed by the state, but in response, he was hit over the head with a newspaper again. "We just need to kill the herbalist and make it look like he's gone missing. As soon as the owner disappears, the land will be put up for auction. If the mages of the White Tower stay the night at the herbalist's, they'll have to be finished off too." Of course, this could cause problems, and the magical towers might take an interest in the businessman's affairs. However, he was certain that the power and influence of the magical towers were tales from long-forgotten years, and the White Tower had practically fallen into ruin anyway. Night fell. Franz and Oscar lay on the soft grass and gazed at the starry sky. The herbalist turned out to be a good man. He let them spend the night on his property and even fed the boys. Oscar was also very pleased with how things were going for him. The herbalist himself suggested that the boys stay with him until morning because returning in the dark was quite dangerous. Besides, he had obligations to the White Tower. Oscar was intrigued by these obligations. However, Franz asked about the man who had just arrived by car. It turned out to be the businessman Devore Powell. A few years ago, he began buying up all the land in the area. Many herbalists left Siren or went missing, and only the herbalist Ivan refused to sell. The businessman wants to turn this area into the largest industrial zone on the continent. Oscar was curious how Ivan had managed to hold out for so long. The man replied that the businessman couldn't touch a hair on his head, or else he himself would suffer. Herbalist Ivan was recognized by the state as a master of herb cultivation. He was under the protection of the Imperial family. Oscar understood that selling the land would have made the man a fortune. So why hadn't the herbalist sold it? The man replied that the mage was asking obvious questions that were clear to absolutely everyone. Herbalist Ivan admitted that he loved this land very much. It was his home. He was born here and would die here. The boys were unanimous in their opinion, saying that the herbalist was a good man. They looked up at the starry sky, and Franz noted that the stars shone much brighter here. It was almost enviable. Franz said he wondered what it was like to live a brilliant life, but he was sure that a genius like Oscar wouldn't understand him. However, Oscar replied that Franz himself was quite amazing, and he should know that and never forget it. After all, Oscar is a genius, and that's why he says exactly what's true. Franz, in fact, especially. Oscar watched Franz and couldn't understand why he was considered a problem child, because he was a very sincere and sensitive guy. In the past, bright stars could be seen even from the center of Siren, but now the night was lit by streetlights and the stars were barely visible. What had once been an inconvenience now felt almost romantic. Franz declared that Oscar wasn't that much older than him, so there was no need to talk as if it were a long time ago. He said that the next day he would talk to old Ivan to see if it was possible to revive the tradition of herbalism in Siren. Suddenly, the young man sensed some kind of noise or movement. He couldn't quite figure out what it was yet. Franz noticed Oscar's behavior. He saw that Oscar had tensed up. Could he have seen a ghost? Oscar replied that they weren't ghosts. He sensed 4 people. Franz looked around but felt nothing. Oscar realized that the strangers hadn't come with good intentions. He immediately told his friend to get up. It looked like they had visitors. The strangers were approaching very quickly. One of them didn't understand why the businessman had suddenly decided to deal with the old man right now. The thugs didn't know. They were just following their employer's orders. Besides, they'd heard there was a bounty on their heads. Soon the thugs reached the herbalist's house and stopped at the entrance. Everyone needed to stop chatting and get ready. The gang leader warned that there might be mages here, albeit from the White Tower, but they were all weak and not very powerful. It would be much worse to cross paths with mages from other factions, but at the same time, he had long wanted to fight one of them. The thug approached the door and told the leader he was ready to go inside. The man held the door key in his hands. He quietly inserted it into the keyhole, trying to open the door without waking the old man. The thugs had already entered the cottage, but the old man didn't even stir. He was fast asleep, and the thugs began to get bored. There were no mages to be sensed nearby, but then one of the bandits sensed something was wrong. He pulled back the blanket and saw that the bed was completely empty. The old herbalist had been quick-witted. In the next instant, a wind bullet shot out of Oscar's finger. It pierced the thug's head and flew out the other side. Oscar was very pleased with the wind bullet. It had worked perfectly. It was the first time the boy had used such a weapon. The wind bullet was described in a different interpretation of the fundamentals of magic created by the young Oscar. The combat spell was based on a reinterpretation of the White Tower's wind magic in accordance with the principle of how a gun works. Oscar hadn't even expected this spell to be so deadly and fast. All that was left was to deal with the rest of the bandits. Stepping out of the hut, Oscar saw only 2 villains, though he was sure there should have been 4. When asked what had happened to Max, Oscar replied that the guy had gone to rest. However, he would be sleeping for a very long time, most likely forever. The thugs realized that Max had been a careless idiot. They demanded to know where the herbalist was so they wouldn't hurt the mage and would let him live. Oscar knew that provoking his enemies wouldn't work. He avoided unnecessary fights and acted professionally. The bandit saw that the mage had no intention of revealing the herbalist's whereabouts and decided to spill some blood. The gang leader ordered his subordinate to kill the white mage, and the old man immediately rushed into the attack. Oscar raised a windshield with a snap of his fingers. He was ready to face his opponent. The old man couldn't harm the mage, but he did damage his protective barrier. Oscar looked at his opponent and praised his skill, saying it was a pretty good attack. After that, Oscar ran away from the old man at high speed as he swung his staff to strike. The old man held sticks with sharp metal tips in both hands. He said that the mage didn't know about such unique weapons. It was a shame, but now the boy would experience them firsthand. The man hurled the sticks at the mage, saying that the boy's end had come, but Oscar was balancing a wind ball on his fingertips at that moment. The speed at which he was spinning the balloon became very high. Oscar thought the battle was turning out to be more boring than he had expected, and the guy hurled the pinwheel at his opponent. The blow struck the weapon, and that was enough to stop its movement. The old man noted that the young man hadn't lost his composure when the thugs caught him off guard. Instead, Oscar fired a precise shot, and the old man's weapon shattered into pieces. Oscar commented on this, saying that such a unique weapon was just nonsense, and there was nothing special about it. After that, Oscar took up an attacking position, figuring out how he would proceed with the battle. The old man thought the young man was retreating, but he still had his trump card up his sleeve. The firearm fired and the bullet flew toward the mage. This time, the windshield worked perfectly, preventing the bullets from penetrating. The gang leader looked at the body of his slain comrade, saying that he might even feel a little sorry for him. He also noted that the mage had survived only because he had been very vigilant. Oscar looked at the slain villain, puzzled. After all, the gangster had killed his own comrade. But the villain replied that he was merely a subordinate, easily replaceable. Oscar understood that this mindset was common among all gangsters. He asked the villain what kind of weapon he was holding in his hands. The villain said that such a substantial thing shouldn't be called a toy. One simply needed to remember that this weapon was very serious and worth a fortune. While the gangster was loading the gun with bullets, Oscar said that 3 spells were contained within this gun: acceleration, amplification, and penetration. With these words, he caught the gangster's attention, who couldn't figure out how the mage had learned this information. Oscar pointed to his scratched cheek and said that he hadn't been able to block the bullet, which is why he'd been able to analyze it. The thug looked at the mage in surprise and acknowledged that the guy had talent, which was why he was so bold. After that, the thug offered Oscar a job working for him and promised to pay good money, but received a negative response. Oscar said that just the thought of it made the back of his neck itch, and the gangster was satisfied with that answer. After that, it became clear that further conversation was pointless. Oscar had run away from the thug and was now lying in the grass under the fence, unable to understand how he'd ended up in such a life, that the former head of the Magic Tower had found himself in such a situation. Oscar's wind bullets were slower. That's why he was losing in a direct battle. The guy had only half his mana reserves left, and he couldn't keep running forever. His opponent had only one weakness: the moment he reloaded his weapon. After 2 shots, he reloaded. The thug was walking through the fields looking for Oscar, intending to kill him. Oscar figured he had 1 shot left. That meant he had to finish off the thug as soon as possible. The guy activated his speed boost and ran as fast as he could. The thug heard the sound and turned around, trying to spot where the mage was. The thug noted that the mage was very fast. However, no one could withstand his weapon. He took aim and fired. A flash of fire erupted, and the bullet flew toward its target. The protective shield failed again, and it seemed like it was all over. The bandit didn't understand what had happened. He reloaded his weapon again, realizing that it was impossible to dodge this bullet with a single burst of speed. This meant that the mage hadn't dodged at all, but had used the shield. The thug tried to come up with some explanation. However, Oscar was already practically right next to him and fired his wind bullet point blank. The thug stared at it, unable to comprehend how a low-level mage had managed to pull all this off. But Oscar replied that the bandit wouldn't have understood a thing, even if someone had explained it to him. Leaning over the body of the slain villain, Oscar took his weapon, saying that it was indeed very fierce and cool. This pistol was called... It possessed acceleration, amplification, and penetration. The gun was truly impressive, as Oscar had a hard time handling it in the end. Oscar won through ingenuity. He reduced the friction on the surface of the windshield and reinforced the strength of the inner layer. The outer layer became more flexible, while the inner layer hardened. The bullet slid along the perimeter. If that hadn't worked, Oscar would be lying on the ground right now. The The young man decided that when he returned to the White Tower, he would study methods of fighting modern weapons. Oscar had tested his limits after casting several spells with this weakened body, but now he had to save Franz and Yvonne. At first, Oscar sensed the presence of 4 people. He had already dealt with 3 of them. Oscar really hoped that Franz wouldn't get caught and would hold out. They just had to hang on a little longer. But then a man blocked Franz in the herbalist's path, saying he had been waiting for them for a long time. Franz ordered the old man to run away, while he would stay behind, because the young man was quite strong. Franz said he couldn't fight at full strength while the herbalist was there, but he would soon deal with the villain and catch up with the old man. Hearing this explanation, the herbalist agreed to leave Franz, wishing the young man to be careful. Left alone, Franz turned to the bandit, asking why he hadn't run after the old man. Had he really come to fight Franz? The bandit replied that sounded ridiculous. He had no intention of chasing after the old man, so as not to let the mage survive on his own. Of course, the bandit's main target was the herbalist, but he had always been curious about what was so special about mages. Why did everyone fear them? And now, finally, the villain had the chance to meet and fight the mage himself. He drew a long sword. The villain leaped high into the air, declaring that he would finish off the mage first, and swung his sword to strike. Franz activated the wind cutter and counterattacked his opponent in turn. The villain replied that it was all too easy and managed to parry Franz's blow. In the very next moment, terror flashed across the young mage's face as the long sword hovered just a few centimeters from his chest. The thug relished the effect he was having. It seemed the mage was nothing special, and the white magic tower was complete nonsense. But suddenly the thug felt something strange. The blade shouldn't penetrate a human body so easily. Something was clearly wrong, and the villain tried to pull his sword out of the dead mage's body. But Franz's hand held the sword firmly, and with his other hand he struck with a wind cutter. Franz explained that he had a somewhat unusual physique. Unfortunately, however, the thug had no way of knowing that. The young man stood near the body of the bandit he had killed and nearly stepped on the bloody heap. Oscar watched his friends duel from behind a tree and realized that Franz was a mage of a special kind. This guy wields the spirit of the wind. It would never have occurred to anyone that Franz possessed magic allowing him to turn part of his body into air. Physical attacks don't work on Franz. No one without knowledge of magic or the sword's aura can defeat him. Even the head of the magic tower had never encountered such a rare mage. Oscar recalled that there had once been a head of the White Tower with the same innate type of magic. Most likely, Franz had inherited this spirit of the wind. Franz clutched his heart, saying that Oscar had really scared him when he approached so quietly. Oscar praised the boy, saying he'd done a great job, but they needed to find the herbalist who'd hidden from the bandits. Franz began shouting in all directions for the herbalist Ivan to hurry back. It was safe here now. Oscar watched Franz and realized he was an amazing guy. He needed to be properly trained, and Franz's potential would surpass that of a dozen high-level mages. The herbalist Ivan still hadn't shown up. Oscar said he could sense his energy, and the guys went off to look for the old man. Soon the night ended and morning came. Everyone gathered in the herbalist's hut. The old man hugged Franz close, saying that if it weren't for Franz, he wouldn't have survived this morning. Oscar also believed he wouldn't have managed without Franz. If Franz hadn't helped, everyone would have been in trouble, and things would have taken a terrible turn. The young man was very pleased to hear this. He blushed at the compliments. Of course, one could say that it was all over. However, it was clear that such situations could happen again. The businessman wouldn't give up that easily. If he hadn't managed to kill the old man this time, he would come up with another method. Franz didn't understand why the businessman was so obsessed with this land, but the herbalist said it was the largest plot of fertile land right in the heart of Siren. In recent years, soil fertility had declined sharply. This was the result of factories producing all sorts of goods, constantly polluting the river with their waste. If the businessman starts building factories even closer to this land, the day will come when staying here will truly be pointless. If the soil isn't allowed to recover, the tower will permanently lose the ability to grow herbs here. Oscar had been waiting for this moment to ask the herbalist a question. The day before, Ivan had mentioned debts owed to the White Tower. Could it really have been about the promise made by the fourth head, Leonardo Ares? It seemed to be about the previous herbalist. Long ago, people viewed herbalists quite differently. They literally hunted down herbalists, considering them sorcerers who brewed incomprehensible herbs with unknown effects in their cauldrons and sold these concoctions. As a result of this perception, herbalists had to live on the road, far from prying eyes. But one day a savior appeared before them, who welcomed them into his city and gave them a place to live. This man was known for his incredible insight. He was the head of the White Tower, Leonard Ayres. The head summoned the herbalists to his city and promised that Siren would become a home for the herbalists and their descendants for centuries to come, and that no one there would look upon them with malice. The herbalist Ivan was very impressed by this story. He had never heard of modern residents knowing their history so well. After this gesture by the head of the White Tower, herbalists from across the continent gathered in Siren and for the first time in their lives found a cozy home. The White Tower had given the herbalists' ancestors not only a home, but also a source of pride. So now Ivan could not turn his back on the White Tower. Oscar listened to the old man and realized that he was in the presence of a sincere man, ready to do anything for the White Tower. Oscar rose from his chair, bowed low before the herbalist, and thanked the old man for his hard work. He said that from now on, the White Tower would stand by the herbalist's side just as it had before. The mages were certain that the Imperial family would take immediate action once they learned that villains had attacked the nation's cultural heritage. The herbalist wasn't sure the Imperial family would react quickly. They were very meticulous in their work. However, Oscar replied that this time the Imperial family would be here very quickly, because today was the day the contract for the production of the flu vaccine was to be signed. It was noisy in businessman Powell's office. His subordinate was frantically searching for some lost documents. The businessman himself said they needed to get ready quickly, or else they were finished. They had to get out of there right now. However, the gangsters didn't have time to escape. The office doors swung open, and representatives from the Ministry of the Interior entered the room. Senior Inspector Walker introduced himself and asked, "Is the businessman's name really Powell?" The businessman sat on the floor, unable to believe his eyes. A senior national security inspector had appeared before him. The inspector said the businessman had been arrested on charges of murder, blackmail, and illegal acquisition of property, as well as for damaging the nation's cultural heritage. The man tried to explain that they had mistaken him for someone else, that he was an honest businessman. However, the inspector simply shut him up. Powell realized that this was a serious matter, and that he wouldn't be able to get himself out of this situation. He needed to find a way to contact his partner and somehow get out of this. The businessman turned to the inspector, saying he was ready to go with him, but asked permission to smoke a cigar first. Such a strange request, and the villain's sudden change in mood surprised the inspector. The man paused briefly, then ordered his subordinates to handcuff the businessman and lead him to the exit. Powell began shouting that the inspector was making a huge mistake. He had no idea who was actually covering for Powell. The businessman claimed that none other than the emperor himself was covering for him. After all, no one was more important than that man. However, the inspector paid no heed to the criminal's threats. He handcuffed him and took his cigar, saying he wouldn't need it anymore. The inspector enjoyed smoking the cigar, believing that criminals always have some decent stuff. At that very moment, his subordinate had a question. The young officer wanted to know who this criminal was. In all his years on the job, this was the first time he'd encountered a situation like this. The inspector replied that he had simply received orders from above. The inspector added that His Majesty simply took the White Magic Tower very seriously. Of course, the inspector himself didn't understand why the emperor was helping the White Tower. In the past, they had performed heroic deeds, but that was a long time ago. Even if you let a bird with broken wings fly, it will still fall sooner or later. Roughly speaking, the White Tower doesn't deserve much respect or reverence these days. The inspector asked his subordinate how old he would be this year. Doran replied that he would be 23. It turned out that the young man had been just a 3-year-old child when those momentous events took place. He was a 12-year-old teenager. He remembered that humanity had won the war against the demons and had finally found true freedom. This was achieved thanks to the strength and power of the magical White Tower. Of course, it's strange that the powerful of this world still cling to memories of past achievements. But time will tell who is right and who is wrong. After that, the inspector said they needed to go somewhere else. The director told Duran that they were heading west, where they would order the factory to stop illegally dumping waste into the Wolf River. The inspector had added this item to his list of most urgent tasks himself. He might not have been entirely sure about the White Tower itself, but he felt a sense of duty. The inspector felt indebted to Oscar and Franz for ridding them of Jack the Archer's gang, and now he was ready to put all other matters on hold, including rest. Oscar and Franz had finally returned to the academy grounds. Franz suggested they rest and have a glass of juice, but Oscar said he needed to report to the head. Franz refused to go meet with Hamel. It was unclear why. Upon hearing Hamel's voice, Franz said he had urgent business and rushed off. The vice head said he had seen Franz and was surprised that the young man was absent. Oscar replied that Franz had indeed been there, but the boy had rushed off on urgent business. Hamel was very pleased because Oscar had once again solved a serious problem facing the White Tower, even though the head had only sent him out for a walk in the fields. After that, the head suggested they go to his office so Oscar could explain all the details and write a report. As the men rode in the elevator, Oscar watched the head and realized that something was wrong. The old man was frowning in a very strange way. Although, in theory, he should be pleased, since yet another problem had been resolved. The head turned to Oscar and asked if Franz had told him anything. Oscar replied that nothing much had happened and asked what was going on. It turned out that a letter had arrived from the Sirius family, stating that Franz's parents wanted to take him home. Oscar asked what Franz himself thought about it, whether he agreed to leave the White Tower. Hamel replied that he didn't know any details, but the Sirius family seemed to have talked it over with Franz. Now Oscar understood why the headmaster was so sad. Besides, Oscar himself was upset, though he hadn't expected such a reaction from himself. Franz was packing his personal belongings into a suitcase when there was a knock at the door. The young man thought it was Grant and let him in. The door swung open and Oscar turned to Franz Sirius, the eldest son of the greatest trading company in the entire empire. Oscar closed the door behind him, and Franz began to explain that he hadn't had time to tell him everything beforehand. The young man had to return to help his parents, and he also needed to get married. Oscar didn't know that Franz was already in a relationship, but the young man had never even seen his future wife. His parents said she was a good girl from a wealthy family, and that it was to their advantage. Of course, it seemed like a marriage of convenience. However, Franz was used to always listening to his parents in everything. Franz tried to convince himself that the bride was pretty, kind, and came from a wealthy family. Why should he object? But Oscar asked how the young man would give up magic and what he thought about it. Franz couldn't do anything about magic, since he believed he had already reached the limit of his talent. Of course, the young man had always considered himself special. Franz decided that if he went to the most worthless of the magic towers, he would be able to become a really cool mage. But after enrolling, it turned out that things were not like that at all. And even living in the weakest tower, Franz couldn't really practice normal, everyday spells, so he was ready to leave the tower and go home. Hearing these words, Oscar spoke very sternly to his friend. Franz realized that he had called the White Tower worthless, and this had offended Oscar. However, Oscar said that Franz was an extraordinarily talented mage. The young man couldn't believe his ears. He even teared up a little, saying that hearing such a compliment was very pleasant, especially since it came on the eve of his departure. Oscar replied that he was absolutely serious, and if Franz was ready, they could test right now what it was like to be the head of the snake. At that moment, the door opened again, and an unfamiliar man appeared in the doorway. Franz was very surprised. It turned out to be his brother. His brother greeted Franz's colleague and said he could give his brother a few more minutes to get ready, but Franz needed to hurry and come downstairs. The young man was already leaving the room when Oscar asked him, "How much do you need?" How much money did he need for Franz to stay at the academy and not return home? The young man didn't realize who he was to be asking such questions. Oscar introduced himself, saying he was a friend of Franz's. Standing before him was Franz's older brother, Grant Sirius, the deputy head of the trading company. Oscar proposed a deal. Of course, it was audacious, but everyone had already heard of Oscar as a genius. Grant Sirius noted that Oscar had the audacity to propose a deal to the Sirius family. But Oscar didn't back down. He said that neither the White Tower nor the Sirius family would lose anything in this deal. Oscar promised that he would make Franz the best mage in the White Tower within 2 years. In the long run, this would benefit the entire Sirius family. Franz, the best mage of the Great Tower of Magic, and in just 2 years. Of course, it sounded great, but what if it didn't happen? Oscar said he would transfer the rights to the profits from the sale of the vaccine and medicine for the Caden flu to the Sirius Trading Company. Grant Sirius was surprised, but he was more interested in the reason Oscar was willing to go so far. Either Franz truly deserved such a risk, or it was because Franz was Oscar's friend. Oscar replied that, of course, Franz deserved such risks, since he planned to restore the White Tower's reputation to its former glory. At the very latest, this would happen within the next 5 years. The medicine and the vaccine were merely a signal to the whole world that this movement had begun. And for that to happen, Oscar simply needs Franz Sirius. He is exactly the mage the White Tower needs to realize its strength and power. Grant Sirius listened to this and said that, as a merchant, he had no intention of turning down a profit just because his interlocutor was overly naive. In turn, Grant Sirius wanted to add one condition, even though Oscar's offer was quite substantial. One must not forget that the only thing more important than money is trust. And Grant Sirius didn't make deals with just anyone. So Oscar had to prove he was capable of fulfilling his part of the agreement. A 5th-ranked knight had arrived with Grant as his bodyguard. A duel would be scheduled for noon tomorrow. If Oscar proved his abilities, the deal would be sealed. Of course, Grant knew that Oscar was only a 2nd-ranked mage, so he would warn the bodyguard not to use the sword's aura. In other words, his older brother was saying he wouldn't give up Franz. Apparently, a marriage of convenience was planned with a very serious and respectable family. Grant said goodbye, adding that if Oscar didn't show up for the duel, it would be his defeat. The young man understood that it would be very difficult for him. Franz looked at his friend and thought that all of this needed to be called off. If Franz packed his bags now, he would leave with his brother and Oscar wouldn't have to fight. Oscar continued to analyze what was happening. He understood that Grant was deliberately provoking him, but he needed to figure out how to resolve the situation. Finally, Oscar announced that he would manage according to his plan, since a 4th-level mage would be able to counter Grant's bodyguard. Franz didn't understand how Oscar planned to reach the 4th rank in less than a day. Oscar replied that even he wasn't capable of that, but they could take a 3rd-ranked mage and turn him into a 4th-ranked mage. After all, Grant Sirius hadn't said that Oscar had to defeat his bodyguard personally. He'd merely said that Oscar had to demonstrate his abilities. So Franz would be the one to demonstrate Oscar's abilities. The boy was completely confused and didn't understand where his genius friend was leading him. Oscar put his hands on Franz's shoulders and said he would make him a 4th-ranked mage, and Franz would fight in Oscar's place in the duel. The boys headed to the training hall. Although Franz was very pessimistic, he didn't believe it was possible to achieve anything in a single day, since he hadn't managed to do so over the past few years. Oscar said, "Stand in a natural position, close your eyes, and start circulating your mana." Franz had to trust Oscar completely. Oscar watched Franz's body closely and soon signaled that he could stop. Oscar pointed to several spots on Franz's body where he had noticed a loss of mana circulation. He explained that if there are areas with a loss of mana circulation, the effectiveness of magic always suffers. It turned out that if Franz could correct these deficiencies, he would jump a rank. But it turned out that rank had absolutely nothing to do with it. Oscar said that almost all mages don't think about this. However, those who do think about it become archmages. So now Franz has to repeat the practice every morning. After that, Oscar explained to his protege at length, tediously and in detail, what comes from what and where the energy flows. You have to constantly think about this when using magic. When the theoretical part was finished, Franz asked, "Is that really all I have to do?" However, it turned out that theory wasn't enough. Oscar said that he wanted to see the magic Franz had used in the fields right now. Oscar had seen his battle, but now Franz said he couldn't repeat those actions. It wasn't that he didn't trust Oscar. It was just that Franz was genuinely afraid to cast that spell again. Franz confessed to his friend that he had nearly died the first time he used that magic. It was obvious. If his magical abilities didn't manifest, his family would disown him. That's why Franz grew more and more anxious about his future with each passing year. He constantly read books and tried to find something that no one else could replicate. And then one day the boy read about a spell that could turn his entire body into wind. Then Franz would become incredibly strong. The young man began casting the spell without any preparation, and at first it seemed to him that everything had worked. But soon Franz felt his body begin to lose its shape, and the spell spread throughout his entire body. Franz felt he couldn't stop it. Once half his body had turned into wind, his mana spiraled out of control. If it hadn't been for the Tower Master passing by, Franz wouldn't be here anymore. More precisely, he would have ceased to exist in this world. At that moment, Franz couldn't do anything. He had the feeling that his soul was being scattered. Since then, Franz never wanted to experience anything like that again. But out there in the fields, the young man had made excellent use of that magic. Oscar had seen for himself how professionally he'd handled it. Franz admitted that in dangerous situations, this ability activated automatically. But now he was very sorry. He couldn't summon it at will. Oscar said there was no need to get upset or beat himself up. Many mages face similar problems. Oscar had a fairly simple solution for this situation. Franz's situation wasn't complicated. His problem was that he was unable to control his mana, so he just needed to fix that. Franz didn't understand how he could figure this out, since mastery of mana depends entirely on talent. Oscar replied that this was usually the problem, but there was a method to forcibly boost this ability. Franz didn't understand what his friend was doing, drawing circles on the floor. He probably wanted to summon a demon and make a pact with it. Oscar replied that demons would never come if he simply started summoning them. He explained that he was going to summon a spirit, and that was a completely different matter. Oscar wanted to summon a wind spirit, which needed to be implanted into Franz's body. Franz raised his hand above his head and began to recite the incantation. Spirit of the wind, embodiment of purity, who blows away the darkness and malice of this world. Franz Sirius, a man in search of truth, I ask you to guide him. As it has been since the beginning of time, reveal yourself to me. Franz repeated the spell, but it didn't work. Oscar surmised that Franz had no connection to the spirits. Franz repeated the spell once more, and it seemed to him that he felt a slight breeze. But it turned out to be only Oscar. He sighed heavily. Franz tried the spell again and again, but perhaps he really wasn't one of those people who had a connection with spirits. That meant Franz was completely useless. After all, he couldn't even summon a spirit. How would he ever be able to control his mana? Oscar advised him not to despair and said there was another method. This spirit summoning ceremony, which Oscar had learned about during his visit to the Elven Kingdom in his past life, had been suggested by the elves as something to try for fun, and that's when it worked for Oscar. Once again, the spirit summoning incantation. However, Oscar asked Franz to step aside and said he would try something else now. Oscar was certain that the King of Spirits would surely remember him. He stood in the center of the drawn circle and closed his eyes. This time the scene wasn't in the dilapidated training hall, but in front of the enormous world tree. Elves and mages gathered at its base and began to summon the King of Spirits. Soon the spirit of the wind came to the mage. This manifested in the young man feeling a lightness in his body and the absence of his physical form. Franz could barely stay on his feet. He didn't understand how Oscar had managed to cast this spell on his first try. A strong wind rose in the training hall, and the spirit of the winds appeared before the mages, addressing Oscar. The spirit of the winds wanted to know why the man had summoned him again. Oscar said he wanted to form a contract with the spirit of the winds and explained, nothing was needed for such a contract. The main condition was a connection between their hearts. The spirit of the wind asked Oscar if he was ready to forge a bond of friendship with the highest-ranking spirit, Celestine. Oscar gave a negative answer. The spirit of the winds and Franz didn't understand what was going on at all. But Oscar explained that he had invited the King of the Winds not for himself, but for Franz's sake. Upon hearing this, Franz nearly fainted from excitement. The next day, Grant Sirius was at the dueling square with his bodyguard. He greeted the head of the tower. The fact that the head of the tower, Hamel, was here in person meant that all the elders agreed to the terms of the deal. The head confirmed his agreement. Although he didn't like everything in the contract, the drug developer had proven too stubborn. Fifth-rank Knight Leslie Morgan extended her hand to greet second-level mage Oscar Cruz. Grant Sirius explained the terms of the duel. He showed 2 amulets. In the standard version of the duel, victory is awarded to whoever is the first to remove the necklace from their opponent. Grant Sirius also added that if there was no winner after 5 minutes, the Sirius family would consider it a loss. If Oscar wanted to, the duel could be stopped at any moment by raising his hand. But was the mage really going to fight in such uncomfortable attire? Oscar replied that there was no need to worry about his clothes. He wasn't going to fight anyway. At that moment, Franz stepped onto the dueling ground wearing attire suitable for a duel. Grant Sirius couldn't understand what was happening and demanded an explanation from Oscar. Oscar explained that in order to prove his abilities, he wouldn't be fighting personally. After all, yesterday he had taught Franz everything he needed to know. Grant was forced to accept these terms. After all, he hadn't specified yesterday that Oscar himself was supposed to fight, and now that was his mistake. But if Oscar hoped that his opponents would go easy on him just because Franz was participating in the duel, he was sorely mistaken. Oscar explained that this wasn't the issue at all. He simply believed that a 4th-level mage had a better chance than a 2nd-level mage. The news that Franz had managed to raise his rank overnight shocked those present. Oscar said that to make Franz the best of the mages, he had to demonstrate at least a few abilities. Grant Sirius realized that Oscar had already outmaneuvered him on this, so he turned to his bodyguard. Leslie Morgan was ordered not to go easy on his opponent. Oscar patted Franz on the back, saying that everything would be fine and there was no need to be afraid. If Franz did everything as they had discussed yesterday, he would definitely win. Franz Sirius, surprisingly, was completely calm. He said goodbye to his teacher and headed into the duel. With the confident stride of a winner, he walked toward his opponent, telling Oscar that he would be back soon. The knight bowed his head before the young master and greeted him, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Franz was also glad to see Leslie, with whom he had spent time on numerous occasions at his family home. As soon as the signal to begin the duel was given, Morgan rushed to attack his opponent. Franz immediately felt immense pressure from his opponent. Even without the sword's aura and from a great distance, Morgan posed a threat. It seemed as though this knight towered over his opponent like a rock. For a split second, Franz thought he didn't have time to react. And even if the guy had wanted to say, "I surrender," he wouldn't have been able to. Oscar watched his comrade with concern. This battle was truly very difficult for him. Oscar knew that to restore the White Tower's power, he needed Franz Sirius. While defending the herbalist on the battlefield, Oscar had let one swordsman slip past. Without Franz, they would have been in big trouble. Franz recalled all these events and situations and felt a sense of relief. It seemed as though the young man had lifted a huge, powerful weight off his shoulders that had been weighing him down. Franz activated the wind cutter for the first time in his life. He heard that someone needed him. So now Franz couldn't let Oscar down and began attacking Leslie Morgan. The knight was still handling the young man's attacks perfectly well, but he noted that Franz had improved significantly and was now capable of casting 2 spells at the same time. And he saw some new technique. It was probably a sword-fighting technique used in the East. Knight Morgan managed to parry this attack as well, but now he had to exert himself to do so. It seemed as though the opponent's sword had shattered into pieces. Something was wrong. Morgan decided he'd let the young lord fight long enough, and it was time for his signature move. Franz saw his opponent's sword approaching his body and realized that the moment had come to turn the tide of battle. Franz knew his opponent was too fast for him to block. Despite this, the young man managed to form a wind palm and use it to parry the knight's attack. Grant Sirius was pleasantly surprised, unable to understand how his brother could have grown so much in just one night. Perhaps Oscar had used some forbidden technique. However, Oscar replied that there was no need to worry about it. His methods were entirely reasonable and safe. Knight Morgan, swinging his sword, realized that the young Lord Franz had indeed grown significantly in his martial arts. However, he decided it was time to put an end to this duel, for the life of a battle mage was not suited to Franz. The young man was weaker than the others, and this growth could only harm him. The knight approached with his sword in hand, certain that this would be for the best. Once his wounds healed, Franz would find work in the company. He wouldn't have to suffer, and he wouldn't have to make his family worry. Leslie Morgan reached out to remove the necklace from his opponent's neck, thereby ending the battle. Everyone understood that Franz's departure would bring relief to his family, and it was also clear that this was the end of the duel. But then Grant Sirius saw a smile on his face. That smile spoke of confidence and victory. The night before, after the spirit transfer had gone successfully, Oscar asked how well Franz was feeling after training. Franz lay exhausted on the ground and said that after they started beating him, the god of the wind had automatically left him. Oscar agreed that until Franz reached the level of complete transformation, the wind still hadn't fully submitted to him. But if he could make full use of the wind god in tomorrow's match, that should be enough to win. Besides, in addition to transforming his body into air, Franz would have to do a lot more. Oscar drew on the board the most fascinating aspect of the wind god, the one that made him invincible. It was unification. The ability to turn anything that touched his body into air, whether an object or clothing, was the most absurd aspect of the wind god. In any duel, it is extremely important to keep all your cards up your sleeve until the very end. Victory in a battle of wits is far more valuable, and now Franz had an excellent opportunity to prove it to everyone. Knight Leslie Morgan was certain he had removed the necklace from the young gentleman's neck. But at that very moment, his necklace was in Franz Sirius's hands. Franz was beside himself with joy. Had he really done it? The boy had never felt such pride in himself before. His older brother looked on in bewilderment. He couldn't believe that Franz would be able to harness the wind god, since all the healers had said the boy would never be able to touch him again. The vice head summed it up, saying that it seemed the match had come to an end, and most likely everyone had already seen the results. Oscar was also very pleased with his student, who had successfully completed the task. Of course, it was hard to believe that in just a day, Franz had managed to achieve such an amazing result. The rivals shook hands and Grant Sirius confirmed that he accepted defeat. Hamel invited Grant to stay for a while in the White Tower, since the man had come such a long and difficult way. However, Franz's older brother declined, saying he had matters to attend to at home, and asked the elders to continue looking after his younger brother. As he was leaving, Grant told Franz that the boy had grown up unexpectedly and remarkably. Knight Morgan bowed his head before his master, feeling that he had let his master down and failed to accomplish the task at hand. Of course, it wasn't easy for Franz to realize that his family had tried to take advantage of him, but everything had turned out for the best. Left alone, Franz could no longer hold back and let the happiness and joy that filled his pure and sincere soul overflow. But the very next day, along with victory and honors, everyday life returned to Franz, and it couldn't be said that he was very pleased. Standing before the door that led to an underground labyrinth, or even an underground prison, Franz couldn't believe this was his future training hall. Oscar agreed that Franz wasn't entirely wrong, since these rooms clearly hadn't been used for training for hundreds of years. Franz was also indignant that he hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he being sent to solo training? It turned out to be a personal order from the deputy head of the tower. Franz understood that the head had high hopes for him. However, he hadn't even had time to rest after the duel, and already he was being sent off for solitary training. Oscar advised him to think positively, since it takes time to get used to the spirit of the wind. Besides, it was worth testing all the abilities the boy possessed, now that he had become a 4th-level mage. Oscar promised that, in the end, Franz wouldn't die during this training. It didn't sound very reassuring, and there were real tears in the boy's eyes. Oscar shoved his student into the basement. He didn't bother to mention that sending the boy on such a difficult solo training session had been his own idea. The night before, after the duel, Oscar had spent time talking with the head of the tower. He insisted that Franz needed to spend time in isolation and training. Hamel agreed to authorize this type of training, though he understood that they would have to reward Franz with something nice in a month's time. The head shared some good news with Oscar. The Sirius Trading Company had offered to let them use their supply network completely free of charge. Oscar understood that Grant Sirius had already calculated all the benefits for the Sirius Company from the revival of the White Tower and Franz's rise to become one of the best mages. There was nothing wrong with that, neither for the tower nor for Franz. It really was good news. The vice head moved on to the next topic. He had one request for Oscar. Hamel asked the young man to give a lecture for the White Magic Tower. Oscar pretended he was thirsty, giving himself a moment to consider the request. Of course, there was nothing complicated or surprising about it. However, Oscar believed that at this moment, the head of the tower wanted the young man to focus on the field of potion making. Perhaps there was a reason why the White Tower's mages needed to become significantly more capable in a short period of time. As if reading his thoughts, the head of the tower said that Oscar was a quick learner. Oscar had probably heard of the Night of Magic. The Night of Magic was the day when mages from all the towers gathered in one place. This event was created to demonstrate the harmony, unity of the towers, and the abilities of their mages. The Emperor wanted this day to foster bonds between the magical towers. But of course, things turned out quite differently. At every gathering of mages from different towers, everyone simply continued to compete. A few years later, these unsuccessful Nights of Magic were discontinued. Oscar surmised that the Emperor wanted to revive the tradition. The head of the tower confirmed Oscar's guess and said that the public had not yet been told about it. The Imperial family would make an official announcement with details after the New Year's celebrations. However, Hamel felt that they needed to be wary of the Black Tower. Oscar knew that as long as the Black Tower sought to claim its place among the great schools of magic, there was a high probability that the White Tower would be under threat. Right now, all the mages of the White Tower are doing their best, but the situation is still complicated. Oscar pounded his chest with his fist, telling the elder that he would take care of it. Oscar walked across the campus, pondering how the Black Tower was planning to make a name for itself. It was an act of immense audacity because the White Tower would only be knocked off its pedestal over his dead body. The spirit summoning ceremony was a revelation. Oscar was pleased that everything had turned out so strangely. The god of the wind had remembered a pathetic little man who couldn't even keep a promise. A few days ago, during the spirit summoning, the wind spirit was outraged, for no one summons spirits so that someone else might make a contract with them. In response to the wind spirit's indignation, Oscar uttered a single phrase, Sylphrion of silence. Oscar felt that this was exactly what Oscar Sage would have done in his place. He reached out to the spirit of the wind and told the sylph of silence to let it be known that the white mage had returned. The spirit god was outraged that this man dared to utter the name of the spirit queen. He began to scrutinize Oscar closely and now had no idea who was standing before him. After all, the Queen of Spirits herself had given an order for the sake of some man. Oscar was ready to explain, but then it would have become uninteresting. The God of Spirits said he would grant Oscar's request, but it would not be a contract, merely an arrangement. Oscar replied that this was enough for them and thanked him for his help. The God of Spirits said that the Queen had asked him to convey a message to the man. Don't forget your promise. That's what she said. Oscar intended to keep his promise, for he had already saved many lives in the White Tower thanks to the Queen of Spirits, and he would certainly repay the debt in the future. The young man printed an announcement for a special lecture for the White Tower's mages, where a different interpretation of the fundamentals of magic would be presented. He drew up a schedule of classes to be held every Monday and Thursday, but first he had to take care of his family obligations. The young man arrived at the classes listed in the announcement and found that his comrades, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had already gathered there. Looking at the mages gathered in the auditorium, the young man assumed that they were all weaklings because he didn't see anyone above the third level. One of the girls suggested that this was probably because they would be discussing the basics of magic, and all the mid-level mages were very busy. Judging by the fact that the White Tower had received more funding, all the powerful mages were indeed busy. However, according to rumors, the lecturer had been personally invited by the deputy head of the tower. Moreover, it was significant that the lectures would be held in the main building. This was where the Imperial Observation Seminar had once taken place. The girls assumed the lecturer would turn out to be some kind of celebrity, and they couldn't wait to see him. However, at that moment, one of the students said they shouldn't get their hopes up for anything serious. He was amazed that his classmates were making such a fuss over Victoria, whom no one really paid much attention to. He was the sole heir to the County of Proud, named Damien Proud. His classmate thought that Damien was being too pessimistic, but Damien thought the lecture wasn't serious. There were no admission requirements based on applications, as they do in other magic towers. And here it simply said something about a different interpretation of the fundamentals of magic. Wasn't it obvious that everyone gathered here was a low-level mage? If this were as magnificent a lesson as his classmates expected, their noble second-level genius would be here too. At that moment, someone cast the sound capture spell, and all the students froze as if deprived of their hearing. Damien didn't understand why he could no longer hear anything. The young man felt as if some kind of spell were weighing down on him. At that moment, the door to the lecture hall swung open, and a lecturer entered, greeting all the students. He introduced himself and said he would be teaching the mages a different interpretation of the fundamentals of magic. It was Oscar Cruz. The students were clearly disappointed to see such a lecturer. Oscar noted that he fully understood their feelings and did not blame them. Of course, it was good that Oscar was aware of his low level. However, the students didn't understand what such a weak mage could possibly teach them. The spirits still wouldn't let them open their mouths, and the students thought that Oscar had deliberately used magic to prevent them from contradicting him. At that moment, Oscar announced that if the students had any objections, they could leave the room right now. He said that from now on, the students were no longer under the constant supervision of a teacher. They had to take responsibility for themselves. However, before leaving the classroom, Oscar challenged the students to prove on their own that these lectures were truly unnecessary. He set aside 10 minutes for this, turning over the hourglass. During that time, the students were supposed to declare that they did not want to participate in his lecture. Oscar was confident that this was a fairly simple task that the students would handle without any trouble. The students sat in silence. They were outraged because Oscar had taken away their ability to speak. How could he expect them to refuse? Then the students' minds started working. They were facing a second-level mage, which meant he couldn't use a silence spell, and therefore they could break his spell, which is exactly what Oscar had done. He'd backed them into a corner. If the students weren't able to break his spell and speak out against attending the lecture, then they definitely needed this lecture. Oscar decided to test the students this way. He deliberately left a few vulnerabilities in the spell. However, that didn't mean breaking the spell would be easy. Time was almost up, but none of the students had managed to complete the task. Literally in the final seconds, Damien jumped up from the table and shouted, "I did it!" Oscar knew this mage as a student from the list of entry-level mages. Damien Proud was a smart guy but stubborn as a mule. Oscar sincerely congratulated the young man and said that Damien was the only one who had managed to complete the task. The boy replied that it had all been suspiciously simple, which was why he'd tackled the problem carefully and without rushing. Time was up. The other students soon realized they could hear again. Some felt that if they'd had just a little more time, they would have managed it. Oscar announced that Damien was the only one who had broken the spell, and the boy was happy, realizing that he wouldn't have to attend these classes anymore. However, when a person is allowed to just laze around, it gets boring. The first lecture hadn't even started yet, but Damien wanted to know what he would learn in the class itself. Oscar glanced at the young man and could literally read his every thought on his face. He said he wanted to give the guy a reward as the only one who had completed the task. Oscar wanted to teach the boy a single spell and asked, "Which basic spell do you like best, Damien?" It turned out to be the Wind Cutter. Oscar suggested that the student demonstrate how to cast the spell. Damien activated the Wind Cutter, and soon the energy of the wind appeared in his hand. After that, Damien made a sweeping motion around himself and told Oscar that this was all he could get out of the spell. Of course, it wasn't bad, but Oscar said he would now teach the guy the real Wind Cutter. Oscar reached out and was able to pass right through the Wind Cutter without any consequences. He said that by his standards, this wasn't a wind cutter, but at best, a crude version of it. Oscar grabbed the wind sword with his bare hand and said there were two problems here. The first problem was that the spell wasn't created from wind. Did Damien really think this was real wind? The young man began to explain that wind is the movement of air, but Oscar interrupted him. Oscar said that water remains water even if poured into a vessel, and fire remains fire no matter what form it takes. But with wind, the situation is different. Wind is only wind when air moves and flows continuously. That is why Damien did not create a wind cutter, but rather simply an air cutter. Stagnant water becomes putrid, and magic created from air does not flow and is unable to hold its form. The White Tower works specifically with the wind. In other words, the magic of the White Tower must move continuously. If there is no such movement, as Oscar will demonstrate to the students, the magic will constantly be interrupted. The second problem was that too much mana was wasted when casting a spell. Even a small reduction in mana consumption would help significantly. Once you've reached a certain level of mastery in magic, you can understand how a caster uses their magic, and the students would do well to learn to be economical with their mana. He gave an example. Damien comes from the famous Prod family, which has produced many high-ranking mages. Most likely as a child, he watched his family perform magic. Naturally, the boy tried to imitate them, and the Wind Cutter was likely one of the spells Damien attempted to copy. If this happened before he began studying magic, the spell was quite difficult as it is one of the most complex basic spells. Previously, Damien had tried to power through it by using a large amount of mana, and this habit has stuck with him to this day. Oscar summed it up. The boy would master the perfect Wind Cutter as soon as he worked on these issues. Although, of course, for such an outstanding student, the lecture might have seemed uninteresting. Damien replied that he didn't understand why Oscar was so sure he wasn't going to attend class. Oscar scored a small but very important victory by proving to his students that he was indeed capable of imparting new knowledge to them. Only 3 weeks had passed, and within the academy's walls, everyone was talking about the rumors surrounding Oscar Cruz. They said the guy turned out to be an amazing lecturer. Of course, it's possible that his lectures are only suitable for students stuck at the first level. However, it was already a known fact that several 4th and even 5th level mages were attending Oscar's lectures. It turned out that even they needed to attend these classes. High-level mages were ashamed to admit that they were willing to listen to Oscar. But it wasn't embarrassing to do so as part of a group. Besides, they had to hurry to get in line early. Even though the lecture wasn't for another 2 hours, if they didn't hurry, they might not get in. One of the students, sitting alone and keeping an eye on everything, watched all of this very closely. The students were surprised when so many newcomers showed up for class, and even more so because they were stronger, considering they were taking basic magic lessons. Everyone was stunned when they saw Elder Maxim at a desk, since he possessed a 7th level magical power. Oscar entered the classroom, greeted the students, and said that today they would be working on an important spell. Everyone present eagerly awaited to hear which spell he was referring to. It was the spell that every student considered the most important in a mage's life. It was the breeze spell. The students immediately looked downcast because they couldn't imagine anything more modest. It was the most basic spell of all, and Oscar wanted to show just how important a simple spell could be. It was freely used even beyond the White Tower. Elder Maxim said he had intended to simply observe, but now he was very curious. He wanted to ask, does Oscar really want to teach everyone here breeze? Instead of answering, Oscar asked Elder Maxim to demonstrate the spell to everyone present. The elder agreed, and soon a real wind began to sweep through the room. The students were forced to literally hold on to their desks because breeze turned out not to be a gentle breeze, but a real gust of wind, almost like wind pressure. Oscar thanked the elder and said that now he would show what is actually called breeze. Oscar asked one of the students, a girl named Amy Raven, to demonstrate her breeze. The girl was very embarrassed. She was shy about doing breeze in front of a large crowd, and besides, they could have asked someone else. However, Amy's breeze turned out to be very pleasant and warm. Everyone present felt a sense of comfort. Oscar asked the students, could they name the difference between these two spells? Among the answers were power, range, temperature, and even mood. However, the girl sitting in the back row pointed out the different nature of the mana. Veronica Fricks was absolutely right, and the teacher liked her answer. Oscar noted that the elders and Amy's spells differed in the nature of the mana from which they were created, and that was truly amazing. Even though the entire process, from the formation of the spell to its creation, was exactly the same, the elder's breeze was hot, like a desert whirlwind. At the same time, the other breeze was gentle, like a spring breeze. With such a significant difference in the nature of the winds, it's hard to believe they're the same spell. So another question arises. First of all, we need to figure out what the nature of mana is. One of the students answered, there are 4 types of mana: enhancement, acceleration, balance, and a special type. These are 4 systems of mana categorization, but Oscar wanted to hear about temperament. To do this, we need to think about the roots of the White Tower, in other words, about balance. It's worth noting that the White and Blue Towers have something in common. They represent balance due to the characteristics of the elements they possess. The Red and Yellow Towers are fast and powerful, but they are not balanced. In this world, there is no such thing as cold fire or lightning, so they possess only extreme characteristics. But air and water can be hot and cold without limits, so they create a balance. However, there is a clear difference between the Blue Tower and the White Tower. Although both are very similar, let's take water as an example. The conditions for it to boil in the White Tower are more flexible and controllable. At standard atmospheric pressure, you need to reach a temperature of 100 degrees, wait a little while, and the water will boil. However, creating a hot wind is even easier than boiling water. It assimilates more easily with its surroundings and changes its state. Oscar directed the hot air at some of the students, who immediately imagined themselves in the desert. At the same time, the students sitting at the neighboring desks were engulfed by cold air and began to literally freeze. Wind possesses far greater freedom than any other element. It is capable of manifesting mighty power, just like the Red Tower. The wind can be as fast as the lightning of the Yellow Tower and possess the freedom to create form, like the water of the Blue Tower. Moreover, the water of the Blue Tower does not mix with oil, while the wind has absolutely no limitations. Relying on the mage's imagination, air is the only element capable of manifesting any temperament. Only air is in harmony with the entire world. As a result, the magicians of the White Tower must pay attention to how they relate to their wind and what they see in it. Mages must also control what essence they consider the wind to be. This is the main point of today's lesson. As soon as Oscar finished explaining the difference to the students, Elder Maxim tried to activate his breeze again. However, it became clear to everyone that something strange was happening to Maxime. The elder closed his eyes and tried to figure out what kind of essence the wind was for him. Seeing this, Oscar forbade anyone from touching the elder. Finally, Elder Maxim opened his eyes and said that he was certain of his wind, though he couldn't quite put it into words. Oscar told the students to move far away. One must not disturb the peace when the moment of enlightenment arrives. The younger students looked at the elder in surprise, not understanding what was happening to him, and cautiously stepped back. Oscar explained that Elder Maxim was undergoing an awakening. When the awakening process was complete, the elder opened his eyes and was once again ready to interact with people. He said that he had not managed to reach the 8th level, but he was grateful to the teacher and now embraced him sincerely. Of course, Oscar was pleased to hear the praise. Thanks to this, the next classes would be easier to conduct, since now no one would dare to take a risk against the low-ranking Oscar. But the biggest highlight of today's session turned out to be meeting Veronica Fricks. This girl had long caught Oscar's attention. She was the only one present who gave the correct answer regarding the different nature of breezes. Veronica Fricks was one of the most problematic students Oscar had previously written about in his diary. As a rule, the most difficult and problematic students become that way because they get bored in classes designed for the average student. The next day, Oscar went to the innovative training hall because Veronica had told him that something interesting was happening there. The day before, after class, the girl had asked why Oscar wasn't on the mage rankings. Could it be that he didn't train in the Future Innovation Training Hall? Oscar thought Veronica had liked yesterday's class, which was why she'd been so friendly. But now he needed to figure out why she'd been looking at him like he was a bug. Oscar walked to the training hall, thinking that now he needed to earn Veronica's respect. He knew that there were only 3 such innovative halls of the future out of 300, and even the color of their doors was different. Was it really that special? Why not make the doors magical if they were so unique? But they had to be opened the usual way. Upon entering the innovative training room, Oscar stopped, put his hands on his hips, and looked around. He didn't understand what was so special about this place, but he was about to find out. The voice of the training assistance system named Argo sounded from the speaker. The room utilized the achievements of magical engineering, and that meant all the money went to the mages from the Yellow Tower who had designed the hall. Argo announced that after registering the user's information, it would be able to create a personalized training course. Oscar decided not to register, so he was offered the option to train as an unregistered user. After that, he had to select his desired difficulty level. Argo explained that the program had 100 levels, and you could train according to your preferences. Oscar decided to start with the first level. 3 balls appeared before him, which he had to pop using physical or magical attacks. If he used area of effect attacks, the training would end prematurely. The next moment, the young man received a congratulatory message for completing the first level. Oscar liked that area of effect attacks were prohibited. After that, he had to select the difficulty level again. Oscar decided to skip straight to the 100th level. Argo warned him, starting from the 80th level, the balls get smaller and move faster. Plus, the balls would act aggressively toward the user. Argo noted that this training is prohibited for certain groups of people due to the risk to life. But Oscar said everything was fine, and he was ready to continue. The guy warmed up before the training began, assuming it must be difficult if so many precautions were in place. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound coming from the upper part of the hall. The room turned out to be filled with 1,000 balloons that had to be popped using physical or magical attacks. Area of effect attacks were not allowed. If he missed more than 10 hits, the training session would not count. Oscar activated Wind Cutter and began destroying the balls. He had to pop all the balls, but if he did it one by one, he wouldn't have enough mana. Oscar decided to use as little power as possible. He reduced the size of the cutter and made it sharper. He couldn't forget the need to avoid getting hit by a ball. Oscar soon realized that the training went beyond mere entertainment. Be that as it may, out of breath and having expended a great deal of strength and energy, Oscar completed the 100th training level and received congratulations. Oscar lay on the floor of the training hall, satisfied with the training he had just completed. If the mages of the current generation train like this from childhood, then the standards for mages have risen significantly compared to the past. Oscar realized that he needed to work harder and eat right to build muscle. But suddenly his training was interrupted by the arrival of another mage. It was Veronica Fricks, who hadn't expected to run into Oscar so early in the morning, since he usually paid no attention to her words or advice. Oscar replied that he had simply decided to stop by the gym, since a healthy body means a healthy mind. That was his motto now. After that, Oscar said goodbye to the girl, wishing her luck at practice. Veronica was stunned. It turned out that Oscar had used a famous quote that once belonged to Oscar Sage. The girl didn't understand why Oscar, who had always looked down on her because of his noble background, had changed so suddenly. She ordered the 50th level of training for herself. While Argo was setting up the program for her, Veronica checked the rankings and noticed some changes. Now, the top spot was held by an unregistered player who had cleared the 100th level much faster than previous winners. Veronica was very interested in information about this mage. Argo explained that he couldn't disclose personal data. The girl realized that the record had been broken on the continent, but she didn't know by whom exactly. She demanded that Argo reveal the record holder's name, But the program replied again that it could not disclose personal information. Suddenly, Veronica suggested that this player might be Oscar, but Argo did not confirm her guess. Oscar was returning from the gym, knowing his muscles would be sore the next day, when Elder Maxim suddenly came out to meet him. They exchanged greetings and the elder addressed Oscar with a question. Elder Fedalina reported that the merchants at the market were refusing to buy potions from the White Tower, fearing that the mages of the Blue Tower might seek revenge. Oscar was in charge of production, so he needed to know this information. Everyone was racking their brains trying to solve this problem. Besides, there was a long line for breakfast in the cafeteria. Oscar listened to the conversation between two mages discussing today's assignments. The guys were windriders. They delivered mail. Today, they'd even gotten a raise. Oscar thought that perhaps it was worth shutting down the binding business. It didn't bring in much money, and it would be better to focus on the lands. However, the head of the tower took delivery very seriously. It required a lot of workers, and the profit was small. Political issues didn't help here, so there was no way to get through to the authorities. The only upside was that ordinary residents valued delivery above all else that other magical towers did. Besides, townspeople often treated mail carriers and delivery people to all sorts of delicacies. Listening to all this chatter, a brilliant idea popped into Oscar's head. He asked the guys, "How often do delivery people run into people while working?" The guys explained that it happens practically every time, because the recipient's signature is required to prove delivery. Oscar thanked the mail carriers for the valuable information, which embarrassed them even more. Without waiting for breakfast, Oscar ran to Head Hamel's office to put his plan into action. It seemed that Oscar wanted to use the windriders to sell potions door to door. He understood that merchants didn't want to work with the White Tower, and now it was possible to interact with buyers directly. Of course, it wasn't a bad idea, but potions weren't exactly essential for people in their daily lives. Oscar decided to develop new potions that could hardly even be called innovative. For example, the White Tower has a mid-tier recovery potion with high effectiveness. It can be slightly tweaked to create 4 versions, categorized by age and gender groups. This could be the main goal, and we could also create a potion to be used in combination with preparations for flexibility and muscle strengthening. Also, we should work on the name. The original name might seem too clever for ordinary people. Only a few days had passed. The man sat on a bench feeling that he had aged considerably and hardly felt his former burst of energy. A delivery man approached him, greeted old Mr. Graham, and informed him that he had a package for the gentleman. It was a letter from Mr. Graham's friend, who, fortunately, was still alive. The delivery man joked that their generation shouldn't die at all. Old man Graham replied that with each passing day, he felt his head and body growing heavier. He wasn't sick, but he felt a lack of strength. Hearing this, the delivery man took a vial of a new medicine out of his bag. It was a tonic, the latest invention from the White Magic Tower. It had a simple, straightforward name, tonic. This zero-class utility tonic was created for the older generation. It supported the immune system and boosted energy. The delivery man explained that Old Man Miller had started taking the tonic last week, and today he had already announced that he was going on a hike. Old Man Graham was surprised. He knew Miller well and was aware of his knee problems, which made it difficult for him to walk. The delivery man confided that the tonic had been developed by Oscar Cruz himself, the extraordinary genius of the White Tower. The old man had heard that name before, but couldn't recall it now. Indeed, Oscar had developed a cure for the Caden flu. Old Man Graham assumed the medicine must be expensive, since a genius had created it. It turned out to cost only 30 coins. The medicine was to be taken 1 bottle per week, but the old man remembered that he had previously received tonics from the Blue Tower and New Tech that had had no effect. The delivery man said he had a special offer for the old man, not just a delivery of an expensive and useless medicine. Before revealing the details of the offer, he asked if the old man was a resident of Syria. There was a special promotion for city residents. Sign up for an annual subscription, and a bottle of tonic would be delivered every week. The old man figured that if he cut back on drinking and quit smoking, it would barely affect his budget. The first few bottles were provided free of charge, so Graham decided right away to try the tonic for himself. The night passed, and the next morning the man woke up in his bed feeling light. These feelings didn't leave him during breakfast, and he assumed it was thanks to the tonic. Old Man Graham hopped on his bike and set off to ride through the city streets, amazed by the newfound energy he felt. He rode to the square, where other elderly men were playing chess. They were surprised to see Graham, whom they had already assumed had died of old age. Graham replied that he had been resting for a few days and now he was fine. Joining the chess game, Graham quickly mastered the game and won. The man admitted that his cognitive abilities had improved significantly that day. He found it easy to concentrate and felt great. His friends suggested that Graham must be taking some kind of expensive remedy. Perhaps his granddaughter had given him an elixir. The old men didn't want to let Graham go until he revealed the truth about his transformation. Graham explained that he had simply tried a new tonic made by the magicians of the White Tower. Although everyone believed that homeopathy didn't work, the effect was clear. Oscar Cruz was sitting in the lab working on a new potion recipe when he was suddenly informed of the problems that had arisen. After reading a newspaper article, Oscar realized that if things continued in this vein, their potions would simply sit idle in the warehouses. It turned out that the Blue Tower had launched a sale on its entire product line with a 15% discount. Lena White was very upset. She believed that the Blue Tower wanted to drive them out of the market, since with such a discount, the Blue Tower's mages wouldn't make any profit. Oscar didn't see a problem, believing that the Blue Tower mages would quickly tire of such promotions. But Lena was still worried, fearing that the market would be closed to them. The girl suggested selling flu medicine along with restorative potions. Oscar flatly forbade it. If the White Tower tried to profit from the flu outbreak, the people would get angry, and the Blue Tower would have a reason to slander the White Tower even more. Lena understood the situation, but she had to accept that the White Tower's mages would suffer losses. Oscar asked how many potions were currently in stock. The warehouses were full of stock, and no one would even notice if someone took a few hundred vials. Oscar explained his idea: to use all the mid-range potions from the warehouse and reprocess them. They could be turned into tonics, which were very popular, since there was no point in storing unsellable potions. He suggested adding incentives. For example, if a family bought several bottles of tonic, they'd get a discount. That would increase the purchasing power of families with children and the elderly, and they also needed to spread the word so that people would hear about it. Oscar didn't go into details, but Lena realized she was dealing with someone who always knew what to do. He suggested spreading a rumor that the tonic was good for male virility. The girl was skeptical of the idea, considering it more of a marketing ploy. 3 weeks later, it seemed as though they had achieved an economic victory at the Blue Tower. Moira rubbed her hands together with satisfaction, believing the job was done and the White Tower completely crushed. Her joy was backed up by the sales charts. Everything was going great for the Blue Tower, while the White Tower had plummeted to a low. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the head of the Blue Tower's potions department entered Moira's office. He brought a fresh copy of the newspaper and handed it to Moira, who hadn't read the news yet. The next moment, the head of the department slammed the newspaper against Moira's ear with all his might, declaring that his joy was completely unfounded. With trembling hands, Moira picked up the newspaper and began to study the article. The department had raged and thrashed about, believing that Moira had sacrificed all of the Blue Tower's profits for the sake of pitiful results. The article stated that the White Tower had hit it big by launching the production of the tonic. Over 10 million bottles were sold in the first month. The tonic had become a popular gift for aging parents and also turned out to have an unexpectedly pleasant side effect for men. Moira stared at the article in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes, since no White Tower tonics had ever been sold on the market before, and he controlled the market. The article explained that door-to-door sales methods and the subscription system had proven very convenient and were a godsend for the White Tower's mages. But that wasn't all. The White Tower announced that it would keep the discounts on its potions permanently, since the actions of their comrades from the Blue Tower had genuinely moved Oscar Cruz. One might assume that the White Tower had originally planned to sell the potion at a low price, but the public didn't know that. The sales manager was furious. His subordinates had failed to get the job done, drawing up a schedule and thinking they had already won. The situation had developed to the point where no amount of pressure could influence the potion market, bypassing the White Tower. Ordinary people now wanted her tonic specifically, and soon the White Tower's sales graph changed significantly. The question of recouping the losses incurred by the Blue Tower became unsolvable. Not even Moira, working without pay, could cover them. In the eastern part of the continent lay a territory belonging to the Yang dynasty. A giant goblin lived in this territory and was now fighting the people. The locals tried to stop the monster so it wouldn't reach the settlement. The warriors formed the 9 dragons of the Windy Cloud formation, but it proved futile against the enormous goblin. It easily scattered its opponents, as if shooing flies away from food. The people didn't know what to do, while the goblin was in a frenzy, sensing the scent of humans and anticipating his prey. The men exchanged glances, despair in their eyes. They no longer believed anything could save them. But suddenly they felt a light breeze. Lifting their heads, they saw something unusual approaching from above. Perhaps the goblin had thrown some object at them. But soon a loud voice rang out. "Finally, we found you. Return peacefully to your lands if you don't want to die." A girl in a hooded cloak descended from the sky and stood between the people and the monster. She instantly used her innate magic to summon a relentless wind, instantly destroying the monster. When the danger had passed, the girl addressed the frightened people. "Lately, things like this have been happening more and more often." The man introduced himself. "I am Chun of the Nine Dragon sect," and bowed his head in greeting to his savior. Removing her hood, Sasha Mace, head of the White Magic Tower, appeared before the men. Dasha asked if the men had brought what she had asked for. Chun replied that they had fulfilled her request and gathered newspapers from the Empire. The sect leader had already told Sasha Mace that the White Tower had been frequently mentioned in recent newspaper issues. Sasha took the newspapers with trembling hands. She was afraid to read that the White Tower had supposedly gone bankrupt during her absence. Perhaps they had already been stripped of their status as one of the great magical towers. Sasha couldn't imagine how she would be able to look the master in the eye if that were true. However, the article stated that the White Tower was continuing to write its success story at a rapid pace. The cult leader probably had those articles printed on purpose so as not to upset the girl. Sasha immersed herself in reading and learned that the delivery service was working perfectly. She hadn't originally set it up for profit and had never expected the business to succeed. Chun swore that the articles weren't made up. Sasha said goodbye to the men and told them to transfer payment for the order to an account at the Vampire Bank. After that, the girl left, deciding to figure everything out for herself. One thing is clear, changes are taking place in the White Tower, and Sasha Mace decided to verify everything herself. Lena White, folding her arms across her chest, approached Oscar and said, "You're a real wizard." Oscar tensed at such praise, but the girl confirmed it. All of Oscar's predictions had come true. Moreover, the newspaper article had shaken the Blue Tower, and thanks to Oscar, sales of recovery potions had skyrocketed. Oscar was reserved and asked how people were reacting to their product. It turned out that many cities besides Serena had requested to start selling them. Lena White had already put out a feeler, but the army hadn't responded yet. Oscar knew that the army had always received supplies from the Blue Tower on preferential terms, so there was no point in waiting for them just yet. But overall, there was no need to worry about potion sales. He added that he trusted Lena to manage the movement of goods herself and submit a report no more than once a month. The girl thought that Oscar was dumping all the dirty work on her while he went off to have fun. But in reality, he planned to take care of the tower's internal affairs and restore the lost magic textbooks. It shouldn't take long, but he couldn't rush the work so as not to arouse suspicion, even as a genius. Oscar decided to invent a fictional name, a mage who was well-known, influential, and mature. Someone who would become a figure in magical theory. And just at that moment, the door creaked and swung open. A young man stepped out of the room, stretching and limbering up his arms and legs. The young man's name was Schweinkoch. He said, "It's been a while since I've seen the sun." Elder Maxim greeted the man cheerfully. "Indeed, it's been several years since we last saw each other." Elder Fidelina noted that Schwein had woken up quite early and asked how his research had gone. Judging by the expression on the theoretical mage's face, he hadn't managed to come up with anything substantial. The young man was upset. He hadn't been able to manifest the spell needed for his presentation at the White Night Festival, and he still hadn't found the correct value for the final mana. He shouldn't have rushed things, since Schwein's research was very complex, but he had already spent 7 years on it. The young man was genuinely frustrated, hoping to find the correct value in his calculations, but so far without success. Elder Maxim asked if Schwein would like to take on an assistant, such as Oscar Cruz. The theoretical mage said that, at best, Oscar wouldn't understand anything about scientific work. Fidelina replied that Oscar had already become a second-level mage thanks to his hard work. Seeing Schwein's surprised expression, Maxim explained that while he had been engaged in scientific work, significant changes had taken place in the White Tower. Fidelina recalled that not long ago she couldn't stand Oscar, but now the situation had changed dramatically. Schweinkoch listened to his companions without much enthusiasm. He couldn't believe that the atmosphere in the tower had changed so much. The mage looked around and noticed that the other students looked healthier, happier, and more energetic. Maxime explained that the changes had occurred because Oscar's potential had finally been unlocked, and began telling his friend the latest news. Schwein listened attentively and asked, "From what I've heard, Oscar's turned out to be good at alchemy." But that wasn't even the point. It was as if the spirit of a legendary merchant had taken hold of Oscar. He displayed an incredible business acumen. On top of that, the guy gave excellent lectures to students, covering the theory and practice of magic at every level. Schweinkoch tried to calm his comrades who had scattered, discussing superlines. He promised to meet with Oscar to talk in person. The theoretical mage noted that he harbors no ill will toward Oscar. It's just that his work is very complex. Even the same view from the first-floor windows in the tower's roof would be completely different. In other words, even if Oscar is a genius, the breadth of a second-level mage's perspective is very limited, not to mention how complex the problems Schwein is studying are. He was working on restoring the personal magic of a genius among geniuses and a mage among mages, the archmage Oscar Sage. When the two met, Oscar was surprised. He was immediately offered a test. Schweinkoch introduced himself, saying that he was one of the oldest magicians of the White Tower, specializing in magical theory and the restoration of lost spells. He was working on a research project, but completing it on his own in a short time was not feasible. Oscar barely listened to the mage. He saw in him exactly the person he needed, an influential and renowned master of magical theory. Schwein apologized for having to test Oscar, even though he himself needed an assistant. Oscar reassured him, saying that testing one's knowledge when looking for an assistant made perfect sense. Schwein gave Oscar 50 minutes to complete the task, and the young man promised to give it his all. As he worked on the test, Oscar realized, this is nonsense. A 5th or 6th level theoretical mage should easily handle such tasks. Judging by the level of the questions, he needed an assistant to correct his mistakes, which meant that Schwein had already nearly found the correct mana values during the final refinements. Schwein watched the boy and was surprised. A young man with second-level magic was solving everything very quickly. Judging by the fact that Oscar had already reached the last page, he reasoned like a high-ranking mage and was familiar with the concepts of advanced theory. Seeing that Oscar was finishing up, Schwein probably got frustrated by the difficulty of the problems and just checked the boxes at random. Oscar deliberately slowed down and sat with a pen in his hand so as not to appear too smart. Schwein decided that the young man was stumped. The problems were on a completely different level of difficulty. Oscar's expression betrayed his surprise. He was facing some truly challenging tasks. He enjoyed working with his own spell, which meant that some books from his past life still remained. When he finished, Oscar handed the results to his colleagues so that Schwein could check them. The elder assessed the work and praised the young man, though he was certain Oscar hadn't even tried to calculate the metrics on his own. Schwein generally liked Oscar, and he would have been sorry to deny him the position of assistant, but he regretted that the young man hadn't tried to delve deeper into solving complex problems. Schwein's expectations had been inflated by the recommendations of elders Maxim and Fidelina. But the young man realized that, as he flipped through the pages, Oscar had done everything correctly. This requires exceptional mathematical ability. Oscar must possess knowledge of advanced mathematics, not remain a second-level mage. Schwein turned to Oscar, asking if he had answered the last question correctly. Oscar confidently said that he was completely sure of the result, having written down all possible values for the mana indicators. He explained that he had used dynamic values to avoid errors in his calculations. Thus, Oscar solved the problem by using dynamic values that changed during the process. Schwein's hands were sweating from the tension. The elder could no longer contain himself and asked Oscar for permission to use these values for a trial casting of the spell. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he watched the result and couldn't believe his eyes. Schwein continued to be amazed, unable to understand how such a thing was even possible. The elder shook the assistant's hand and said, "Oscar is no mere assistant. He will be listed as a co-author of this thesis." Oscar confirmed that the spell the mage had previously researched was exactly as they had just reproduced it. Schwein confirmed that this was the final test task. This magic, developed by Oscar Sage, the head of the tower of the previous generation, was called Ouroboros. Oscar didn't understand why the mage had taken on this spell and spent so many years on it. The spell required only a single injection of mana, creating a virtually endless source of wind. This directly violated the law of conservation of mana and was, in theory, a perfect perpetual motion machine. The name Ouroboros symbolizes eternity and the endless circulation of energy. It sounds pretentious, but by Oscar Sage's standards, this spell was considered a failure. By this time, humanity had already conquered the Earth. Humanity had also conquered water, yet one final, unfathomable frontier remained. Conquering the sky was the goal of the Blue Skies Project. This was precisely what Oscar Sage was working on when he invented this spell. In the war against the demons, the mages began developing an aircraft that would give them an advantage. For this purpose, Oscar created the Ouroboros spell to serve as an engine. Although in theory this spell was nearly perfect, in practice it did not produce enough energy. There are plenty of other spells that would have worked better if the energy weren't needed for an airship. Of course, it wasn't worth wasting 7 years on this nonsense. Schwein was simply delighted with his own genius. He said they needed to tell Sasha Mace immediately, since the groundwork for the delivery service was already in place. She would be very happy. Oscar couldn't believe his ears. It turned out the head of the tower had established a delivery service for the sake of such pointless magic. Schweinkoch announced to Oscar that he had fulfilled his long-held dream with Sasha Mace and taken a step on the heavenly path. Oscar asked Schwein if he wanted to challenge the trials of the past once again. It turned out that was exactly the case. But Oscar believed that it was possible to launch an airship using only wind power. Schwein insisted that a normal aircraft couldn't take off with just one Ouroboros. However, a lot had changed in recent years. The elder led the young man to the table and said that much had changed. Now they possessed this. He pointed to the light bulb that was glowing and said that this was true techno-magic. The Blue Skies Project to develop this unique spell was led by Oscar Sage. The Yellow Tower also worked on it, and in the end, they took some of the results with them and made them the foundation of techno-magic. Thanks to this, the Yellow Tower made a remarkable leap forward. After the war, Oscar realized that if he hadn't died, the Yellow Tower would have gained nothing. And now increasing the output power of the Ouroboros using techno-magic will allow airships to take flight. And this is the main task of Schweinkoch's work. He planned to use a battery as a tool. Oscar listened to all this with great skepticism. Suppose they manage to charge the battery with wind currents, and perhaps they'll be able to use it to continuously increase mana reserves. This should become the ship's mighty heart, supplying it with endless energy. Oscar wondered if the Yellow Tower knew about this research. Schwein gave a negative answer. The Yellow Tower considers the very idea of airships absurd, and at the moment they are developing a different method of transportation. They had devised an iron carriage capable of moving endlessly across the ground, and they called this invention a train. Oscar had never heard of such a mode of transportation, but he knew for sure if the head of the Yellow Tower had latched onto this project, it meant it was a success. Successful, these trains would certainly introduce new paradigms into human life. However, they wouldn't be able to shock the world as much as the airship. It turns out the elders established a delivery service despite the losses, with the aim of eventually monopolizing the market by utilizing air routes. Elder Schwein confirmed this, saying that at the moment they rely exclusively on carts and ships to transport goods. Everything will change with the advent of trains. However, once airships enter the market, everything else will be considered obsolete, and the White Tower will take over the skyways, which until then had never been conquered. And to kick things off, they decided to set a bold goal to restore the Ouroboros spell and reveal it to the world at the White Night Festival. And now with Oscar's help, the Elder's cherished wish can finally be fulfilled. Oscar realized that the dream he had once considered unattainable had not been forgotten, and his students had brought it to life. In that case, Oscar realized that as the former teacher of these elders, he must pave the way. Oscar turned to the elder and asked why they shouldn't go even further and show the world the actual prototype of the airship at the White Night Festival. Schweinkoch looked at this young genius and could not find the words to answer him. Oscar had to repeat the question to the elder once more, and once again outline such a wonderful goal. Schwein agreed that seeing something like this in person would make a strong impression, and it would be more powerful than simply presenting an idea. Of course, it sounded logical and was worth pursuing. Schwein headed for the bookcase. He took a thick tome off the shelf, saying that in that case he needed to share these records with Oscar. The elder instructed Oscar to read the documents to get a grasp of the matter. Oscar began to study them. He had never seen such formulas before. These were works related to the manufacture of techno-magical batteries. Oscar asked the elder for permission to sit down at the table so he could study the material more closely. The young man noted that the work had been very thorough. The mage had taken a vast number of conditions into account. After reviewing the notes to the end, Oscar said that the calculations were excellent and they could begin development right away. Schweinkopf was pleased to hear the enthusiasm in Oscar's voice. However, before starting work, he wanted to explain something to his assistant. Before they began working together, Schweinkopf apologized to Oscar, feeling he had to do so for dragging the young man into an extremely dangerous undertaking. After all, as soon as the mages revealed the results of this work, the Yellow Tower would do everything in its power to stop them, even if it meant sacrificing lives. Oscar had already gotten worked up, so the information about threats from the Yellow Tower didn't sound like anything serious or scary to him at all. The elder replied that the boy was taking the situation too lightly. The tower will pile a heap of lawsuits on them, and in the middle of the night, it will most likely try to kill them. However, this didn't worry or scare Oscar at all. After all, if he let fear control his life, then he'd just confuse himself with excuses, and then the mage wouldn't do anything. And that's even scarier than the danger from the yellow mages. If Oscar hides in fear, he'll never escape the life he's living now, and everything will stay the same, and he'll be an empty shell. After all, their White Tower lost its power only because it handed the market over to the Blue Tower and military contracts to the Reds, and that's why they now have to tiptoe around the Yellow. But Oscar believed that this work would serve as the force that would allow the White Tower to rise from its knees. Such thoughts filled Oscar with the belief that he could handle any threats. Schweinkopf listened intently. It felt a bit off. It seemed as though Oscar had taken all the cool lines for himself. The elder was surprised. Why had Oscar never shown himself before? After that, he extended his hand. The men shook hands, and from that moment on, they planned to rely on one another. Literally, the very next day, work was in full swing. Colleagues were testing the application of the equations. If the spell output is reduced, the stability of the interaction process will change, and the result will be worse. But to launch the airship, stability had to be prioritized. A few more days passed. The magic theorists continued to calculate the ideal formula. Modifying the magnificent spell was difficult. A single careless adjustment caused changes throughout the entire chain. A few more days passed. The spell was already quite stable, but they still had to work in parallel to make it even more robust. The guys worked tirelessly, sometimes skipping breakfast and lunch. Oscar was about to go to the cafeteria to get some food. Suddenly, the lights went out throughout the tower. Something had happened with the electricity. Problems had become more frequent lately. Of course, they could take a break if the opportunity presented itself. Several more days passed as they worked on the formula. At one point, Elder Schwein said, "Now looking at all the work the guys did together, I'm sure I would never have finished my research if I hadn't met Oscar." Oscar replied with absolute sincerity and confidence that Schweinkopf could have managed on his own. To be completely honest, Oscar himself didn't believe they would make enough progress to show people the airship. The elder continued to argue that he hadn't believed they could bring the spell to its final form in such a short period, but now he was certain they would achieve their goal. Just in the midst of these conversations, the power began to flicker. But the boys weren't upset by the darkness that had fallen, because their magic shone even brighter. So things weren't so bad after all. Suddenly, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Mage Oscar Cruz is to report immediately to the office of the deputy head of the tower. Schweinkopf sent Oscar to the office, saying that now it was his turn to show something impressive, and that he would definitely finish developing the battery. The deputy head of the tower said that everyone had already noticed power outages had become more frequent lately, and they were now practically a daily occurrence. Hamill believed that the mana supply was being interrupted, so the station needed to be cleaned. Most likely he was referring to cleaning up slime. Oscar promised he would take care of it. The deputy head admitted that they'd been short-handed lately, and no one had been doing the cleaning. A fairly large amount of slime must have accumulated around the station. Oscar was certain if the station was cleaned out, the outages would stop. Hamill arranged to meet Veronica at the bottom to go up to the tower the next morning. Oscar didn't understand. Why did he need Veronica Fricks? Did cleaning slime really require a fourth-level mage? It turned out that newbies had to work in pairs with an experienced partner, and Miss Veronica had been looking very worried lately. The tower's deputy head hoped that working together would help them inspire each other. Oscar agreed to carry out the assignment without arguing. The guy figured it was just an excuse. The meeting with Veronica didn't go very well. She immediately bombarded him with questions about why Oscar had arrived so late. Of course, it would have been better to say good morning to each other, since Oscar had actually arrived a few minutes early. However, Veronica replied rather rudely, telling Oscar to shut up and get into the carriage. The guy sat there silently, not understanding why Veronica was suddenly acting so rudely. The girl immediately stated that they weren't in the lecture hall today, and that meant she would be the leader on this assignment. Because even if Oscar theoretically had the knowledge, Veronica had more practical experience. In other words, she basically wanted to tell Oscar not to act like a lecturer outside the classroom. Once the boundaries were established and there was no misunderstanding between the young people, they rode calmly in the carriage in complete silence. Oscar noted that the girl looked very tired. She probably hadn't been able to sleep well that night. Veronica replied, if he had noticed that, he'd better not have disturbed her sleep. Oscar asked what was causing Veronica's insomnia, since he might be able to help her. Perhaps he had a solution to her problem. It was clear that Veronica was trying not to yell or be rude. Her eyes spoke volumes. Oscar, for his part, was completely calm. He was enjoying looking at Veronica. The girl had an outstanding talent. It had always been intriguing to discover exactly what kind of talent Veronica possessed, because her abilities were frequently highlighted in the records. Oscar believed that the girl could become much better if she just spoke her mind. Veronica didn't respond to such a provocation, but she thought that it was precisely because of Oscar that she'd been having trouble sleeping lately. Veronica wanted to master the forceful wind, like Elder Maxim's, but she couldn't even imitate him. She got very angry, and that's why she couldn't fall asleep. Veronica couldn't bring herself to confess to Oscar and ask him for advice. She just kept looking at him suspiciously. Oscar reasoned that Veronica had been doing great up until now, but had recently hit a wall, likely because of the latest lecture on the nature of mana. After a brief pause, Veronica spoke up. She explained that she wanted to create a wind similar to Elder Maxim's, but she couldn't manage it. Oscar said that a wind of that kind didn't suit her, but Veronica kept insisting, claiming that she was training specifically to make her wind more powerful. Of course, she knows best. However, Oscar said that he could see things better from the outside. For example, he asked Veronica what kind of wind she thought would suit him. The girl said it should be a bold, wild gust. However, according to Oscar, his wind was very warm and cozy. Of course, that was hard to believe, and even Oscar himself found it strange, since he doesn't really consider himself good-natured. Veronica wanted to command a strong wind, but in reality, the nature of mana doesn't depend on what the mage wants. The whole point is to find the one that suits a specific mage. Now everything had become even more complicated. Veronica wondered what would suit her best. She believed that by that logic, Oscar's wind should be fierce, not warm and cozy. At that moment, the coachman announced that the mages had arrived. They stepped out of the carriage near the mana station. After looking around, Oscar was unpleasantly surprised. There were no longer any questions about the quality of the electricity. Looking at the amount of slime, it was clear why the power kept cutting out if the station was in such a neglected and filthy state. Veronica activated the wind press and began destroying the slime. Streams of air flattened the slime and tore it from the station walls. The girl cast spells very quickly and created effective combinations. Oscar understood why there were so many glowing reviews about Veronica in the records. Even powerful mages couldn't match that speed. Perhaps she could be trained into an archer whose spells would rival those of Mazir. That mage had once been the mastermind of the White Tower. Her rapid-fire barrage of spells didn't even let high-level demons get close. If Veronica's talent can be developed, she will prove very useful to the entire White Tower. Chronicle called Oscar over, saying she hadn't come here alone to clean things up, and showed him the best way to destroy the slime. Veronica insisted that they first remove the slime from the station's outer walls. As soon as Oscar got rid of some of the slime, he went inside the building, and now the disgusting slime was crawling right in front of him. Despite Veronica's displeasure, she insisted they start cleaning from the outside. Oscar noticed something strange. All the slime in the station was moving in one specific direction. It was crawling toward the exit, as if trying to get away from the center of the station as quickly as possible. It seemed as though this slime possessed intelligence. In reality, it had no intelligence. It relied on instincts, and the strongest of these was the instinct for survival. Veronica guessed what Oscar was thinking. A terrible monster had taken up residence somewhere nearby. Oscar replied that they would soon find out everything. For now, he suggested they speed up and clear the station faster. Once the slime was dealt with, the mages discovered something strange inside the station. The sphere resembled a ball of lightning. However, Oscar immediately determined that it was the cocoon of a white silkworm. The white silkworm was also called the celestial silkworm. Unlike ordinary silkworms, which eat mulberry leaves, this one fed on mana. Most likely, this was why the white silkworm had crawled inside the station. There was a huge concentration of mana here. It's important to note that once the metamorphosis is complete, a real monster will emerge from this cocoon. It turned out that the cause of the power outages wasn't the slime. They simply had to destroy the white silkworm. However, there were two pieces of news, good and bad. In its chrysalis state, the white silkworm posed no particular danger. If Elder Maxim were summoned, it would all be over in a matter of seconds. The newly hatched white silkworm moth was ravenous and devoured everything living in its vicinity. That was the bad news. Veronica didn't see this as a problem. She believed they should call Maxim before the butterfly emerged. But Oscar believed that given how quickly the slime had tried to escape from the station, the silkworm's metamorphosis was practically complete, and the sound of the cocoon's threads snapping from the inside had already begun. Oscar ordered them to prepare for battle. Veronica was terrified. The butterfly turned out to be enormous. The girl naively assumed that silkworm butterflies couldn't fly. Oscar confirmed that ordinary butterflies don't fly, but this one could certainly fly. The butterfly was truly gigantic. Veronica closed her eyes in fear and suggested they run away. However, Oscar said they couldn't do that, or else the moth would fly to the nearest settlement and start devouring people. They had to stop the silkworm butterfly right there, no matter what. Veronica was too scared to even look at that giant flying creature. Seeing how frightened the girl was, Oscar told her to stay behind and not get in the way. Of course, Veronica was a 4th-level mage, and she was supposed to protect Oscar. However, the boy activated the message. He hoped the cabbie hadn't left yet and was waiting for the mages. He would receive the message and call for backup. Oscar's thoughts and words were transformed into a paper airplane and sent flying toward the cabbie. Veronica stopped paying attention to the butterfly's size. She raised her hand to cast a spell because the little bug was driving her crazy. Using a powerful wind blast, Veronica unleashed it on the butterfly, which let out a piercing squeak. Next, the girl used a wind palm and added a jet booster. Now she was rushing into the attack to strike the vile creature. But before Veronica could reach the white silkworm butterfly, Oscar grabbed her by her clothes and stopped her from attacking. The young man, in turn, unleashed his breeze. It was strange that this gentle gust could do anything. The transparent pollen from the white silkworm's wings instantly corroded everything it touched. If Veronica had reached the butterfly, she might have died, because the silkworm deliberately prevented the mages from attacking it. This monster was more cunning than people thought, despite being an insect. Veronica realized she had narrowly escaped death. She stared intently at the moth, unable to understand how Oscar had managed to spot the pollen. Oscar replied that he had concentrated his mana in his eyes and analyzed every particle floating in the air. Of course, it sounded like utter nonsense, like something a madman would say. However, mages could certainly handle it. Oscar advised them to set up a windshield first. The mages had barely managed to set up the shield when the butterfly attacked them, though not very successfully. Oscar realized things were looking bad. He'd managed to block one of the monster's attacks, but had lost more than half his mana. That would barely be enough for one more attack. Oscar knew there were 5 minutes between the white silkworm's attacks. They had to do something during that time. Veronica sat on the floor, unable to understand why her legs wouldn't move at all. She noticed a bleeding wound on her thigh. It turned out that despite the protective shield, the beam had pierced a hole, and Veronica had been hit, sustaining an injury. The girl couldn't move. She told Oscar to leave, and Veronica would try to buy some time. She didn't want Oscar to die here beside her, like a dog. The young man looked closely at Veronica and saw that the air around her was trembling. The girl was very scared and didn't want to die. Oscar placed his hand on Veronica's head, and the trembling stopped immediately. He began to calm his companion, telling her there was no need to be afraid, that he wouldn't leave her. Veronica tried to say that she wasn't actually afraid, but Oscar wasn't listening to her. He said that a mage of the White Tower would never abandon a comrade. However, something had to be done urgently. Oscar had about a third of his mana left. Deciding to end it all in one go, Oscar rushed into the attack, leaving Veronica sitting in the corner. The young man activated his speed boost and was now closing in on the vile monster. Veronica was outraged. Where was this second-level mage getting off? He was simply crazy. Veronica's gaze was filled with alarm. She was worried about Oscar, wondering why he hadn't listened and left the station. After all, if he died like a fool now, what would happen to the White Tower? And if he didn't die, Veronica decided she would bury him in the ground, then dig him up and kill him again. Meanwhile, Oscar used his wind palm to get closer to the silkworm. He was glad he'd brought one toy along just in case. Getting as close as possible to the monster, the young man pulled out his weapon, the Trinity pistol he'd taken from the gangsters. Pointing the barrel of the pistol at the white silkworm's head, Oscar pulled the trigger. The weapon was indeed powerful, and solid holes immediately appeared in the butterfly's wings. Oscar was able to scan the monster and saw that he had shot through the moth's shoulders, severely wounding it. But suddenly, a terrible realization hit the young man. He understood just how futile his efforts had been. The fact was that the white silkworm had finished recharging its beam and was now ready to attack the mages. But instead, the silkworm, flapping its wings, tried to fly out of the station. Oscar realized that the monster had planned to escape from the very beginning. He couldn't let the silkworm leave the station. But Oscar didn't have enough mana to catch up with the giant moth. Suddenly, the young man saw a silk thread in front of him, left over from the silkworm's cocoon. Oscar immediately activated his wind palm and leaped after the thread, trying to grab it. At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of it. Now Oscar was flying after the giant white silkworm. The hole in the ceiling turned out to be small, and the monster couldn't fly out, so it began circling the station. And along with the silkworm, holding tightly onto the thread, Oscar flew. The young man felt nausea wash over him with full force, for he had never performed such somersaults before. Rising high into the sky, the silkworm opened its hideous mouth, which was studded with sharp teeth. Oscar had no choice but to let go of the silk thread he was holding on to. However, the boy wasn't upset, believing that a new opportunity had presented itself. After all, the moment the young man let go of the thread, he was able to use his other hand for a more important action. Oscar reloaded his weapon to fire again. After all, the Trinity pistol was a superb weapon, especially when aimed directly at the throat of a monstrous beast. Now Oscar could say with confidence that victory was his. The shot was extremely powerful, and the white silkworm's head was blown to pieces. After firing the shot, Oscar fell from a great height. He managed to shout to Veronica that he had already exhausted all his mana. And at that moment, the young man counted on Veronica to save him. The girl heard her companion's cry and activated her air cushion and wind palm. The spell was ready, and Oscar landed very gently and smoothly from one air cushion to the next. When Oscar landed on the floor, Veronica crawled over to him and asked if he was alive. The young man lay with his eyes closed. The girl was ready to give up anything right then, just so Oscar would come to. Finally, after a while, the young man's eyes opened, and he looked at Veronica with a puzzled expression. But in the very next moment, a small but strong female fist struck him squarely in the nose for having frightened Veronica. Oscar didn't have time to say a word in his defense before Elder Maxim appeared behind the young people. It turned out that Oscar had dislocated both shoulders. It was an injury caused by the recoil from firing the Trinity pistol. And of course, Veronica had hit him too. It's worth remembering that injuries like these are the worst for any guy. The next day, the whole White Tower was abuzz. The newspaper published an article about the two heroes, Oscar and Veronica. The young people were in the infirmary. Veronica's thigh wound had been treated, but she was walking with a crutch, and Oscar was on bed rest. The newspaper article reported that the mages of the White Tower had successfully defeated the celestial silkworm butterfly. Oscar didn't particularly like being a hero. Veronica believed that such fame would be very useful to them. It could lead to personal funding. Oscar replied that he wasn't that kind of person. Above all, he cared about his friends. Veronica had a completely different opinion of Oscar, considering him quite ambitious. But the young people couldn't continue their conversation because the door to the hospital room burst open with a crash. Standing in the doorway was a worried Franz. He had just come out after a month of solitary training and was anxious and upset. The young man said he had rushed over as soon as he heard the news and now wanted to know how his older friend and teacher was feeling. Oscar studied Franz closely, trying to determine what changes had taken place in his young protege. Clearly, the boy's gaze had grown sharper, and he could now be called a full-fledged fourth-level mage. Franz was surprised to see Veronica Fricks in the room. She was the last person he expected to see here. The girl wasn't thrilled to see Franz either, believing he shouldn't be so familiar and should maintain proper decorum. Franz was sure they were friends, but Veronica said nothing of the sort was true, since Franz had blabbed to everyone that they knew each other, and now her life had turned into a living hell. He tried to explain that he hadn't meant any harm, since she hadn't warned him to keep quiet, but Veronica said it was pointless to waste time arguing. But the very next moment, the girl's gaze grew hard and piercing, and she began to stare intently at Oscar. No matter how smart, brilliant, and cool Oscar was, he immediately felt out of his element. He felt worse than he had the day before, in front of the white silkworm. The girl tried to analyze whether Oscar might be more than just a friend to Franz, but decided not to dwell on those thoughts. Besides, the door to the hospital ward swung open, and Elder Maxim appeared in the doorway. He greeted those present and announced that the deputy head was summoning Veronica and Franz to his office. Franz would surely have to show the results of his training, and Veronica would most likely be rewarded for her feat. So it would be best if there were no bickering or arguments between the young people. Of course, it made sense to go to the head of the tower together, but Veronica, despite her injured leg, tried to get rid of Franz. Left alone, Maxim asked Oscar how he was feeling, and receiving a positive answer, was satisfied. The elder handed Oscar a small box, saying that in that case he could give him this item. Oscar opened the box. Inside lay the core of a celestial silkworm. Elder Maxim added that the silk from this silkworm also belonged to Oscar. Oscar was very surprised, for the core of such a spiritual creature is of great value, and even the tiniest core can be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. However, the head of the White Tower and all the elders decided that Oscar deserved this core. The elders asked Veronica about it, and the girl admitted that she hadn't really participated in the battle, so it would be fair to give the core to Oscar. Hearing this explanation, Oscar gladly accepted the valuable gift and said he wouldn't sell it, but would eat it right away. The celestial silkworm he had killed the day before had just undergone a metamorphosis, so there probably wasn't much mana left in it. Besides, the core of a celestial silkworm possesses outstanding regenerative abilities. The young man popped the silkworm's core into his mouth. Maxim promised not to leave and to keep an eye on Oscar's condition. Some changes were indeed beginning to take place in the boy's body. Oscar tried to calm himself and not let his body spiral out of control. He felt magical energy filling his entire body. This could help improve Oscar's physical and mental abilities. Maxim watched the metamorphosis. He knew that the young man had consumed nothing but the underground elixir, and now Oscar's process of mastery was proceeding very smoothly. It was clear that Oscar's genius truly manifested itself in everything. It was already late at night when Oscar came to his senses. The young man felt simply wonderful. His injured shoulders had healed completely. Oscar thanked the elder for not abandoning him. Maxim congratulated Oscar on reaching the 3rd level. After that, the elder left the boy, saying he needed to rest. However, Oscar felt amazing, and he didn't feel like sleeping at all. Not wanting to waste time, Oscar decided to tinker with something, and his gaze fell on the Trinity pistol. He could try to develop a spell that would help reduce shoulder injuries after each shot. At that very moment, at the mana station that had been cleared the day before, Veronica and Oscar were accompanied by a guard. The guy stepped out of the room when he heard footsteps approaching. He said that entry to the area was prohibited. The mages were still checking for danger. The man introduced himself, saying his name was Nebula Graham. He had arrived from the Special Royal Investigation Bureau. The white mage studied the man's business card and couldn't understand what had brought a representative of such an important department here. Graham replied that he had received orders to investigate the incident. The discovery of a celestial silkworm cocoon in such close proximity to the city was a great rarity. The man hoped that the mages of the White Tower would cooperate. Of course, if that was the royal family's order, it had to be carried out. From that moment on, Grimes set about fulfilling his duties and said he would begin reading the mana traces. He carefully examined the traces of the battle left by the mages after their skirmish with the silkworm. The expert realized that one of the mages was a 2nd-level mage, and the other was a 4th-level mage. Judging by the reports, the two of them had defeated the monster. The mage of the White Tower confirmed that his companions had arrived at the station to clear it of slime, but encountered a silkworm there. This impressed even an expert. The men entered the station and inspected the site where the main battle had taken place. And the White Tower mage confirmed that this was precisely where the celestial silkworm's cocoon had been undergoing metamorphosis. A massive cluster of concentrated mana confirmed his words. The expert saw one of the White Tower mages engage the monster in combat. His speed was quite acceptable. However, nerves got the better of her. The girl stumbled and was wounded, most likely in the leg. Now she was immobilized and sitting on the floor. The expert surmised that the mage who had slain the silkworm was, and at that moment, the man could not bring himself to answer. The expert saw traces. They weren't even traces, but a blurred trajectory of movement. The intense actions this mage had taken didn't really tell him anything. Grime was struck by how clean the battlefield turned out to be. He had almost never encountered anything like it. It was astonishing just how capable the mage had been. Soon the man stumbled upon shell casings lying on the floor. Grime realized that the mage had used weapons, specifically firearms, and ones that were specially designed at that. At this point, the trail of his mana broke off. The expert surmised that the mage might have perished in the battle. But then the expert saw the mage's trail continue, rising high into the sky in pursuit of a celestial silkworm. Of course, it was impressive, especially considering that the mage was only a 4th-level mage. The expert asked what the 4th-level mage's name was. The guy replied that it was a girl named Veronica Fricks. The expert was impressed. Veronica Fricks had defeated the celestial silkworm practically single-handedly. A bright future awaits this girl. But then the White Tower mage said that the man was mistaken because the celestial silkworm had been defeated by a 2nd-level mage named Oscar Cruz. Nebula Graham was stunned. Never in his career had he encountered such a miracle. The man looked once more at the traces left by Oscar and couldn't believe that this brilliant mage was only a 2nd-level mage. It was unbelievable. The expert was stunned, yet the name Oscar Cruz seemed very familiar to him. The man racked his brain and remembered the life-saving vaccine for the Caden flu developed by this mage. The newspaper also featured photos of the young man whom the Archbishop had thanked for saving all of humanity. Graham asked the mage if this Oscar was indeed the developer of the flu vaccine. The answer was yes. The young man said that Oscar had a terrible temper, but his abilities were undeniable. The expert looked at the shell casing again and realized why it looked familiar. It was a shell casing from Jack the Shooter's personal weapon. This also greatly puzzled the expert. How could a 2nd-level mage use such a powerful gun, since the recoil after firing the Trinity was incredibly strong? The expert surmised that Oscar must possess immense physical strength. He wanted to learn as much as possible about this remarkable mage. Oscar Cruz was poring over a book. His expression was irritated. He couldn't understand why all the books in the library were in such terrible condition. In fact, the White Tower Library looked more like a bookstore on the outskirts of town than the archives of the Mage's Tower. In Oscar's opinion, the White Tower's library should be a place where hundreds of years of magical history are preserved. It should be filled with priceless volumes, each one legendary in its own right. At any rate, that's exactly what libraries were like in Oscar Sage's day, and now it looks like a library for the lower grades of some academy. It's not for nothing that they say, even the brightest flower doesn't live long. Who would have thought that the milestones of history filling the library would one day vanish? Oscar never imagined that he himself would be the cause of such a collapse. However, now the young man had a new idea. Before he stood up against the high priest many years ago, Oscar Sage made copies of all the books in the library. When the copying process was complete, he entrusted them to the green dragon Edna for safekeeping. Edna had once promised to fulfill her duty, even if Oscar were to die. It was unclear where she had gone. Apparently, she had disappeared 20 years ago. Perhaps something happened to her, but Oscar remembers that Edna was very responsible. She always kept her promises. Oscar had no one to ask about Edna, so he decided to investigate and find her himself. The time had come to return the advanced spells that would allow the White Tower's mages to surpass their limits. The White Tower's financial issues had mostly been resolved in the potions department, and Oscar had nothing to do for the time being. Oscar called out to the librarian and said he needed help finding a particular text. He was referring to books about dragons published in recent years. The librarian said she would be happy to help Oscar find the literature he needed. The librarian confidently led the mage through the shelves. Oscar noted that, despite funding issues, the tower's leadership spared no expense when it came to acquiring new knowledge. Soon, the young people approached a bookshelf, and the librarian showed Oscar the books he needed. The girl pulled out 3 books, saying that this was exactly what he needed. However, Oscar already realized that what they were offering him wasn't serious literature, but something more like fairy tales. At that moment, the librarian enthusiastically showed him a book that was particularly entertaining. It was called The Brave Wizard and the Cowardly Lizards. The book was about Oscar Sage, when the dragons fled upon seeing the high priest's terrifying spells, and Oscar Sage stayed behind to fight them. The story was based on thrilling events, but Oscar wanted something about real dragons, not just fairy tales. The librarian said they most likely didn't have anything like that, and that Oscar would be better off checking the capital's library. The boy remembered that such books used to be on literally every shelf. The librarian added that she had heard of one dragon who fought alongside humans until her last breath. She was referring to Edna, who had been Oscar Sage's friend. The librarian suggested that Edna had left the people along with her kin. However, Oscar was certain that this was absolutely not the case. Edna was the only one recorded in the Chronicles of the Enlightened as having become disillusioned with her kin. The heavens would have had to split in two for her to abandon humanity. But now Oscar needed to find a different approach to search for Edna. During the elders' meeting, Fidelina happily announced that she had finished allocating funds to the mages' requests for activities outside the tower. And yet, just recently, they had been discussing selling off their work equipment just to survive. The tower's vice head believed they needed to prepare so that similar problems would not arise again in the White Tower's future. From time to time, requests from other towers to the young and powerful mages have become more frequent. However, they remain loyal to the White Tower. Hamel said he would like to reward the students for their loyalty to the tower, but until the elders restored high-level spells, this situation would continue. Of course, the elders should have studied harder while they were young, but it was now clear that only one mage could master high-level spells. Only the head of the tower had access to the known advanced spells. At the same time, there were only 6 of them when Sasha Mace became the head of the tower. Just 20 years ago, the White Tower possessed 64 types of high-level magic, each of which was considered a perfect masterpiece. Hamel asked the elders if Captain Chester had decided to return to the tower. Elder Maxim replied that Captain Chester was very adamant. He would not return until he had completed his final mission. If Captain Chester were in the White Tower, the mages would have a large number of high-level spells at their disposal. Unfortunately, we must admit that the mages are currently unable to solve this problem. Therefore, Fidelina suggested dealing with it gradually. Now a new problem has arisen. Rumors are circulating in the northern region about a certain mage killer. Fidelina suggested imposing a curfew. Elder Maxim reacted to this news with mixed feelings. He was clearly troubled by something. It turned out that Oscar was planning to go to Baran and had most likely already left for there. Now Fidelina was upset too. She said the boy needed to be brought back to the tower immediately. However, Oscar had left for Baran that very morning, so he was now far from Siren. The deputy head demanded that they contact the White Tower's branch in the city of Baran right away and demand that they bring Oscar back as soon as they found him. Elder Maxim immediately stood up, because no matter how capable Oscar was, he had only reached the 3rd level and was a mage who needed to be protected. Meanwhile, Oscar Cruz arrived in the city of Baran by taxi. Everything around him glowed with bright lights. Just 30 years ago, this place had been a slum, but now the independent city of Baran stood here. The casino owners had bought the land and developed it. Oscar continued to admire the city. However, he had come here on business and now couldn't make sense of anything because of such drastic changes. Suddenly, a stranger's voice called out to him from under a doorway. Oscar stopped, and the stranger said he had been waiting to meet him for a long time. It turned out that the stranger recognized Oscar Cruz. He said that someone wanted to meet with the mage. Oscar guessed that the Blue Tower was most likely behind this. They wanted revenge. Oscar had only just left Siren, and they had already sent someone after him. The stranger told the young man not to resist, or else they would have to drag him away by force. Oscar weighed his options and said that in that case he had no choice. But the next moment, the stranger attacked Oscar. However, the mage managed to raise a windshield. Oscar held the block with both hands. This was his first battle since leveling up. But now the result turned out to be quite decent. He was able to block the stranger with a shield featuring increased durability and impulse absorption. Although the shield was shattered, it protected Oscar. Oscar hurled a tin can lying at his feet toward the enemy, and it produced a powerful explosion. The stranger sat dazed on the ground and couldn't put up any resistance. Oscar jumped toward him, grabbed him by the clothes, and lifted him into the air. Then the young man slammed the attacker to the ground with all his might. Although the stranger was lying on the ground, coughing and coming to his senses, he was not yet completely incapacitated. Soon the man began to get to his feet. He admitted that Oscar was indeed strong. Now the stranger himself said that he had to take their encounter seriously. Oscar really hoped this was just a bluff on the stranger's part. But unfortunately, the man rushed toward Oscar at tremendous speed to strike him. At first, Oscar thought the man had used a boost, but he soon realized it was a jetpack. It was simply amazing how the stranger managed to land the blow. Oscar was pleased. He could still handle that speed and react. However, the stranger accelerated one last time, and his foot struck Oscar in the chest with full force. Oscar flew across the entire street and slammed his back against a nearby building with full force. While he was coughing and coming to his senses, the attacker approached him. He was amazed by Oscar's physical condition. In fact, at such a low level, the mage should have already been knocked out, but Oscar said it didn't even hurt. The stranger warned that his next strike would decide the outcome of the entire fight, and the man began gathering energy to carry out his plan. Oscar also got to his feet and prepared to put up a defense. He knew his eyes wouldn't be able to keep up with his opponent's speed, but Oscar wasn't going to miss the flow of mana he had already sensed during this time. Now the guy would be able to anticipate the attacker's movements. It was a secret martial arts technique, namely the sound of waves, which Oscar was about to use. The attacker leaped over Oscar, but at that moment he heard a strange sound, like the surf. Considering that the fight was taking place in the city, this was quite unusual. Oscar was acting strangely too. For some reason, he was waving his arms in the air. Perhaps the guy had decided to give up. Of course, it was a shame to kill such an interesting opponent, but for the stranger, it was just a job. However, the fight didn't go according to plan, and now the guy's body was pierced by excruciating pain, and blood was flowing from his wounds. And yet Oscar hadn't even touched his opponent. The stranger had fallen with all his might onto a dumpster. He felt completely crushed and flattened. Oscar advised him not to move. The guy had likely suffered internal organ rupture. The young man asked what technique Oscar had used against him. It turned out to be a resonance spell. A massive wave of air was directed toward the target at the resonance frequency of its internal vibrations. Different objects shake with much greater force when they vibrate at the same frequency. The wave enters the body and causes severe internal damage. In the language of the country of Yang, this technique is called striking the bull through the mountain. The stranger said he didn't understand a thing about this technique. However, he was surprised that Oscar had managed to become so strong. Oscar asked in surprise, "Have we already fought?" It turned out that they had in fact fought several times. The guy replied that they mostly ran into each other at the White Tower's training ground. Oscar was about to leave but wanted to know the name of the man who was looking for him. It turned out to be Hamel, the deputy head of the White Tower. Oscar couldn't believe what he was hearing. Why had the head ordered him to be found? It turned out that the guy had been hired to bring Oscar back to the tower because of a dangerous killer who was operating in the city of Baran and murdering mages. Of course, he should have said that right away. Then there wouldn't have been an awkward situation between them. Oscar now felt guilty. Why hadn't the guy said so right away, but instead planned to use force if he refused? It turned out that the stranger had quoted the deputy head of the tower, who had demanded that force be used to bring Oscar home. Oscar was simply shocked. How do people even talk to each other? They lack communication skills even at a basic interpersonal level. Oscar looked even more closely at the beaten young man. His manner of speaking seemed very familiar to him. Oscar approached the boy and asked his name. It turned out to be Killian Lockwood, a proud warrior of the forest. Oscar remembered that name, but he couldn't believe it was Lockwood. Oscar asked the young man if he knew anyone named Radon Lockwood. It turned out that this was the young man's father. Oscar remembered that this was the name of a close friend and comrade of Oscar Sage. Radon Lockwood was an 8th-level mage of the White Tower from the Forest Tribe, as well as one of the finest martial artists. He was Oscar's closest friend, and they called him the White Lion. When the warrior first arrived at the White Tower, his communication skills were literally non-existent, just like his son's. In other words, Oscar had just beaten his best friend's son half to death. Oscar had pulled the guy out of the dumpster and was now sitting there upset, as if he were the one who'd been injured in the fight. Killian looked at the mage in surprise, since it was he who had suffered internal injuries. But Oscar said he had his own reasons to be sad. Still, he asked how badly the young man's injuries hurt. Killian replied that of course it hurt a lot, but for a forest warrior, it was nothing. The real problem lay elsewhere. Lockwood had been given a mission, but he couldn't carry it out in his current condition. Oscar didn't understand what the problem was. Lockwood said he just needed to get back to Siren. Lockwood replied that if he didn't complete the job, he'd have to pay a fine. Oscar felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He couldn't let Lockwood turn into a street thug and lose his job. The battered young man pointed ahead, saying that was his assignment. On the building next door was a huge billboard featuring a photograph of a beautiful girl named Voice of Heaven. Lockwood was supposed to protect her. A superstar who needed a personal bodyguard was staying at the main hotel in the city of Baran. The young man arrived at the address and introduced himself, saying his name was Killian Lockwood and that he had come from the White Magic Tower. A young woman opened the door. She was the manager, Miss Marin. Her name was Evelyn. She looked at the bodyguard and said that he looked a little different in person, but it was most likely just the suit. Manager Evelyn led the bodyguard to the superstar he was supposed to protect. The beauty was lying on the sofa, reading a book. She turned to look at the man who had accepted her request. Oscar was literally blown away by the girl's beauty. He couldn't find the words to express his admiration. The beauty smiled sweetly at him and said her name was Maria Marin, and she was glad to meet him. Of course, Oscar would have liked to appear before such a beauty in his usual form, but just a few minutes ago, he'd had an unpleasant run-in with Killian Lockwood. And now the young man could lose not only his health, but also his job. But the most important thing wasn't even that. Lockwood could lose his honor and reputation if he failed to show up for the job. And what could be more terrifying for a bodyguard and security guard? For a man willing to sacrifice his own health for others. That's why the gaze of those beautiful eyes made him want to protect this beauty and do so desperately. No less than Lockwood. Oscar introduced himself and said he was a 4th-level mage of the White Tower. His name was Killian Lockwood. The manager offered to bring some tea, but the young man declined. The girl thanked the guard for taking the order without asking for details. Maria had heard that Lockwood's success rate was very high. He would be resourceful and protect the girl because he always took his work very seriously. According to information gathered by Lockwood, this singer became famous several years ago thanks to her unique voice, which is why she was nicknamed the Voice of Heaven and the Singing Saint. Oscar thought she had earned such a prestigious title very quickly. Although one couldn't deny that her voice was truly pleasant, Miss Marin wanted to know if her bodyguard was responsible enough. Oscar confirmed that he was, since members of the Forest Warriors tribe had always been incredibly loyal. These words made the singer very happy. She believed that responsibility was the coolest thing a person could have. Oscar didn't understand these strange and empty questions they were asking him. Just then, the assistant brought tea and water. Miss Evelyn sat down on the sofa and decided to explain the details of the assignment to the bodyguard. In all seriousness, the woman asked him to protect Miss Marin from an assassination attempt. Oscar grew alarmed upon hearing this. Lately, Marin had been consistently receiving threats demanding that she cancel her concert at the stadium in Baran. After the singer ignored these requests, letters began arriving with threats of violence. The singer and her entourage knew who was sending these letters. They were written by a rival who had debuted several years before Miss Marin. Her name was Era Sweet. Oscar asked why this information hadn't been published in the newspapers. The manager confirmed that this would, of course, have made their lives much easier. However, the problem wasn't quite that simple. A few months earlier, the mayor of Baran had been murdered in his home. Ara Sweet was the only daughter of the leading candidate for the new mayor. It is likely that her father has bought all the city's news outlets, which is why they are ignoring all requests. Because of these journalists' inaction, Marin's team has no way to tell the whole truth. For the same reason, the singer cannot get protection from city authorities. Of course, this sounds logical. A powerful family eliminates all competitors. However, Oscar didn't understand why a singer would prevent someone as powerful as the future mayor from living in peace. It was clear that canceling the concert would play into the hands of the singer, Ari Sweet. But what bothered him most was that the concert was to take place at Baran Stadium. Oscar didn't understand why this performance was so important, but it turned out to be much more mundane and primitive. Those who perform at Baran Stadium earn the right to perform before the emperor during the New Year's celebrations. To earn the right to perform at this stadium, one must first pass a series of tests. Every year, only a handful of artists are able to take the stage there. It was the best opportunity for any singer to perform. It would be a turning point in Miss Marin's life and career. Oscar realized he had figured out the situation and asked how many more people had been hired for security. He needed this information to make a plan. But it turned out that only he, Killian Lockwood, had been hired, because none of the other mercenaries dared to accept the job. Oscar urgently needed a drink of water. He understood that the powerful future mayor would hire a high-level assassin, moreover, perhaps not just one, and how was Oscar supposed to protect the singer? Oscar couldn't imagine how he would handle such a massive task on his own, so the young man immediately asked, quite frankly, what the penalty would be for refusing the assignment. Oscar suggested that the singer forget she'd ever hired a bodyguard, and he accepted her offer because, even for him, these conditions were too overwhelming. It would be better to cancel the concert for the client's safety and peace of mind. But these thoughts were interrupted by the singer's voice. The girl asked what would happen to her then. Did he really want her to cancel, even though he had been the singer's sole focus for the past 3 years? Oscar was reminded that he had come to this meeting and taken the job because he wanted to earn 1,000,000 coins. It immediately became clear why Lockwood was so worried. At that moment, the singer flew into a rage because the bodyguard had said he was responsible. The girl didn't want to listen to or see this cowardly liar anymore. Oscar tried to calm her down, but Miss Marin was furious. She didn't understand why she shouldn't be upset. Oscar saw that the artist had taken off her wig and now looked completely different. And something about the girl's face seemed very familiar. Oscar realized that he was looking at a real mermaid. This race was often found in old fairy tales and had one distinctive feature. These beautiful creatures had pleasant voices. However, instead of legs, they had tails. But unlike in fairy tales, modern mermaids were able to transform their tails into legs. Marin realized that the bodyguard had figured out her true nature, and now she was even more angry. Had he really never met a mermaid before? In rural areas near water sources, mermaids were more common, but here in the middle of the room, Oscar saw a bathtub, which explained how the mermaid survived in the city. The manager explained that Marine was only half mermaid, which is why she could maintain her human form longer and didn't long for the ocean. It turned out that one of the girl's parents was human. Mermaids were incredibly beautiful, so they often married humans and members of other races. But, living far from the ocean after their weddings, many mermaids fell ill with homesickness. As a result, they became sick and died, and their children were left to fend for themselves. Oscar continued to look at the singer. However, she said that everything was fine with her, and that, in fact, both her parents were alive and well. Be that as it may, Oscar still decided to turn down the job because he couldn't promise he'd save the girl from death. Besides, her concert-goers might get hurt. Marin said there was no need to worry about the audience, because absolutely every seat in the hall was equipped with a protective artifact. Marin was very serious. She was ready to die, but she wasn't going to cancel the concert, because this concert was her only dream and aspiration. Over the past few years, the girl had regularly faced discrimination. No one supported her, but she endured it all and only pretended to be a naive little fool, never revealing her true self to anyone. The thing is, 4 years ago, her father was diagnosed with ocean longing. The doctor said he had only 5 years left to live. Although everyone knows there is no cure for this disease, there is a legendary potion, the elixir, that can heal him. Marin decided that she would definitely get this elixir for her father, which is why she cannot refuse to perform at the stadium. The manager explained, if the concert is a success, the singer will have a chance to sing before the emperor, and she will be able to receive a drop of the elixir as a gift. Oscar listened carefully to all this information. He realized that the promised elixir was supposed to cure Marin's father's longing for the ocean. That is why the unfortunate mermaid had planned everything 4 years ago, because the only thing in which she surpassed other people was her voice and her singing. Today's performance was her only hope, opportunity, and chance for salvation. Oscar noted with surprise how much some people consider their parents an important part of their lives. He had never experienced anything like that. Oscar knew he had no parents. He didn't feel that way and couldn't judge anyone. After all, Oscar was actually a street kid who had grown up on the streets. But now the boy began to think, if Marin's father was even remotely like the mentor Oscar had, then her desire to do everything possible to save him was understandable. Oscar asked if he could visit the stadium right now. He wanted to take a look at the grounds in person. Oscar stood up and said that they all needed to head to the stadium right away so that Marin could practice a few things there, as well as check whether the audience would actually be protected. Marin was surprised by the bodyguard's behavior. He was willing to support her in such a clearly losing endeavor. Oscar had calmed down a bit and now looked confident in himself and his abilities. He suggested that everyone head to the stadium for a rehearsal. At that very moment, at Ara Sweet's house, they were waiting for Marin to cancel her concert. Ara, of course, knew that Marin was very stubborn, but she didn't think it was to this extent. After all, she had decided to perform despite the threats. The manager believed that Marin simply didn't believe anyone could kill her. In addition, the manager said she had recently heard something interesting related to this performance. A surveillance report stated that Marin had left the hotel with some unknown man. Perhaps he was a relative of hers, or maybe a lover or just a friend. It was unlikely to be a bodyguard because Ara Sweet had shut down the mercenary agency, and none of the bodyguards would have agreed to protect the singer. But an unknown man caught her attention, so Ara asked her assistant to find out who he was. When the artist arrived at the stadium, she had to listen to a lot of advice and instructions from Oscar. The guy acted decisively and confidently, assigning all the roles and movements. He showed her where she should stand during the performance, where to look, and which areas needed to be under control. Era Sweet decided to send a couple of her trusted and particularly strong henchmen to the stadium. Oscar reported to his employers that the protective artifacts positioned around the perimeter of the auditorium were flawless. He suggested finalizing all the contract details as soon as he returned home. The manager confirmed that the contract was ready. Marin couldn't believe that was all the information her bodyguard needed. However, Oscar said he had received all the information, and it would be of great help to him. The girl was very pleased. That meant she could now enjoy her free time. Looking at the happy, gentle singer, Oscar was struck by how angelic she behaved in public. The young man wasn't used to receiving such overwhelming gratitude and replied that he was simply doing his job. As he stepped out of the stadium onto the street, Oscar immediately sensed two people who had a clear interest in the singer. Oscar didn't wait for these strangers to make their move and activated the wind bullet. The next moment, those two strangers were no longer a threat to anyone. Oscar decided not to tell the girls about this. He didn't want to worry them unnecessarily or make Moran nervous before the concert. Ara Sweet came out of the bathroom and was stunned when her manager reported that both of the thugs she'd sent were dead. The girl realized that the singer had hired a real bodyguard and wanted to know how her men had died. According to the mercenary agency's report, there were no signs of a struggle. Both bodies were found with gunshot wounds to the head. It turned out that the bodyguard, Marin, was quite capable. Upon hearing this, Ara immediately ordered a car to be prepared for her. The manager knew that her employer had no plans for this evening. She wanted to know where Ara was going. The girl replied that she was going to meet with the singer's bodyguard to explain everything she deemed necessary to him, as well as to hire him for herself. Meanwhile, at the hotel in the private dining room, the atmosphere was electric. Marin advised her bodyguard to relax and enjoy himself, since he had never seen anything like this in his life. Besides, the singer had paid for everything. Oscar advised the girl to watch her words in public places, since there could even be bugs in the hotel restaurant. What? Oscar had turned them off as soon as they walked in, but they still needed to be careful. Marin was in shock. She'd almost been caught on tape. The manager noted that the singer really did feel comfortable and relaxed next to the bodyguard. Marin hadn't felt that way in a long time. Oscar decided to remain gallant and well-mannered. He praised the delicious food and thanked them for the meal. Marin was very pleased. She had heard that everyone in the White Tower was poor and ate very poorly. Just then, there was a knock at the door and the restaurant manager appeared. Marin immediately began saying that the food today was magnificent. But the next moment, the girl heard a voice say, "It's wonderful that you like the food." Era Sweet appeared in the doorway and announced that she had already paid for the entire meal. Marin tried to say that they had reserved a private room and therefore had no intention of sharing their table with a stranger. But the manager announced that Miss Era Sweet wanted to personally greet the singer Miss Marin and wish her a good performance. The restaurant manager bowed and wished everyone present a pleasant time. Oscar studied the girl standing in the doorway. Even as a guest here, Era carried herself with absolute confidence. Unlike her, Marin immediately stood up, saying she didn't want to eat anymore because she lost her appetite. Ara Sweet didn't try to keep the singer there, but said she'd like to talk to her bodyguard. Marin immediately guessed that Ara would try to sweet-talk the bodyguard into quitting his job. Oscar watched the girls as an argument began between them. Ara immediately declared that the bodyguard would be better off terminating his contract with Moran and working for Ara. She offered to pay the penalty for breach of contract and pay 10 times his usual fee. Marin tried to say that her bodyguard would never agree to a bribe. However, the girl suddenly fell silent. She realized that a fee 10 times her own pay could be a compelling argument. Oscar said his fee was 1 million coins. Could Era really afford to pay him 10 million? But the girl replied that she would easily pay whatever he asked for. Of course, such directness was very appealing and won him over. Oscar played the fool. He said that 1 million was just an advance, and the full cost should be 10 million. And that meant Ara would have to pay him 100 million. Era was already starting to get angry. How dare this worthless security guard behave this way and tease her? The girl was furious, but Oscar kept saying it was just a joke. Ara Sweet realized that she wasn't dealing with just some thug. She took off her glasses and asked what this insolent man's name was. Oscar, unable to hide his smile, declared that he was Killian Lockwood. Ara replied that the guy was clearly an amateur, since in this business, you don't just give out your name like that. The girl warned that she would eagerly await their next meeting. After that, the security guard's life would become much more interesting. Oscar continued to act cocky. He said that Ara's offer certainly sounded wonderful, but his life was already dynamic enough. Ara Sweet stormed out of the restaurant. This security guard was very insolent and arrogant. In the hallway, she ran into her manager and ordered him to call the Udakov brothers immediately. But just then, footsteps were heard, and a man's voice said there was no need to call the brothers. Standing in the hallway, dressed as a waiter, was Wu Jin. He was the eldest of the Udo brothers, one of the top assassins in the country of Yang. The guy said he'd been watching the singer for some time. Ara Sweet realized that this assassin was a very capable guy. She asked how he had even managed to get into the hotel. Wu Jin replied that it hadn't been a problem at all, and that he hadn't sneaked in anywhere, since his esteemed client had provided him with a pass. Ara Sweet asked where the second brother, named Doko, was. It turned out that the guy was carrying out other assignments. The group entered the elevator, and it was announced that their plans had changed. Wujin said they were supposed to take out the singer as soon as the concert started and silence her nasty little voice once and for all. However, Aura had now announced that another target had emerged. The girl wanted bodyguard Marin to die the most painful death possible. Wujin realized that this poor soul had insulted the city's princess. The assassin said he would sneak into the stadium with the technical crew and stay there overnight. His brother Doko would arrive the next day with the lighting crew. Era didn't want to know how her enemies would be killed. The main thing was that the result be guaranteed. The assassin was impressed by the girl's directness. Ara believed that the insolent fools who dared to spit in her face would pay with their lives. The girl wanted her enemies to understand her worth. But while this conversation was taking place among the villains, a light breeze blew through the room. Thanks to that breeze, Oscar heard absolutely everything. The guy was pleased that he'd managed to secretly let Mana out while talking to Ara. Of course, it was strange that the assassin, Wu Jin, hadn't noticed a thing. There had always been a rule among mages. At night you sleep, and in the light of day, mages could go about their business. Oscar was about to go rest since he needed to be in good shape for tomorrow's concert. However, Marin blocked his path. The girl wanted to know why the bodyguard had refused the money Ara Sweet was willing to pay. Oscar was outraged. Did the singer really think he'd agreed to take on this job just for the money? Marin was practically certain of it, especially since the huge fine was clearly beyond his means. Of course, there was some truth to the financial aspect. However, Oscar learned that the girl wanted to save her father, and he sincerely hoped that the singer would achieve this goal. In the past, Oscar hadn't had even the slightest chance to save his mentor. He wasn't even given that option, so he knew all too well how deeply regret can cut into the soul. That's why he believed he had to try, so he wouldn't have any regrets later. Marin was surprised by the bodyguard's response. The girl immediately thought that one shouldn't judge people by first impressions. She thanked Oscar, and after that, everyone went to rest. The next day, it was time for the concert. Marine Maria, the crowd began to gather near the stadium. In the backstage areas, lighting technicians, other assistants, and concert organizers were rushing about. They couldn't find one of their employees. The new guy had gotten lost somewhere, and they were short-handed. Wu Jin was sitting in one of the toilet stalls. He was studying a photo of his future victim, realizing that it was time to act. The guy struggled to get up from the toilet. He'd had to sit there all day. He needed to head upstairs and meet with Doko's brother. Wu Jin thought that if it weren't for the insanely high fee, he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble in the first place. Now he still had to find his brother, who also looked like a member of the technical staff. Wu Jin hadn't had a chance to discuss this with Doko, and now had no idea what exactly his brother was dressed as. The young man stepped out of the bathroom stall and saw his future target near the sinks. Oscar was washing his hands, standing in front of the mirror. Wu Jin recognized the bodyguard. He didn't understand what this guy was doing in this particular restroom. The assassin was heading toward the exit when an idea struck him. Maybe he'd kill the bodyguard right now, and that would be the end of it. But then he remembered the latest information he'd received about Killian Lockwood and decided it would be safer to strike together with his brother. The guy was about to grab the doorknob when he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Calluses on your fingertips, not on your palms. That means you mainly use throwing needles. Oscar continued lathering his hands and asked the stranger if he was a hitman. Wu Jin tried to figure out what to do. He realized he'd been caught, but maybe it would be better to slip away quickly and join his brother. Oscar continued, Judging by the delay in his response, he's right. Wu Jin is a hitman, and the guy flung a bar of soap. The soap flew so fast that the killer didn't have time to dodge it. At the last moment, he fired throwing needles that flew in different directions. Wu Jin was hit. It turned out that it wasn't a bar of soap, but a chunk of pure mana. Wu Jin thought he'd handled it well. His shoulder was knocked out of joint, but in exchange, he'd taken his enemy's life. The throwing needles flew toward Oscar. After all, not a single star of the White Tower could dodge hundreds of needles coated in deadly poison. The next moment, Oscar was lying on the bathroom floor, riddled with poisoned needles. Wu Jin stood over him, looking satisfied. The young man was holding his dislocated shoulder, but he felt that victory was his. Wu Jin had never been confident in hand-to-hand combat. However, today he was lucky. His opponent turned out to be completely inexperienced. Just in case, the killer pulled out a dagger and decided he needed to finish off the bodyguard. He leaned over Oscar's prone body and brought the dagger close to his throat. But suddenly, the assassin felt something strange. The blade wasn't getting any closer to the victim's body. Something was preventing him from piercing the man. Moreover, it became clear that the bodyguard had activated a windshield. And then it finally dawned on the assassin that those needles sticking out of the bodyguard's face weren't sticking out at all. Now a gun was pointed right at Wu Jin's face, and he realized he wasn't dealing with some primitive weakling. Oscar explained to the guy that he had covered his entire body with a dense layer of air that had stopped the needles. Wu Jin didn't understand how that was possible. He had never heard of such a defense. There was no point in continuing useless conversations or teaching Wu Jin new techniques. Oscar shot the hitman in the head. The stadium stands were filling with spectators, all eagerly awaiting the start of the concert. Finally, the singer appeared on stage, and now all the spectators had their eyes glued to the superstar. Maria looked absolutely stunning. She kicked off the concert with a song about a dazzling, sun-kissed smile. Dako was sitting in one of the stadium's technical rooms. He was waiting for his brother, who was clearly running late. The young man assumed something had happened. Soon he heard footsteps. Doko knew that if they hurried, they would still have time to complete the task. But judging by the footsteps that passed by, Doko thought his brother had gotten everything mixed up again and gone into the wrong room. Doko opened the door and saw a man walking past. He thought it was his brother in disguise, but instead of his brother, it was Oscar who turned around, and now Doko knew where his brother had been hiding all this time. Doko was very surprised because the stranger had dared to imitate his brother's footsteps. Oscar explained that having hired professional killers, this was the bare minimum he had to be capable of to survive. Doko immediately guessed that his brother was already dead. He asked how it had happened. It turned out to be a bullet to the head. Doko was satisfied. At least Wu Jin hadn't felt any pain. Of course, it would happen to anyone eventually, but it was an unpleasant situation nonetheless. Oscar noted that despite his brother's death and the bad news, Doko looked completely calm. It turned out that this was just part of a hitman's job. Doko said that this should be their last assignment, since they had received an offer from another organization. It turned out that their confrontation was becoming a duel between an assassin and a mage from the best organizations in their respective fields. Doko took this news with a smirk. Everyone knew that the White Tower was far from the best, though one could agree that it had begun to change this year. Doko kept laughing, realizing that his opponent didn't even understand what it meant to be the best in his field. Doko said he would now show what the minimum standard was and began to activate his toxic chi. Doko believed that only those incapable of controlling toxic ki relied on throwing needles. And if a person does it really well, much like Doko, then they become the best in their field. Having said that, the assassin launched his poisonous weapon at the mage. He asked Oscar what would happen to a person after the poison hit their body. Oscar managed to dodge the attack, and the poison flew past him. Doko added that he'd forgotten to warn him. His poison strikes at the slightest contact. Oscar replied that he'd understood that at first glance. The assassin didn't understand why the mage was so calm. Perhaps he wasn't susceptible to all poisons. Oscar explained that he wasn't afraid of poisons because he had covered his entire body with mana, isolating him from his surroundings. Doko assumed that in that case, the mage wouldn't be able to breathe. However, it turned out that Oscar was generating clean air inside his own lungs, so he had no trouble breathing. Doko realized that he was facing an extraordinary mage, truly the best in his field. But that was a good thing. It meant that Wu Jin hadn't died due to some stupid accident. Oscar, continuing his conversation with the assassin, analyzed his actions. He saw 4 condensed spheres filled with poison. Doko hurled them, adding speed. I hope a mage won't be able to dodge an attack like this. Oscar was also waiting for his opponent to get rid of the poison. He decided to dash toward his target in one swift move. And now the two men were standing face to face. Doko was very surprised to see that the mage had managed to dodge. The young man realized that the person standing before him was far from a 4th-level mage. Oscar pointed his pistol at the opponent's face. A shot rang out, and the air was filled with a toxic mist. The mist managed to catch the bullet in midair and dissolve it before it hit Doko's head. Killer agreed that the situation had been quite dangerous, and Oscar noted that melting the bullet with toxic chi was a brilliant idea. But before Oscar could do anything, Doko grabbed him by his clothes and pulled him right up against him. Doko looked the mage in the eyes and said that his dim-witted brother had probably died exactly that way. And before the mage could say a word, the hitman delivered a powerful blow to his ribs. Oscar flew into the far corner of the room, still clutching the gun. Doko was approaching him, and Oscar lay completely immobilized on the floor, unable to move his arms or legs. The blow had indeed been very powerful. Meanwhile, the concert continued in the stadium stands. The audience was clapping and singing along, and none of those present had any idea what was happening in the stands area. Oscar tried to raise the gun. However, it turned out that the killer had managed to completely twist his arm. The pain was excruciating. Despite all this, Oscar wasn't about to give up. He managed to raise his weapon and aim it at his opponent, saying that this wasn't over yet. The new bullets flying toward the assassin brought a smile to his face, and the venomous energy began to dissolve them once again. Doko was absolutely certain that the outcome of the battle was decided. He looked at the mage with a smile, preparing to finish him off with his next attack. The concert was in full swing. The stadium was literally buzzing, and fireworks were blooming in the sky. Oscar, who was still lying on the floor, praised Marin, saying that she had remembered everything correctly. The sound was cut. Doko didn't understand what was happening. He was about to strike the mage. But at that moment, a wave of noise literally crashed over his head, causing a concussion. Now the killer was doubled over in pain, trying to catch his breath and come to his senses. Oscar was finally able to get up, and now sitting on the floor, he looked at his opponent and admitted that the guy was really good. Oscar gathered the voices of hundreds of thousands of spectators and unleashed them like lightning bolts onto a single point. Those sounds were meant to reduce the killer's insides to mush. Amazingly, Doko was still hanging on and clinging to life, and even managed to hurl his poisonous spear at the mage. But along with his hearing, his sense of spatial orientation had vanished, so the spear flew past and stuck into the wall. After that, Doko felt excruciating pain that literally tore his body apart from the inside. Oscar understood that the sensation was extremely painful, so the mage showed mercy and ended the killer's suffering by firing a wind bullet at him. And now the assassin lay dead, and once again victory belonged to the mage. The job was done. Oscar lay down as well. He had expended a lot of energy defending his body, as well as on attacks and spells. The guy was glad that Marin had memorized the plan correctly and hadn't messed anything up. The night before at the stadium during rehearsal, Oscar had practiced just one moment with the singer. The guy warned the singer, after she heard 2 gunshots, she had to set off the fireworks and get the crowd to cheer as loud as possible. Although it seemed very simple, it was enough for Oscar's plan to succeed. The sky was still ablaze with the fiery colors of the fireworks, and these fireworks celebrated Oscar's victory over the killers. The young man lay on the floor in the back room, convinced that he was the best at what he did. 3 days had passed. Maria Moraine was lying on the sofa in a hotel room resting. Oscar was healthy and unharmed again. However, the girl wasn't sure if he was ready to move yet. Even though the singer had summoned a high priest for him, Marin replied that it would be awkward if he died, since the girl had found her protector, who was literally 1 foot in the grave. Of course, Oscar, recalling that evening, thought things weren't so bad after all, but he didn't argue. After that, it was decided to settle the payment. Out of nowhere, manager Evelyn appeared, bringing envelopes with money. These envelopes contained the agreed-upon sum plus an additional 100,000 from her personally as a token of gratitude, because if it weren't for Oscar, the girl wouldn't have had a chance to ask His Majesty for the elixir. Marin asked what her bodyguard's plans were, saying that she herself was leaving town, since she still had a few things to take care of. Marin warned him to be careful, because after everything that had happened, Aya Sweet was probably furious. There was no telling what might cross her mind. Oscar advised the singer to be careful and watchful herself, since a jilted rival might take unexpected actions. Marin asked, "Is he really not even going to tell me his real name before he leaves?" Oscar was very surprised. The guy tried to pretend he didn't understand what the singer was talking about. However, it was clear that he wasn't good at lying. Marin replied that she had noticed the colored contact lenses right away. She saw that the stranger had used a fake name, but she hired him anyway for protection. The girl added that when she started talking about saving her father, she noticed the guy's eyes and looked into them as if into a mirror. So Marin decided to take a chance, and in the end, she was right. The stranger succeeded in his mission. The bodyguard started talking about the upcoming trip home and future performances, clearly not wanting to reveal his real name. In the end, Oscar had to reveal his name. It sounded very familiar to Marin, but then manager Evelyn came to her rescue. She knew that Oscar was the genius of the White Tower who had developed a cure for the Caden flu. Marin confirmed that she had read about it in one of the newspapers, but she had never dealt with a real genius before. Looking at Oscar, the singer said he looked almost normal. Oscar replied that off stage, Miss Marin also looked like an ordinary girl. Marin didn't know how to take that statement, as a compliment or an insult. Oscar explained that on stage, Marin looked like an incomparable diva. Hearing such pleasantries, the girl got up from the couch, showing off her charming leg. She noted that Oscar was a smooth talker and thanked him once again for saving her. Be that as it may, Oscar turned out to be the best bodyguard she'd ever had. Just then, in one of the city's hotels, a door burst open, and a flustered young man rushed into his boss's office. The boss turned out to be a stunning beauty who, above all, wanted to hear good news. The guy reported that her older brother, Woo Jin, was dead, and that really turned out to be excellent news. The thing is, the girl had already been thinking of finishing him off herself, because this idiot was just getting in the way. But then it was time to deliver the bad news, and it turned out that Doko was dead too. Upon hearing this, the girl couldn't hold back anymore. This wasn't good news. She was going to kill this guy right now and turn him into bad news. The guy tried to calm the boss down, saying there was no need to do anything to him since he wasn't to blame for the Udok brothers' deaths. On top of that, there was another piece of news. It turned out that none other than Killian Lockwood had killed those brothers. The guy explained that a popular singer had hired Killian for her protection, and he had worked as a bodyguard at the concert. The guy showed the boss a photo asking, "Isn't this her brother named Killian Lockwood?" The girl studied the photo closely. The man in the photo looked like her brother, but his face was still slightly different. She needed to meet him and see him in person. Kaya Lockwood believed that no one would dare to simply pretend to be a stranger's brother like that. She definitely needed to get to the bottom of this with this brave man. Meanwhile, at the Sweet family estate, they were also discussing recent events. The head of the family was curious about how things were going with the Hoover family. Mark Sweet believed that a losing company should leave with dignity. The assistant said he agreed, noting that although the Baz Hoover family had once held seats on the city council, they hadn't lasted long. Yet they acted as if the whole city belonged to them. The assistant considered the losers to be pathetic fools who couldn't even protect their patriarch. The men discussed how Buzz Hoover's son had been unable to decipher his own father's message. Thanks to this, the Sweet family learned of the existence of important documents. Mark Sweet asked what stage their case was at. The assistant replied that everything would be ready within 2 days, and it would turn out to be quite a spectacular show. Mark Sweet also wanted to take revenge on those who had made his little daughter Era cry, because she was now at her wit's end. The assistant reported that the singer Marin Maria and Killian Lockwood of the White Tower were to blame. The boss ordered that the singer be left alone, since she is now connected to His Majesty. But the bodyguard must be watched and everything reported. The family will deal with him after the Hoover family, for he is a scoundrel, a thorn in the side of his city. Oscar met with Killian, who had almost fully recovered from the wounds Oscar himself had inflicted on him. The young man recounted what had happened at the stadium with the singer. While Killian was sick, he crossed paths with a member of the Lilac Brigade and also incurred the hatred of the Sweet family. But who would talk about that now, when the guys were enjoying delicious drinks while sitting at a street cafe? Killian Lockwood ate, drank, and thanked Oscar for completing the job. The young man said he had almost fully recovered, and everything that had been bruised inside him was now much better. Lockwood told Oscar to take his payment for the job, since it wasn't in the nature of a forest warrior to take credit for someone else's achievements. That was very kind. Lockwood asked where Oscar was headed next. he would probably return to the White Tower, where his duties awaited him. However, Oscar replied that he wasn't quite done yet, but now Lockwood wasn't going to drag him by force to the tower on the head's orders. Oscar explained that he planned to visit the Red Tower's branch in the city of Baram. He needed to find someone there. He warned his companion to be careful, since Era Sweet might be angry with Lockwood because of the situation with the singer. Killian replied that if that was the case, he would turn down a job he had been planning to take on. The young man explained that the clients were looking for someone capable of analyzing some encrypted data. They were offering 500,000 coins for the job, a very decent sum. Killian found the job quite interesting, but it wasn't worth risking his life for. Oscar asked what Lockwood's plans were now. If he wasn't in a hurry, he could wait for Oscar, and they could return to the White Tower together. Lockwood honestly admitted that he hadn't expected such a friendly offer from Oscar. He noted that the genius had become much more patient and kinder. Killian thought it was a good idea to return to the White Tower together, but he needed to stay in the city for a little while longer. He had a small job to do. Lockwood told his friend that he had to track down the worst traitor in the history of the Forest Tribe. Rumors had it that this scoundrel was active in the town of Baran. That was exactly why Lockwood had come here. Oscar admitted that his friend's situation was much more serious than he had imagined, but Lockwood didn't want to discuss the details with outsiders. Oscar sincerely wished his friend luck in catching that traitorous scoundrel. After that, the friends bumped fists and said goodbye, planning to meet at the White Tower. Lockwood was struck by the fact that Oscar knew the traditional greeting of the Forest Tribe, and yet everyone had been saying what a weird character this guy was. Killian fell deep in thought as he looked at his friend, but then snapped back to reality and performed the traditional greeting as well. After bumping fists, the friends parted ways until their next meeting at the White Tower. Oscar walked through the city streets thinking about the upcoming meeting. Of course, it was nerve-wracking to make a request of the Red Tower. He suspected that Edna was hiding on purpose. In the Red Tower, they could track down anyone, even a demon, using blood. But if the dragon had decided to hide, Oscar wouldn't have been so sure that the Red Tower's mages would find him. At that moment, the young man sensed a foreign energy near him. It was at least 7th level. The young man looked ahead and saw a girl on the opposite side of the road. She was very powerful. The stranger stared intently at Oscar, surrounded by a cloud of powerful energy. However, when the cars passed by, it turned out that the girl had vanished. One might have assumed she had never been there at all. Oscar watched the people passing by closely. He was certain he couldn't have been mistaken in his feelings. The man asked if the girl hadn't been too lenient with the guy who was friends with her brother, since he needed to be made to pay for the murder of the Udok brothers. But Kaya said there was no need to worry, since they hadn't officially hired Doko. And now things had turned out even better. It was a good thing they hadn't hired a hitman capable of taking down a 3rd-level mage. But Kaya had an important question. Could her companion try to find the girl while she was hiding her presence? The guy replied that it was practically impossible. He was sure that in this city, and even on the entire continent, there wasn't a mage who could sense her. However, Kaya was certain that she had locked eyes with this 3rd-level mage, who was now friends with her brother. Kaya wanted to know this stranger's name. She preferred to keep such powerful opponents under control. The assistant said his name was Oscar, and that he was the famous genius of the White Tower who had been constantly featured in the newspapers lately. This was getting interesting. It would be nice to find out what the future held for this young but talented mage. By this time, Oscar had already reached the Red Tower branch. He was a little nervous, because going to meet your competitors and rivals is always unsettling. Upon entering the establishment, Oscar saw a girl standing behind the bar. She asked how she could help him. Oscar replied that he wanted to find someone. To find someone, you need to have blood samples from the person you're looking for. After that, you need to go to the back room and provide a blood sample in a prepared test tube. Oscar entered the lab. He knew he had to provide a blood sample from the dragoness Edna. The young man knew how the mages of the Red Tower track people down, so he had prepared the blood in advance. The young man pricked his finger to fulfill the necessary requirement. After that, he placed the blood in a vial and created artificial dragon blood based on his own blood. Oscar knew he could use the data to alter the composition and structure of the blood. Of course, it wouldn't possess the unique properties of dragon blood, but it would still be possible to track down a dragon with it. Oscar poured out the prepared blood and left it on the counter. The guy was about to leave the branch, but a girl called out to him. She said he couldn't just leave like that. First, he had to choose a plan and pay in advance, and only then would the lab begin the search. Oscar was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected to have to pay. The girl explained that this was their job. Oscar remembered that in his past life, he had used the Red Tower services many times and never paid a thing. But things had changed, and now there were a wide variety of plans. As far as he understood, the ultra-wide radius across the entire continent used to be a free service. However, the girl said that Oscar was mistaken. Oscar continued to insist that the head of the White Tower had personally told him about the free rate. But as soon as those words were spoken aloud, Oscar noticed that the girl immediately froze and asked if he had any connection to the White Tower. Oscar activated a function in his rack, put on the sweetest expression he could muster, and said that he didn't know anything at all about the White Tower. The manager explained that they had been instructed to charge White Tower mages an additional 30% of the fare. It turns out that the previous head of the White Tower, Oscar Sage, had used the service over 100 times, taking advantage of his position as head of the tower. Since then, an audit had been conducted, and it was decided that all subsequent White Tower mages would pay off the debt incurred by their previous head. After all, following the war, the royal family had paid off Oscar Sage's debts. Otherwise, the Red Tower would have gone bankrupt. Decades ago, the heads of the mages' towers and members of the royal family were provided with free services, but these privileges were revoked because of Oscar Sage. Oscar didn't bother to look into it further. He realized he was wrong, but now he needed to find out the cost of the premium rate. The amount turned out to be astronomical, 1.5 million coins. Oscar immediately asked for an installment plan, but was refused. The young man told the manager that he could pay 1,100,000 coins right away and would bring the rest in a few days. The girl warned him, if Oscar didn't pay the balance by the appointed time, the advance would not be refunded, and he wouldn't be told the search results. The manager added that the search and processing of the results would take several days. After that, the young man signed the contract, agreeing to all the terms. Oscar left the Red Tower branch completely satisfied with himself. It turned out not to be as scary as he had imagined. Someone was knocking loudly and persistently on the door. It seemed like someone very persistent was standing there. Killian Lockwood opened the door to his apartment and was surprised to see Oscar. The young man was out of breath and couldn't even explain what had brought him to Killian's apartment. Finally, he caught his breath and said he was interested in the job Killian had mentioned. Oscar wanted to know the details since he needed money urgently. The Hoover family estate welcomed unexpected guests today. Oscar was embarrassed that they had barged into the former mayor's house in the middle of the night. But Killian replied that they were urgently looking for contractors, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. This job requires specific qualifications, so the client has run into problems decrypting the data. Before giving the details of the job, you need to understand the background. The former mayor of Baran was Buzz Hoover. He wanted to change the city. Many of Baran's residents suffered from the consequences of gambling, alcohol, and substance abuse, while corporations only fueled these vices. This vicious cycle only lined pockets. But Buzz Hoover decided to rid the city of these problems and declared war on substances. The result was impressive. Within 2 years, the prevalence of various poisons had dropped by 90%. That was great, but soon the mayor was found dead at his estate, right before the opening of a new rehabilitation center for people with addictions. Of course, it's suspicious that he was killed in his own home. Some say drug cartels did it, while others believe that a certain influential person with an addiction hired a hitman. No one ever found out the truth, but now there's something that needs to be decrypted. The mayor left files encrypted with a personal spell. Apparently, this is the most confidential information. It is believed that there is a high probability that someone close to the mayor killed him. Oscar also recalled the Sweet family, who were also very powerful in this city. Lockwood replied that on the contrary, Mark Sweet fully supported the mayor and personally led the campaign to rid the streets of drugs. Thanks to his efforts, Mark Sweet gained significant public support and became one of the likely candidates for mayor. Soon, the conversation was interrupted and representatives of the Hoover family appeared in the room. It seemed strange, but a boy appeared in the doorway along with the guards. He greeted the guests and asked if they were indeed mages from the White Tower. The boy was the Hoover family's eldest son, Jake Hoover. Oscar greeted the host and introduced himself, saying he was a third-level mage. After that, Killian Lockwood, a fourth-level mage, was introduced. The boy immediately recognized Lockwood's name. He had been guarding the singer Maureen Maria at the concert. The boy was absolutely thrilled to meet Lockwood, the rising star of the White Tower who had defeated the infamous Pudok brothers. The boy couldn't believe his luck that such an amazing person had come to visit him. Killian didn't know how to respond to the child. He was embarrassed. Jake Hoover said that his guest probably knew why he was hiring mages. Oscar replied to the boy that he had heard. They were looking for someone capable of deciphering certain information. Jake said that his father had claimed to have gathered some shocking data, but the boy had never been able to decipher these important documents. Oscar wanted to know if Jake believed his father's death was somehow connected to this information. Jake replied that at first he wasn't sure, but after recent events, he had no doubts left. Oscar wanted to find out what had convinced Jake of his suspicions. Jake explained that after his father's death, he immediately sent out invitations to the world's most renowned cryptographer mages. But on the way to the city, strange incidents befell each of these magicians. Someone fell from a horse, someone's car engine exploded, and an entire bridge collapsed just as the cryptographer was crossing it. Some were attacked by thugs who are almost never seen on the streets under normal circumstances. As a result, none of the mages made it to Buran, which seemed very strange. Now Jake Hoover was certain that someone was deliberately trying to hide information from the world. Oscar listened carefully to the boy and agreed. It really did look suspicious. Jake asked to go through the procedure before accepting the contract, namely to sign the Pact of the Order of Eltera. Oscar knew what this contract meant. He had encountered it very rarely lately. The contract was harsh, and anyone who violated its terms would lose their life. The contractor must under no circumstances damage the encrypted data and has no right to disclose the details of the order. Upon completion of the order, all terms become void. Oscar read the contract and understood that young Jake was doing his utmost to fulfill his duties as the eldest heir and a loving son. Before signing the contract, Oscar wanted to know if everyone present in the room had signed it. Jake explained that he had prioritized security, so there was no need to worry about the bodyguards. Both men were 4th level. Oscar didn't take his word for it and asked to see the contracts the bodyguards had signed. One of Jake's guards was genuinely indignant, saying that this obscure 3rd-level mage had no right to make demands of them. The young man, losing his temper, suddenly felt that his body wouldn't obey him. He tried to move his arms and legs, but nothing worked. Oscar believed that the ability to properly control wind energy helped expose idiots. Oscar created the illusion of energy pressure, and dealing with the 4th-level mercenaries was a breeze. Now everyone present was unable to move. Oscar said that this was the basis of trust, and he saw no problem with it. Jake Hoover watched his guest closely and ordered the guards to stop resisting. After that, the boy took a bell and ordered the servants to bring the contracts. Oscar spent the next hour and a half reviewing the contracts of everyone present at the Hoover estate. Some of the papers caught Oscar's attention, and he summoned one of the signatories and, without explanation, attacked him. The attack was lightning fast, and the traitor fell right in the middle of the room. Everyone present jumped up from their seats in fright. Jake Hoover was outraged by his guest's behavior. But Oscar asked who had provided him with these contracts and demanded that the employee be detained immediately. They turned out to be forgeries. The traitors had given Jake ordinary pieces of paper that lacked even a shred of Eltera's divine power. Everyone knows that a contract imbued with divine power cannot simply be torn up. Oscar said that the 2 bodyguards were not connected to the incident. Most likely, they had been regularly leaking information. The man in armor drew his sword and said that they shouldn't listen to a charlatan. But that's when Killian Lockwood's right leg came in handy. He knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. The man screamed and begged for mercy, claiming he knew nothing. However, Lockwood pinned his head to the floor with his foot and demanded to know who he was working for. In the end, the traitor agreed to tell everything he knew. He had been hired through intermediaries, and he was ready to share the rest of the information. Oscar explained to the homeowner that the man who had hired these traitors would soon arrive here with a squad to seize the data, and that he would be significantly stronger than these mercenaries. Jake Hoover was genuinely upset. He had trusted these people who turned out to be traitors. Oscar said there was no need to be upset. He was ready to decrypt the data, and Killian Lockwood would work as a bodyguard for Jake Hoover. These 2 tasks would cost 1 million coins. The young man agreed to the terms and suggested signing the contract immediately. Once all the organizational details were settled, the mages of the White Tower went to fetch the master of the house. Jake explained that he had hidden the files in a private, secluded spot. The boy led the men to the basement and pressed a button on one of the brick walls. This triggered a mechanism, and the wall slid apart, revealing a passage to a secret room. Jake had never taken anyone there before. All the files were gathered into a single suitcase, which was in Buzz Hoover's personal safe. Oscar looked closely at the suitcase. Immediately, using magic, he could see something. Even at a glance, it was clear that the suitcase was protected by an impressive number of spells. 3 triple encryption spells, a resistance spell, and an explosion spell. If anyone tried to open it, the suitcase would explode, and its contents would be destroyed. In fact, this was a good thing. No one could open it. Otherwise, both the files and everyone present would have been harmed. Jake asked Oscar if he could hide this dangerous suitcase. It turned out that this was no problem for Oscar. Compared to military ciphers, this was child's play, and for him, a simple task. And indeed, just a few moments later, the suitcase lid open. Jake simply couldn't believe his eyes. The suitcase had opened, and the codes had been deciphered. It was time to carefully examine the documents. It seemed that opening the suitcase was easy, but everyone understood that only a genius, Oscar, could handle it. Jake, with tears in his eyes, took his father's papers out of the suitcase and thanked Oscar for his help. He skimmed through the notes. They described in detail the corrupt activities of various politicians and corporations. This kind of corruption was commonplace in big cities, so killing the mayor over such nonsense was completely unprofitable for local businessmen. Oscar watched Jake and realized that this guy was very sharp and had matured quickly. It turned out that nothing of note was found in the accounting department, so Oscar suggested taking a look at the notebook. In the suitcase, in addition to the financial reports, was Buzz Hoover's personal diary. Jake took out his father's notes and began flipping through them, trying to find incriminating evidence. The entries began when Buzz Hoover had already served 2 years as mayor. He wrote that the newspaper had called the city of Baran a city of alcohol and gambling. In any case, it was no longer being called a city of drugs. The next entry stated that despite the dismantling of the largest gang, the volume of drug trafficking on the city's streets had not decreased. Most likely, an organized group was behind it. About 100 dealers were arrested and interrogated, and their answers were shocking. It turned out that the dealers didn't know their suppliers. The mayor couldn't even imagine how extensive their connections were. Most likely, some corporation or influential politician is behind this. Jake decided to discuss this information with Mark Sweet. The next entry stated that Mark Sweet was under suspicion because he knew all the details of the mayor's personal investigation. Although the mayor found this unpleasant, he was going to keep an eye on Mark Sweet. Jake read the next page and let out a sickening sigh. His hands were shaking, and he couldn't even bring himself to read any further. He handed his father's diary to Oscar and suggested he read the entries himself. It turned out that Mark Sweet was a complete scumbag, a lieutenant in the largest drug cartel called Happy Ending. The mayor would have liked to arrest Mark right then and there, but he had to be patient. Jake was already trembling and couldn't control himself. While listening to his father's entries, he came across a note about the opening of a drug rehabilitation center. The mayor was planning to meet with one of the Imperial family's civil servants. If everything went well, he would get rid of the drug corporation. This was the last recording made by Buzz Hoover, the mayor of the city worried about its bright future. It was on that very day that the mayor died, and Mark Sweet promised his son he would personally find the person responsible for his death. Mark intended to carry on his father Jake's work and swore to do so right at the grave of his murdered friend. Jake Hoover could no longer hold back his emotions. The boy burst into tears. He couldn't understand how Mark Sweet could have treated them so cruelly. Oscar promised that the villain would pay for his sins and advised the boy not to give up. Even though Jake was certain there was no justice in this city, Oscar said he would do everything in his power to ensure Mark Sweet was punished. After all, that was precisely why one became a mage of one of the 4 great towers, to restore justice. Lockwood interrupted the conversation, saying that the situation was much more serious. Now the city could fall under the control of a drug cartel. After all, tourists from other cities come here regularly, so one can imagine what will happen when the new mayor gets everyone hooked. Lockwood agreed that all passing and visiting tourists would return home already addicted, and the cartels would gain a new clientele across the country. The situation was such that this diary was the only way to prevent Mark Sweet from being elected mayor. The question remained, when would this scoundrel start making his move? If he planned to run for mayor again, he wouldn't let the contents of the diary become public knowledge. He would take advantage of some situation to distract the townspeople and deal with the Hoover estate. Oscar began to figure out exactly what moment could be used for this purpose. It had to be a large-scale celebration. At that moment, Jake Hoover remembered that there would be a festival in the city center tonight. And later at night, there would be a spectacular fireworks display. The mages realized that the entire operation would take place tonight. Lockwood believed that Jake needed to be evacuated while the mages prepared and took countermeasures. Killian thought they should request outside support, because the two of them were in way over their heads and wouldn't be able to handle it. Oscar praised his comrade, saying that he was showing common sense and was a normal person overall. But at that moment, Jake Hoover spoke up and said a firm no. Jake Hoover declared in all seriousness that he had no intention of running away. The boy reasoned, if he backed down now, when else would he get a chance to avenge his father's killer? Jake understood that there would be no other chance. If the mages deemed it too dangerous, he would break the contract and handle it himself. Both mages said they wouldn't abandon Jake since they had already promised him and he had trusted them. Jake Hoover was sincerely grateful to the mages. He said he would never forget their help. But Oscar thought it was too early to thank them. That would have to wait until the mission was complete. Right now, they needed to come up with a plan immediately. They needed a communication device, but it turned out to be impossible to use one. Security measures had been in place throughout the city since yesterday. Now it became clear that this was also part of the plan, to cut off the estate so that no one could call the police. But Oscar could handle it with the help of a crystal ball. It turned out that the boy's father had loved collecting antiques and had once, long ago, given Jake one of these orbs. Lockwood had no idea what to do with the orb, so Oscar asked Jake for permission to use it. Oscar cast a special spell and immediately confirmed that the crystal ball was working. Lockwood couldn't figure out when Oscar had managed to figure it out, since the relic was only mentioned in old books. Oscar replied that he had been bored one day, so he studied the mechanism. Of course, it wasn't a relic at all. Just a couple of decades ago, everyone used this marvel of technology. Oscar fiddled with the transmission sphere a little longer and placed it on the stand, saying that he had managed to send the message. Lockwood hoped the elders wouldn't be late and that help would arrive in time. Oscar smirked at the word elders, but decided not to upset his new friend just yet. The transmission crystal control room was as clean as a museum. The control room supervisor was barely holding back from swallowing his jaw as he yawned. The new junior employee, who was also the only worker in the department, turned to her boss. The girl wanted to understand exactly what they did here, since no one had properly explained anything to her yet. She had been working there for 3 days already, and all the boss had done was yawn. No matter how dull government work might be, this seemed excessive. The boss asked what the girl actually knew about their department. It turned out that hundreds of people used to work there, and it was considered a great honor to work in a department with such a rich history. When the sphere begins to glow, numbers appear on it. Their job is to write down the numbers and decode the messages. Today, this didn't seem very practical. But in the past, with the help of such a sphere, it was possible to connect the whole world. Moreover, it could even fit into a woman's handbag. In the past, everyone had a pocket-sized version of such a sphere. To meet someone, you had to send them your unique number. Then the person on the other end would immediately know you were looking for them. The pocket crystal ball allowed you to carry it with you, but the pocket-sized version had a limit on the length of the message you could send. Therefore, to transmit a larger volume of text, special ciphers were used, encoding information into fewer characters. The numbers received from the crystal could be combined into complete sentences to convey urgent information. At that time, the office was under the control of the Imperial family, and the cipher was top secret. Only the heads of the magical towers, dukes, and patriarchs had access to it. The department head went on to explain that no one had contacted them in many years, so he was surprised when a new employee joined the staff. He was still telling his tall tales when a subordinate suddenly shouted that the crystal ball had lit up. At first, the boss assumed his subordinate was just messing around, since it seemed impossible. However, soon both men saw numbers on the screen. They began writing them down and decoding the message. The inspector read out the numbers, and the employee wrote them down for further decoding. When the message was decoded, it read, "The city of Baran is at risk of being taken over by the largest drug cartel. Their plan is to flood the entire nation with drugs, and today is the starting point." The department staff realized that something extremely important was happening. The department head ordered them to contact the National Security Bureau immediately. In the woods near the Goover's estate, mercenaries were hiding in the bushes. They made sure the perimeter cameras were turned off. The men discussed that they had 5 hours for the entire operation. During that time, they needed to retrieve the encrypted data. Samuel demanded that they not be given orders, since no one had ever put bosses over him. Umar said he had a plan and suggested they follow it. Jackson announced that his mercenaries would operate separately. After that, the guys rushed off to carry out their assignments. It wasn't clear why they would hire so many people only to have everyone work separately. Still, recruiting dozens of mercenary groups that had never worked together seemed foolish. There would be no coordination. The guys were upset. They'd turned off the cameras and now others were jumping the gun. The boss said there was no need to rush. He had anticipated this behavior, but Era Sweet had offered a reward for a mage named Lockwood, which was why the mercenaries were acting this way. The subordinates were worried that if they sat around in the woods, other killers would do all the work and take the profits. The gang leader decided not to argue and ordered them to launch the attack. Suddenly, there was a click. Umar tensed up and asked what had happened. The girl had fallen into a trap and was now lying on the ground with a broken leg, bleeding profusely. Umar ordered his men to watch their step, since there were traps all around. However, that wasn't the biggest problem yet. A guy, trembling with fear, called out to the boss, pointing at something lying ahead. Umar approached his comrade and realized why he was so terrified and trembling. One of the toughest mercenaries, named Jackson, was lying on the ground with a bullet hole in his head. Soon the screams of other mercenaries rang out all around. Someone was shouting in outrage. A mine had exploded somewhere, and now they had to watch their step carefully. The men were dying one after another, not knowing who their enemy was or where he was hiding. It soon became clear that the mines were activating on their own, catching up to the mercenaries and reacting to body heat. Umar ordered everyone to run toward the estate and get out of the forest before it was too late. However, despite their caution, the mercenaries didn't understand how the enemy was determining their location. The assassins felt fear, not understanding who they were fighting. Now they simply wanted to save themselves. No longer thinking about the job, Killian Lockwood watched this headlong flight from a tree branch. Waiting until the bandits were under his tree, Lockwood jumped down, saying they'd been wandering through the woods too carelessly. The guys probably wanted him to finish them off. After that, severed heads flew in all directions. One of the mercenaries hid under a bush and could barely hold back his nausea as the decapitated body of his comrade fell nearby. The guy sat under the tree, hoping the killer wouldn't notice him and would go off to find other victims. Finally, the forest grew relatively quiet. The killer began to quietly crawl out of the bushes, since he had no intention of dying. But he couldn't get away. A hole was staring right back at him from the center of his forehead. Lockwood struck the guy in the face with a stick and now stared at him with a glowing gaze. The terrified killer realized he was unlikely to survive the night and opened fire with his automatic weapon. The bullets bounced off Lockwood, causing him absolutely no harm. However, Lockwood hated this with a passion. He simply couldn't stand it personally. Killian couldn't bear the smell of gunpowder in the sacred forest. Oscar sat on the roof of the estate. His spell protected Lockwood, but it drained a lot of mana. In addition, to find enemies hiding in the forest, Oscar cast a spell to detect thermal images. And to deal with them, he used a special wind bullet designed for long-range combat, a so-called wind sniper bullet. All of this was very effective and looked impressive, but every shot consumed a huge amount of mana. By the start of the barrage, Oscar had already neutralized 67 targets, but that wasn't enough. Oscar used a mana scan and, from a bird's-eye view, pinpointed Lockwood's location, as well as two other mercenaries on one side of the forest. The remaining enemies, about 50 people, were fleeing the forest. Their numbers gradually dwindled, and this even surprised Oscar somewhat. He hadn't expected the battle to be so easy, which left him puzzled. Soon, Oscar noticed that the enemies were returning toward the estate. They must have decided to continue with their plan, even after everything they'd endured in the woods. Oscar also noticed the speed at which they were moving. It was completely unreasonable. It seemed that all the mercenaries were completely exhausted. Killian was practically satisfied. The scent of danger in the forest was no longer detectable, and besides, there were no mercenaries nearby. Two guys from Jake Hoover's personal security detail ran up to him from the bushes, saying they'd taken care of everyone. Lockwood asked how things were going and heard something very strange. The guys were bragging that the four of them had repelled an army of 150 men, and that books would be written about this colossal victory. Lockwood realized that in reality, things were not at all as these young men imagined, and began looking around. After that, Lockwood ordered his men to prepare for battle, for the enemy was advancing once more. And indeed, with a wild roar and scream, like a mob of zombified people, The mercenaries charged. It seemed as though they had lost their minds. Lockwood threw a few punches and realized these guys were high. They simply weren't in control of themselves and felt no fear. It was relatively easy to fight them because their cognitive functions were severely impaired and their reactions were sluggish. Lockwood continued to analyze the mercenaries' condition. It resembled the result of the technique used by the traitor who had killed the tribal chief. One of the estate's defenders called for help, saying that something was clearly wrong with the attackers. Killian was about to rush to his comrade's aid when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Long time no see." And at that moment, Kaya Lockwood, the tribe's traitor who had appeared at the Goover estate, emerged from behind the trees. The girl said she was hurt to hear the word traitor directed at her. However, Killian replied that it was true. After all, it was Kaya who had stolen the king's tattoo from the forest temple and driven the chieftain mad when he tried to stop her. Killian wanted to hear from the girl herself that it was indeed her. It was important for him to hear confirmation. The Kaya Lockwood that Killian had known before had a bad temper, but she was the most powerful and respected warrior, having risen to the position of chieftain at a young age. She was everyone's idol and honored traditions. That was how Killian remembered her. But then something happened. The girl changed. And now Killian wanted to know why she had clouded the chieftain's mind, turning him into a possessed madman. This led to the chieftain being killed and falling at the hands of the forest warriors. And yet he loved them so dearly and did everything he could to help these people. Killian waited with bated breath for Kai's answer, hoping she would call it a misunderstanding. If that were the case, then after some time, Killian might be able to forgive her. But Kaya didn't deny it or even offer any excuses for her actions. Kaya didn't see a problem with it. She had no reason to make up any excuses. And although Killian tried to explain her dishonorable act, the girl didn't care what he thought. "I understand that this conversation is over," said Killian, taking up a fighting stance and preparing for battle. Kaya considered him a foolish little brother who didn't realize the difference between them. Sometimes it's worth stepping back and running away to live longer in this world. But the boy replied that their father and the chieftain hadn't taught him to live wisely. They had taught him the life of a warrior. Kaya looked at her brother in surprise, saying that he was still just a forest fool. Killian rushed to attack Kaya, believing that his comrade Oscar would not lose to pathetic puppets. But Kaya was waiting for him and prepared to parry the blow. The men defending Jake Hoover were already barely fighting with their last ounce of strength. One of the guards lay exhausted on the ground, hoping his comrade would manage to save him. However, a thought crossed his friend's mind. Maybe he should think of himself. After all, nothing terrible would happen if he sacrificed one comrade. It would give him a chance to escape. But then he remembered how his friend had shown him a photo of his son, with whom he planned to go on a trip after the mission was over. The man ran to save his friend, ignoring the danger and the approaching enemies. At that moment, one of the zombified mercenaries was ready to kill the guy. Suddenly, a strange event occurred, and now the comrades were sitting in safety, not understanding how they had managed to escape. Oscar was standing near them. It turned out that he was the one who had scattered all the attackers with a single blow. Finally, the guys were able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was unclear why Oscar had been busy off to the side for so long. They explained to Oscar that these mercenaries feel no pain at all. Even with a knife in their stomachs, they keep attacking, despite broken arms and legs. The guys told Oscar that they had only seen Killian call out the name of a girl who had appeared out of nowhere, Kaya Lockwood. Oscar immediately remembered that he had heard that name somewhere before. Kaya Lockwood. That was the name of Radon's beloved daughter from his past life. Given the coincidence of the first and last names, it was most likely her. The mercenaries continued to advance, and he had to come up with something fast. If Radon's daughter was involved in this operation, then she had surely cast the King's Tattoo effect. The King's Tattoo is a mark bestowed upon the most powerful warriors of each generation of the Forest Tribe, and it contains the power of all the shamans. It is not just a tattoo, it is an artifact that leaves the bearer's body after their death and returns to the Forest Temple. If Kaya possessed it, then she most likely turned these people into mad berserkers with the help of the warrior spirit. However, the power of the King's Tattoo was originally different. It boosted morale and strengthened the faith of comrades, but when overused, it turned them into combat puppets. Therefore, the tattoo was passed down exclusively to the most powerful and noble warriors who were not to abuse the artifact. And now the main question arises. Why does Radon's daughter need all this? The men continued to fight the endless stream of mercenaries and suggested that Oscar call for help from the estate. However, Oscar said he had a plan, but it would take just a little time. The guys had to hold out and buy Oscar some time. They were very scared. They feared they wouldn't make it since the number of mercenaries kept growing. In the end, the boys realized they had to do everything in their power because they no longer even had a chance to escape. All this time, Oscar had been casting a strong and powerful spell, which he hoped would lead to victory. Soon the spell was complete, and he was able to activate the Garden of Solitude with a sigh of relief. The battle continued for a while longer, but the entire area was engulfed in Oscar's mana. With every passing moment, the number of opponents dwindled, and they no longer rose to their feet. The guys felt as though they had stopped breathing for a moment and wanted to understand what Oscar had done. Oscar had created a temporary space where mana could not exist, severing the threads connecting the mercenaries to the spellcaster. The guys listened carefully to the explanation, but didn't understand a thing. Their brains seemed to have turned to mush from fear. When the danger had passed, Oscar ordered the men to return to the estate. They didn't want to stray far from Oscar, for only by his side did they feel protected and safe. Oscar replied that he still had some business to attend to in the woods and needed to bring another guy along. He looked at the spot among the trees where the sky was glowing crimson. Soon, explosions rang out there, and everything around was lit up as if it were broad daylight. Meanwhile, Killian and Kaya continued to fight. The girl noted that her brother's technique had improved significantly. On top of that, he had corrected many bad habits and flaws in his techniques. Using the Song of the Wolf, Killian attacked his opponent, reaching out to grab her. Kaya noted that the boy had become much stronger. He had almost managed to overpower her. But Kaya believed that in battle, one shouldn't be too honest. It's important to be able to deceive the enemy. Killian, however, insisted that a warrior of the forest had no need for tricks. Kaya replied that this was exactly why she considered her brother a complete idiot. Suddenly, the girl felt that her connection with the warrior's spirit had been severed. Kaya froze in place, listening to what was happening. She hadn't stopped the warrior's spirit, so why had the mercenary stopped obeying her? At the same time, Killian heard a signal to duck through the mana channel. Without asking any questions, he instantly dropped to the ground, letting the weapon fly over his head. Kaya managed to react and caught a bullet out of thin air. The girl surmised that a mage from the White Tower was nearby. So that scoundrel had severed her spirit of time? But even if he'd called for reinforcements, the White Tower couldn't have reacted so quickly and arrived here. Kaya knew that aside from her brother, the only mage of the White Tower was that third-level boy. Could he really have severed the thread with a 7th-level mage? While the girl was distracted, Killian kicked her in the head with all his might. This wasn't a problem for Kaya. She confidently dodged the blow, calling her brother a naive dreamer, and once again deflected the air bullet. Easily blocking her brother's attacks, Kaya set out to find that good-for-nothing young mage. Searching for Oscar gave her real pleasure. However, after searching the entire forest from top to bottom, Kaya saw no sign of Oscar nearby. The girl couldn't understand how this could have happened. She had scanned the area within a radius of several kilometers. She didn't believe that a third-level mage was capable of hitting her from such a distance. She allowed for the possibility that Oscar had learned to hide, but that seemed impossible since he had barely mastered the basics of magic. Kaya had managed to deal a serious blow to her brother. To master the essence of mana, one had to reach at least the intermediate level, and Killian was already barely breathing. And Oscar would have to be a high-level mage, like Kaya, to become the creator of his own world. The girl couldn't understand how a low-level mage dared to lead her by the nose, since she was already at the 7th level and had vast experience. Killian managed to get to his feet and turned to the traitor, saying that she should look at him, for he was her enemy. Kaya was surprised to see that her brother was still standing, but eventually she grew tired of it and decided to put an end to it. The girl unleashed all the power she possessed, counting on her brother to stay put and not intervene. Kaya's strike was extremely powerful, catastrophic for any opponent. Killian didn't have time to do anything. Blood gushed from his throat and the young man fell to the ground unconscious. Continuing to scan the area, Kaya tried to determine which direction the bullets had come from. Just a third-level boy. Finally, the girl spotted the target. She believed Oscar had made his only mistake by not fleeing the forest. Oscar realized he was in serious trouble. He wanted Killian to wake up as soon as possible, but he had little time left before Kaya reached him. He thought about the royal family's sluggishness. It was unclear what they were doing and why they weren't hurrying, since the message had been received long ago. Oscar decided to head toward Killian. The main thing now was not to get distracted by Kaya. The boy reassured himself. Kaya would need time to search the entire forest. But at that moment, he sensed someone's presence. Turning around, he saw Kaya, pleased with her abilities. She had guessed Oscar's location and was right. Looking at her young opponent, Kaya said she'd thought as much, because that was exactly why she hadn't been able to detect him with her scan. Oscar had mimicked the tree's mana code to perfection, but he was shocked at how quickly Kaya had found and recognized him. Kaya greeted the third-level wizard and said she had long wanted to meet him in person. The girl had read and heard about Oscar's heroic deeds and genius many times. Besides, they had already met once in the city. Oscar confirmed that he had indeed seen her on the street, and their eyes had met then. He asked Kaya what had brought her here, realizing that his survival depended on buying time until help arrived. Kaya replied that she needed the information in Jake Hoover's possession, though Oscar already understood her true motive. She admitted that she wasn't going to back down, not even for her brother's sake, because she had reasons to influence the mayor's decision. Oscar didn't understand why such a strong girl had become a subordinate of Mark Sweet, that vile drug lord and traitor. But Kaya insisted that she wasn't a subordinate. She was a ring bearer, so she couldn't be compared to drug addicts. Oscar was surprised to hear the word ring bearer, which was new to him. In his past life, such a concept didn't exist. Such naivety struck Kaya. Had he really heard nothing about the Lilac Brigade? If he had, he must have known about the Kolschitsa as well. Oscar knew it was the local mafia. He didn't remember anything else. Once, Killian had said that the mayor had been killed by drug traffickers or that an addict had ordered his murder from the Purple Brigade. At that moment, Killian approached Oscar, worried about his friend. Communicating telepathically, Killian told Oscar that Kaya was a real monster, and he didn't think even the two of them together would be able to defeat her. Oscar replied that they had no choice and would have to fight. He reminded him that they had promised Jake they'd make the villains pay for their sins, and asked his friend to buy him 10 seconds before the signal was given. Killian agreed. There was no other choice, and his question was obvious, though too stupid. Kaya watched the mages with relish and asked how much longer they planned to whisper among themselves. Killian mentally told his friend that 10 seconds wouldn't be easy, but he'd try. The young man promised to do his best, shielded Oscar, and got ready to attack. Kaya concluded that the boys had finished discussing their strategy. Her brother thanked Kaya for waiting. Apparently, the girl hadn't completely lost her warrior spirit and hadn't forgotten about valor and honor. Kaya replied that it was simply basic courtesy, and she was also curious to see what this kid could bring to the table, since Oscar was truly an interesting character. Oscar needed only a little time. He knew it wouldn't last long. The spell was ready. Oscar realized that his enemy was a forest warrior, and that changed everything. The young man shouted his comrade's name loudly, thereby signaling him. Killian mustered his last ounce of strength to gather the remnants of his mana and activate the tattoo. Kaya watched her brother with interest. She had never seen him in such a state before, and wanted to understand how far he was willing to go. Killian felt a great power pulsing through his body. This was the full extent of his power, and he was ready to demonstrate it to his sister. Kaya also activated her tattoo spell and prepared to fight the forest warrior. When they clashed, the battle was fierce and utterly unpredictable. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand, and the blows rained down without pause. Soon, Killian received the wind support from his comrade. Kaya was thoroughly enjoying the fight. It was getting more interesting for her. She encouraged her brother, urging him to push beyond his limits, fully confident in her own strength. Indeed, there was a 3-level difference between brother and sister. At some point, Killian passed out. It seemed he had exhausted all his mana, which was precisely why Kaya didn't want him to follow her. Now the young man looked like a puppet. Even though their paths had diverged, Killian was still her family. The girl didn't finish him off. He was already lying there as if his battery had completely died. Now Kaya was ready to face the genius Oscar, since her brother was already finished. However, it turned out that where Oscar had been just a moment ago, there was now a gaping void. Could he have gotten scared and run away after all? But at that moment, Oscar appeared behind Kaya and activated the Lonely Garden. The girl's eyes were filled with horror. She hadn't expected such a turn of events. Kaya had never dealt with the Lonely Garden before. She realized she was inside some kind of sphere. She was stunned. There were spells left that were unknown to her, but available to a 3rd-level mage. The girl guessed that this space stopped the movement of not only mana, but also air. This could become a serious problem, but Kaya could hold out without oxygen for 10 minutes. The technique was impressive, and now Kaya was curious to see how this wizard would blossom and become a great mage. Kaya turned to Oscar, saying that the boy had already realized the futility of his actions. Oscar wasn't able to completely stop Kaya with this spell, even though the boy was truly a genius. However, one mustn't forget that even if Oscar is a genius, the difference in their levels is still significant, and there's nothing to be done about that. Kaya didn't want to give Oscar false hope, so she decided to end it quickly. But suddenly she realized the problem. For some reason, the magic of Kaya's tattoos wasn't activating. Oscar watched his opponent. He knew that a typical 7th level warrior would easily handle him, but Kaya was a forest warrior. In his past life, Oscar had been the head of the White Tower, so he knew all the secrets and the magic of the forest warrior's tattoos. There was a separate school developed by the head of the White Tower, who subsequently trained the forest warriors. Information about this was recorded in the archives and available to every current head. Unlike ordinary magic, the tattooing school worked by injecting mana under the skin in the form of a design, allowing one to control the use of spells and completely halt the flow of mana around them. Oscar was glad he had paid attention to this back then, because the forest warrior's main weapon was their outstanding combat abilities. Forest warriors can fight even without spells, and now Kaya was ready to use everything she knew. The girl knew she was on the brink, but now she would definitely put an end to the battle. Oscar wanted to prevent her from moving, but at his level, he wasn't yet capable of doing so. However, he could activate Oscar's style. He had a secret technique, Sound of the Waves. Oscar directed all his strength into executing this technique. The protective sphere surrounding Kaya was swept away by the waves, and now she was helpless. Kaya realized that her defensive magic wasn't working at this stage, but she braced herself to take the blow so she could counterattack. Oscar gathered all his strength into his fist and struck his opponent. It seemed victory was already within his grasp. However, the illusion shattered. He found himself face to face with an opponent who vastly surpassed him in strength and power. Oscar knew he needed to hold out for just a second. Perhaps a fraction of a second would have been enough, but fate had other plans. He struck the ground and showed his opponent that she was no longer where she had been just a moment ago. Kaya felt the thrill. She was once again in control of the situation and managed to dodge the attack. Oscar sat on the ground, barely holding himself up and feeling weak, while Kaya still didn't know what she wanted more: to play around a little longer. After all, the girl had truly felt a threat to her life now, and it had become clear just how precious life was. She watched her opponent with delight, having not experienced such interesting duels in a long time. Of course, it would have been more appropriate to crush this budding genius, Oscar, but she wanted to see what this young flower would grow into. Where else would she find such a wonderful toy? Oscar didn't even have the strength to say anything in response. The boy couldn't get to his feet. Not a drop of mana remained in him. If he'd foreseen this outcome, he wouldn't have wasted his strength from the start. He just needed to buy a little time so that the black blade, slicing through the air, could strike. The black blade plunged into the ground in front of Kai, and the girl immediately understood what that meant. The very next moment, a mage, the owner of the black blade, descended from the sky. He landed, took his weapon in hand, stood up, and introduced himself. It was Senior Inspector Walker from the Imperial Ministry of the Interior, Bureau of National Security. The young man shielded Oscar with his body and, looking the villainous in the eye, took on the role of defender. Walker read the charges. Kaya Lockwood was arrested on charges of murder, arson, and 17 other crimes. Kaya saw the Emperor's black sword before her and understood the consequences of disobedience. Oscar noted with surprise that the Imperial family had actually sent a worthy reinforcement. This knight was on par with Kay Lockwood. In addition to the inspector, other representatives of the Imperial Ministry of the Interior were also in the forest. Kaya realized the fun was over. The Imperial family had found out that the gangsters had interfered in the mayoral election, and continuing the fight was no longer worth it. The girl raised her hands and said she was surrendering, preparing to leave. However, Inspector Walker said he wouldn't let her escape. Of course, a smart person knows when to step aside, Kaya said, but I won't forget a single one of you here. Kaya promised she would definitely make them pay for tonight. Oscar would get it especially bad. The next moment, she vanished. Her subordinates wanted to give chase, but the inspector said it was pointless. The sorceress was very talented. The inspector sent his men to secure the estate and deal with the remaining mercenaries. The inspector scolded Oscar. The boy hadn't used his head when he got into a fight with Kolschitsa, and could easily have been killed. The young genius was upset. He had run out of strength and passed out, still lying on the ground. The inspector praised the boy, saying that he had tried very hard and done a lot to protect the townspeople and destroy the villains. Oscar woke up and saw the forest. He looked around in surprise. It was a warm, sunny day. Looking at his hands, the boy realized it was a dream. He saw himself in his past life, Oscar Sage, walk up to his friend and ask what he was doing. Radon was sitting under a tree admiring a family photo. The photo showed Radon's family, him, his wife, and their little daughter. It was just a shame that Kaya was crying. Oscar asked why they hadn't removed the mane during the photo shoot. Kaya must have seen it and gotten scared. But Radon believed that he was not only a mage of the White Tower, but also a leader, so he had to maintain his dignity. In general, he had always wanted to have a face as manly as Maxim's. Oscar said he'd heard about the birth of their second child, a boy, which meant he'd be able to visit them with his sister. Radon replied that he didn't seem to mind if his children didn't become mages. It was strange to hear this from a man who was himself a mage and a representative of the White Tower. But Radon believed that parents shouldn't impose a dream on a child. The child must find it for themselves, and the children would know what justice was and choose their own path. Oscar agreed. That was indeed a very correct and wise approach. Still, he advised his friend to send the children to the White Tower if possible, so that he himself could teach them everything. Radon confirmed that he trusted his friend and might just do that. Oscar was caught between sleep and wakefulness. He apologized to Radon, whose daughter had gotten involved with the mafia, and whose son Oscar had beaten up the very first time they met. Finally, Oscar woke up and sat up in bed. Killian was sitting nearby, waiting for his friend to come to his senses. Killian was glad that Oscar had recovered. He felt relieved, but he still went out of his way to peel an apple. It turned out that the priest had ordered that Oscar be given light food after waking up. Now, peeled and sliced pieces of apple were waiting for him. This had to be done so that the patient would find it more appetizing and recover as quickly as possible. It was hard to understand the forest warriors with the mind. You just had to accept them with your heart and love them wholeheartedly. Oscar stayed in bed for 3 days. During that time, Jake summoned a high-ranking priest. As soon as the priest saw Oscar's condition, he asked, "What does this child do?" Oscar thought this was the priest that the singer Marin had summoned for him. After all, while defending the girl, Oscar had also been exhausted, and they'd had to call for priests. It seemed there shouldn't be any long-term consequences. The night before, Killian had contacted Elder Maxim. It turned out their names were splashed across the front pages of every newspaper. Maxim asked him to be more careful. According to him, the mage hunter was still active in the north of the empire. Oscar remembered that it was precisely because of this hunter that his meeting with Killian had taken place. It seemed like a very long time ago. The mage hunter was truly vile. He already had 10 victims to his name, including 5th-level mages, which meant he was their equal in power. Fortunately, the mages of the White Tower had not been harmed, but there had been casualties among the mages of the Red and Yellow Towers. Oscar admitted, this was a serious problem. If the maniac was operating in the north, and the north was the White Tower's territory, it was clear what they would be doing in the near future. Killian replied that as long as they were together, there was no need to worry. The mage hunter only attacked those who were alone. Killian confirmed that he would return to the tower with Oscar because his goal was to find the traitor. Although he hadn't been able to punish Kaya, he would now return to the White Tower. Besides, Killian felt quite well. Everyone knows that forest warriors heal quickly, just like dogs. However, the young man was too pensive, which was not surprising since he had recently survived a bloody battle with a member of his own family. At that moment, the door to the room opened quietly, and the man who entered greeted the mages. Jake Hoover entered the room. He wanted to know how Killian and Oscar were feeling. He was glad that his rescuers were all right. Oscar thanked the priest who had healed him and helped him recover more quickly after losing his mana. Jake thanked Oscar and handed him an envelope, saying he had prepared it especially for the mage. Of course, the boy would have liked to give more, but he was currently facing a lot of financial problems as he had to deal with a pile of issues. However, the amount on the check matched the agreement, 1 million coins. The boy bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. He couldn't imagine that Mark Sweet would actually be arrested. Jake Hoover used to want to become a prominent politician like his father, but now he had a different dream. Oscar was pleased to hear this. He thanked the boy for his positive view of the mage's way of life and said that if Jake worked hard, he would become just as fantastic a mage as he was. Jake said that was wonderful, but he planned to join the civil service at the National Security Bureau to punish villains and save the deceived citizens. It was a worthy dream. Jake would make a great employee. The boy went about his business, and Walter reported that the operation was complete. All the criminals were arrested, including the surviving mercenaries, as well as everyone connected to Mark Sweet. Mark Sweet tried to intimidate the authorities, but Walter said he was just a lieutenant in the cartel. A happy ending. After that, the villain had no more arguments, and they took him away. All of this happened in front of his daughter, who was acting defiantly, trying to cause a scene and argue with the authorities. Kneeling in handcuffs, her father looked at his daughter and realized that the future awaiting the child was not a bright one. Mark Sweet pleaded for his daughter to be released, arguing that she was not to blame for anything, an innocent child who had become a victim of circumstances. But the girl opened her mouth and screamed that her father was a complete good-for-nothing loser who couldn't do anything right, and that he'd be better off not starting anything at all. The girl had hoped her dad would sort everything out, but now he shouldn't be called her father. Mark Sweet got what he deserved. After that, Aru Sweet was also arrested for participating in criminal activity and aiding criminals. On top of that, the girl had promised to pay the bounty on both mages' heads, and details emerged about how she had ordered the murders of several people in the past. Jake Hoover told the authorities that Oscar had sent the message using a crystal transmission orb. Oscar confirmed that he had done so. However, the young man realized he would have to explain where he had learned the code. The Imperial family's crystal ball code is a state secret, but Walter merely thanked the boy for his resourcefulness. Walter asked how the head of the tower was doing. Oscar almost blundered by asking a counter question since he hadn't met her yet. However, security had concluded that the connection via the crystal ball had been established by the head of the White Tower at Oscar's request. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. The authorities believed that Sasha Mace had sent the message, which meant the secret of the codes remained undisclosed. After that, Walter said goodbye to the magicians, wishing them all the best. The man paused in the doorway and asked the guys, "Are all magicians like these two?" Killian and Oscar didn't understand the point of the question and looked at the man in surprise. Walter began to explain what he meant by that, but soon got confused himself. And after that, he said that none of that mattered. The main thing was that he lived alongside people for whom honor and justice were above all else. Previously, all the mages Walter had known were united mainly by selfishness. They cared only about their own gain. But these two mages from the White Tower, whom he had met during his recent missions, were completely different. They embodied the older generation's ideals of magic: honest, honorable, prioritizing their mission over selfish desires, and thinking of others. No wonder the White Tower's mages had always been so highly regarded, and why they were still missed to this day. Now Walter felt the same way. In the eastern part of the empire, in the city of Luan, stood the Yellow Tower. Representatives of the elders and the head of the Yellow Tower gathered in the central hall to hold a meeting. The head of the Yellow Tower, Tony Havertz, suggested starting with an analysis of the situation at the other mage towers. He was informed that the Red Tower had been granted the right to conduct a large-scale monster-clearing operation, with Lloyd Schultz appointed as commander. The Blue Tower continued to lose market share in potion-making to the mages of the White Tower. For now, it seemed like a minor annoyance, but if this continued, it could become a serious problem. Everyone in the White Tower was pleased with this situation, especially after Oscar and Killian's recent successes. The head of the Yellow Tower noted that Oscar's name had been on everyone's lips lately. Tony himself, however, never thought he'd hear about him again. He remembered how, a few years ago, every tower had rejected this young man. No one wanted to take him in, considering him completely hopeless. According to reports, Oscar engaged in combat with Kolschitsa and came away with only minor injuries, recovering within a few days. The head clarified what kind of benefit was being discussed. If this was Kaya Lockwood of the Lilac Brigade, then a battle with her could be compared to a natural disaster. It has been confirmed that it is indeed Kaya Lockwood, but it seems Oscar was incredibly lucky. It also became known that the mages of the White Tower are apparently attempting to venture into the field of technomagic research. The head of the Yellow Tower was surprised by this news and wanted to understand the reasons behind it. He surmised that data had accumulated, indicating that a large number of books and scientific papers were piling up within the tower's walls. He wanted to know why, in his opinion, interest in techno-magic had grown so sharply. It turned out there were rumors that the mages of the White Tower had purchased a large batch of volatile stone at the markets. This, of course, is not mithril, but it is still one of the best minerals for mana conductivity. The stone's properties also include the ability to levitate when imbued with mana. The Elder of the Yellow Tower suggested, although this is just a rough idea for now, it seems logical to me. The mage believed that the White Tower might be attempting to develop a flying ship. Upon hearing such an unusual suggestion, everyone present burst into loud laughter. This eased the tension. The mages believed their colleagues' imagination had simply run wild, since many of them had spent years working on similar projects themselves. If the mages of the White Tower were indeed trying to build an airship, there was no need to worry. They would have no competition. In a matter of days, they would spend all the proceeds from the sale of potions. The word airship evoked nostalgia. Memories of the Yellow Tower mages' failed attempts immediately came to mind. Apparently, the younger generation of mages had heard almost nothing about those studies. In fact, the origins of techno-magic research go back to the blue skies. In their time, the mages had concluded that an airship could not function on lightning magic and engineering alone. The White Tower's wind magic would have met the same fate. Unless, of course, the late Oscar Sage were to return to life and reveal the secrets of the Ouroboros. But the mage of the Yellow Tower had no need to build castles in the air. The Yellow Beast, equipped with cutting-edge technology, had already established the Yellow Tower as the greatest on the continent. At that, the head of the tower put an end to talk of competitors and their empty dreams. A mage had already set a new record for completing the program's training phase. One of the mages in charge of the program said that the list of candidates had been narrowed down, but a clear winner had not yet been confirmed. The Yellow Tower developed the program, but mages still need to wait for the Emperor's permission to view users' personal information. All of this is covered by the privacy policy. The head noted that they must continue working in this direction. The Yellow Tower must acquire this talent at all costs. Oscar ate his diet porridge and, his mouth agape in surprise, listened intently to his comrade's story, who had found no other time for such a conversation. In Killian's tribe, there was no warrior more deserving of a tattoo than Kaya. Killian had mulled this thought over in his head hundreds, even thousands of times. In her time, she would have inherited the tattoo naturally. So why had the girl robbed the temple and confused the chief's mind? At first, Killian thought Kaya had her reasons. The girl he knew had a nasty temper, but she understood perfectly well what honor meant to a warrior. And now it turned out that Kaya had used this great power for criminal purposes. She could not be forgiven for that. Oscar asked what other problems the Forest People tribe had faced before the robbery. Killian replied that everything had been quiet and peaceful, almost too quiet. Perhaps there was no particular reason. It's just that some people are born with deep darkness inside them. But in any case, it was very difficult to accept the fact that Radan's daughter could be evil by nature, since she had been such a wonderful and well-behaved child. Oscar was sure there was no need to dwell too much on the reasons. Someday everything would become clear. Until then, it was better to focus on what could be done. Killian asked his friend why Oscar never asked him anything. Wasn't he curious about where all that malice in Lockwood came from? But Oscar believed the boy would tell him himself when he was ready. If that moment never came, the answer wouldn't matter anyway. Killian was satisfied with the explanation. Oscar sounded like a true elder of time. Oscar didn't know how to take that description. Did he really seem like an old man? At that moment, a servant entered and announced that a visitor from the Red Tower had arrived for Oscar. Klein Mattis, the director of the Red Tower's Baran branch, immediately entered the room. Killian showed tact. He said goodbye to Oscar, explaining that he would go pack his things and attend to his own business. Oscar stood up to greet the visitor. He introduced himself as a third-level mage, but did not specify that he belonged to the White Tower. Klein replied that there was no need for introductions. Oscar had survived a battle with the ring mistress, so his name was known to everyone. Klein delivered an envelope containing the search results. Oscar was about to pay the 30% surcharge required of all White Tower mages. However, the representative of the Red Tower not only declined the surcharge, but also returned the deposit Oscar had left, 1,100,000 coins. Klein reported that they had been unable to locate the owner of the blood sample Oscar had left. The tracking magic kept cutting out, and the spell had been disrupted. In some regions, mana was so unstable that it disrupted the magic. The researchers found the final point where the spell broke off. The person Oscar was searching for using the drop of blood was most likely located beyond the Red Mountains. Klein Mattis refunded the payment in full. The contract was considered null and void. The man took his leave and left the room. The information about the Red Mountains upset Oscar. Could it be that Edna had been stuck in the gray zone since Oscar Sage's death? Then it made sense why she hadn't been able to contact the White Tower in recent years. But Edna's magic allowed her to float through the clouds, hiding her presence even from demons. Oscar didn't believe that Edna, with her abilities, hadn't been able to escape this territory. Now only one thing was clear. The green dragon, Edna, was alive. Otherwise, the tracking spell wouldn't have worked. Oscar realized he would have to cross the Red Mountains himself. At his current level, he couldn't do it. To survive, he needed to be at least a 5th or 6th level mage. The most important thing now was to get stronger. After gathering his things, Oscar went out into the courtyard of the Hoover estate, where Killian was already waiting for him. Oscar showed his friend the envelope with the money and suggested they go shopping. As you get stronger, you can't underestimate the power of money. The guys arrived at the city's shopping mall, but Killian didn't understand what was going on. He'd expected they'd just be going shopping, but they hadn't come here to gamble. Lockwood knew this was bad, but Oscar reassured him, saying they hadn't come to place bets. The manager greeted the guests, and Oscar said he wanted to buy the darkest colored chips they had. They had to pay 20,000 coins for those chips. Strange, since Oscar had just claimed they wouldn't be placing any bets. Oscar explained that the chips weren't for gambling, but served as a sort of pass. Killian was completely confused, but Oscar kept him in suspense. Rather than explain at length, he simply told him to be patient and follow him. The guys entered a hallway, at the end of which were the elevator doors, and 2 security guards were standing there. Oscar showed the guards the chips, saying there were 2 of them. After the chips were verified, the guys were allowed to enter the elevator. Killian felt the elevator move. It was going down. Oscar confirmed that their destination was quite deep. It took quite a while before the elevator stopped. Killian was very tense. He didn't like surprises. The elevator doors swung open, and Lockwood was at a loss for words to describe what he saw. The mages found themselves in some kind of marvelous place. It felt as though they had traveled to another time using a time machine. Oscar said they were at the black market. The place was mesmerizing. It was impossible to imagine that anyone could have built an entire city beneath the city. However, Oscar told them not to waste time and to keep moving, because staying here too long usually didn't end well. Killian noticed that people were looking at them suspiciously, and all around were strange and shady characters. Most of the locals were criminals. It was practically a garbage dump that the Empire didn't want to acknowledge. Lockwood suggested that these people were following them with malicious intent. However, it was worth it. Rare items were being traded on the black market. Killian wanted to get through it as quickly as possible and get out. He had a bad feeling about this place. Just then, someone called out to the guys, ordering them to stand still and not move. It seemed trouble had found them faster than the rare items. A stranger addressed the guys, saying that they were the 2 mages. Oscar immediately noticed the brooch pinned to the stranger's clothes. Oscar recognized the brooch and asked what the mages of the Yellow Tower were doing here, in the black market. Such audacity surprised the stranger. Not only did this guy know who they were, but he also dared to speak to them so boldly. However, his companion didn't make a scene and introduced himself. Drac Byrne, a 4th level mage of the Yellow Tower. His companion, who was barely containing his anger, was Jonathan Pelt, also a mage of the Yellow Tower. Oscar and Killian, in turn, were forced to introduce themselves so that the misunderstanding wouldn't deepen. Byrne looked at Killian with admiration. The new rising star of the White Tower. The young man considered this a stroke of luck. Finally, the mages of the Yellow Tower explained the purpose of their actions. They had stopped the white mages to ask for help. Everyone had surely heard of the mage hunter roaming the northern regions. He was last seen in the city of Baran, and now Byrne and Jonathan are working with the local mages to track down the maniac and catch him. Killian and Oscar wanted to know what kind of help was expected of them. Byrne handed the guys a business card and asked them to accept it. It was a magically bound business card, synchronized with Byrne's personal card. As soon as Lockwood infused the card with a bit of his mana, a mana thread was created, allowing them to track a person within a 10-kilometer radius. If the card's owner died, it would glow red, and all that would be left was to follow the trail. Oscar liked the idea of a magical business card. A mage from the Yellow Tower had recently died, and now such protection seemed useful. Byrne confirmed the information and said that from now on, they would check on the White Tower mages every 2 hours. As soon as the mages reached their city of Siren safe and sound, the card could be torn up, and it would be clear that they were all right. Lockwood asked if he should check on the guys in a few hours as well. Jonathan flew into a rage. What kind of nonsense is this kid spouting? A maniac might actually kill someone, but certainly not us. Byrne apologized for his friend's aggressive behavior, but still asked him not to worry. The maniac really wasn't a threat to them. Killian suggested that Oscar take the business card, but it wouldn't work in someone else's hands. This situation suited Oscar just fine. He told his friend to keep the business card. After that, the guys said goodbye, wished each other well, and advised each other to take care. Once they were alone, Killian said that those guys were very strange. Were they all like that in the Yellow Tower? Oscar confirmed that's usually the case, but Killian preferred to look at the goods on the black market. That was interesting. Killian didn't like anything here. He believed that forest warriors didn't resort to dirty tricks. Of course, most of the goods had been stolen, so everything looked worn out. Killian asked what Oscar was actually looking for. It must be some specific item. Oscar was looking for something that would help in battle. He wanted to find high-quality, unique, and powerful items. The saying goes, a good craftsman doesn't blame his tools. But that's complete nonsense. A true craftsman will be as meticulous as possible in choosing his tools. Finally, Oscar's gaze fell on the bracelets on one of the counters. A bracelet with a gold tag caught his attention. The seller noted that the customer had a keen eye. Not everyone could handle this bracelet, which was why it hadn't sold yet. In terms of value, it was the best item. It looked like a simple trinket, but the artifact had been found in ancient times. The information about the artifact immediately piqued Oscar's interest. The seller explained that the bracelet contained spells, size adjustment, strength enhancement, and summoning a clone. The clone summoning spell was the crown jewel of the School of Illusions. The spell composition wasn't bad. Could this bracelet really be called an artifact? Most of the so-called artifacts on the market are mere fakes. They were found in ancient ruins. In other words, they were crafted during the era of long-forgotten civilizations. True artifacts are indeed very rare and possess immeasurable value in and of themselves. Even Trinity, though a practical magical tool, is not considered an artifact. Almost everything sold on the black market under the guise of an artifact is a clear scam. However, Oscar had a different feeling about this bracelet. Oscar asked the seller for permission to test the bracelet. The man said it was quite fragile and could break. Oscar held out a bill and said he'd be careful, and if he broke it, he'd just buy it. He put the bracelet on his wrist and told the seller not to worry. As soon as the bracelet was on his wrist, it immediately narrowed and took on the right size. The young man decided to channel mana through the bracelet, but suddenly felt that the bracelet had absorbed a third of Oscar's mana in one go. It was truly an amazing little thing. Oscar turned around to look at the speaker, and to his surprise, he saw himself, who was still talking to the bracelet seller. It seemed to be a clone summoning spell. However, it was most likely something even more powerful. The seller was thrilled. Many people had tried the bracelet before, but this was the first time he'd seen a perfect clone. He believed he had finally found the right owner, but much depended on how much money the buyer had. Soon, Oscar felt his body begin to dissolve. The clone's effect was too short-lived, and yet there was no doubt it was a magnificent artifact. The seller was going to sell it at a special price, 2.5 million coins. Oscar said it was too expensive and doubted that anyone other than him would be able to use the bracelet properly. The seller declared that even if no one used the bracelet, he was ready to throw it in the trash. The main thing was to get the money. Oscar suspected that the bracelet wasn't selling because of the high price and asked how long the seller had been trying to sell it. The man replied, only 6 months. Oscar was sure it had been at least 3 years. Oscar held out an envelope and said he could pay $1,800,000 right now. If that wasn't acceptable, the seller could keep waiting for the perfect buyer. The man refused, stating that they were ready to sell the bracelet for a completely different price. Oscar added that the seller had no proof that the bracelet had been found in an ancient dungeon. The bargaining was over, and the man took the money. Just then, Killian returned. He asked if Oscar was done shopping since too much time had already passed. Killian took the opportunity to pop into the neighboring shop, where they treated him to something delicious. There were still good people in the world. With that, their visit to the black market was over, and the companions could head home to the White Tower. Sitting in the carriage, Oscar examined his purchase. He realized that if the bracelet had gone to auction, he would have had to pay dozens of times more. Oscar still couldn't fully analyze the magic cast on the bracelet. The boy surmised that high-level illusion spells from the Lilac Tower had been used. Oscar created his clone again. He had to admit, the clone looked great. Perhaps it could still be upgraded. Oscar made a few changes, and now his clone had a trinity-shaped weapon in place of one arm. A little more practice, and the clone would get even better. Soon Oscar learned to control the clone. It was promising. He pondered new spells, realizing that the bracelet worked even better than he had thought. However, all these perks came at a price. The bracelet was constantly draining Oscar's mana. In 10 seconds of active movement, he lost nearly half his mana. As soon as Oscar cut off the flow of mana to the clone, it vanished within 10 seconds. Of course, that wasn't bad. Judging by the accuracy of the duplication, the bracelet had been crafted by a high-level mage, and it was likely true that it had been found in an ancient dungeon. At that moment, Killian, who had been dozing peacefully nearby, suddenly began acting strangely. Something yellow flashed in his eye. Oscar assumed the young man had had a bad dream, but Killian replied that something had vibrated in his pocket. He woke up. It was a card. Probably the mages of the Yellow Tower were checking to see if the boys were still alive. Oscar remembered that Byrne had promised to check on them every 2 hours. 6 hours had already passed, and only now had the first check-in signal come. Just then, the carriage stopped, and the coachman shouted at someone to get out of the way. The boys looked out the windows and saw a man standing there who looked like the Yellow Tower mage they had recently met at the black market. However, Byrne looked strange, as if something had happened to him. Oscar stepped out of the carriage, greeted Byrne, and asked how he was doing. The Yellow Tower mage replied that he had recognized Oscar and begged him for help. In a trembling voice, he reported that Jonathan had been kidnapped. It was strange. Only a madman would dare to get involved with a Yellow Tower mage. Byrne fell to his knees and said in a trembling voice that he himself had also been captured, but he had managed to escape. Byrne was clearly terrified. He didn't dare lift his head and confess that the mage hunter was behind it all. Upon hearing about Jonathan's abduction, Killian immediately volunteered to go to his aid. A warrior of the forest would never abandon a man in trouble. Oscar couldn't stop his friend from acting, but asked him to be careful. Byrne Rodri finally managed to lift his head and asked the guys once again to help him. A lonely, abandoned house stood on the edge of the forest, from which wild screams could be heard. Byrne recognized Jonathan's voice. It was excellent news. That meant he was still alive. Now all that was left was to act. There was almost no time to think. The guys approached the house. The plan was simple. Go in, find the bastard, and take him out. It was actually a great plan. Killian kicked the front door in and even got scared, telling the guys they needed to be more careful. As soon as Killian stepped onto the threshold, there was a crunching sound. The floor gave way beneath their feet. Oscar and Killian fell into the basement. For some, the landing wasn't exactly comfortable. Oscar, however, managed to land without much trouble. Once in the basement, Oscar saw a captive sitting on a chair with his hands and feet bound. It immediately seemed that something was wrong. This stranger was too small to be Jonathan. Killian said he'd take a look and headed toward the captive. The stranger showed no signs of life. He sat slumped, his head bowed. Killian walked over to him, leaned down, and looked into his face. After that, the guy told Oscar that this really wasn't Jonathan, but some unknown man. Besides, he was dead and clearly couldn't scream. Byrne was standing at the exit from the basement. He couldn't understand how the white mages could have charged in like that. Jonathan appeared next to Byrne. The guys hadn't expected these white mages to ruin the whole surprise and just barge into the basement like that. Killian finally realized it was a trap. It seemed that Byrne and Jonathan were the very mage hunters they'd been looking for. The guys from the Yellow Tower said not to call them scoundrels. That was a bit rude. In fact, they were happy to welcome guests. Oscar said that according to rumors, the maniac had so far only been hunting mages who traveled alone. Jonathan confirmed that this was a first. They had invited 2 mages to visit. It could be considered an honor. The Yellow Mage's goal was to obtain the spells they extracted from their victims under torture. This time they were very lucky. They'd caught the White Tower's prodigy. Oscar warned Killian to be careful. Judging by the looks of it, these scoundrels must have a trick up their sleeves. Killian reassured Oscar, telling him not to worry. The boy used layered acceleration and was ready to strike the villains. Jonathan didn't even flinch as he watched the fist approaching his face. The guy wanted to see just how tough the white mages were. Jonathan immediately noticed the insane speed Killian had displayed. With that kind of speed and power, it would be easy to finish off anyone. But Jonathan had activated his magic in advance. and now Killian was frozen and completely unable to move. Most likely this was due to the business card that the villains had given Killian back then and forced him to link his mana to. Oscar guessed that the thugs had cast a tracking and paralyzing spell on the card and charged the mana threads to sustain the mana for the spell. Oscar thought that even back at the black market, these guys had seemed suspicious to him, and even then he had wondered, were they real mages of the Yellow Tower or hunters? Oscar played along with the guys. After all, the White Tower needed to expand its supply routes anyway, but next time, he decided to be more careful. Byrne believed that there would be no next time for Oscar. He's a real dreamer if he thinks he'll live to see a next time. The mage prepared to fire a pistol from his finger. Byrne announced that his victims should be proud, for they would be the first trophies from the White Tower. The villain released a fireball that was supposed to completely burn Oscar. Flames engulfed the white mage's head. Everyone watched as Oscar burned to death on the spot. The young man couldn't hide from the all-consuming fire. Byrne was even somewhat disappointed. Oscar offered no resistance, and the murder seemed boring and primitive. The gangsters were also surprised that their victim didn't scream at all. It turned out the mage felt no pain. But suddenly Oscar pulled his hand out of the fire, and that hand was completely intact and unharmed, without a single burn. The thugs were frightened and surprised. They had never encountered such a situation before. Oscar spoke. The mages of the Red Tower walk hand in hand with the flames from the moment they wake up until the moment they fall asleep. They repeat this day after day until they reach the 4th level, becoming one with it. There is only one reason why they voluntarily go through this agony. The main reason is so that balanced mages like Oscar himself cannot steal their flame. And now the villains realized that this strange magic and devilry Oscar had performed on them turned out to be the theft of their flame. They couldn't even have imagined that such a thing was possible. Jonathan continued to hold Killian down. The white mage was still completely immobilized. Jonathan held the motionless white mage in front of him and ordered Oscar to surrender, since his friend was being held hostage by the gangsters. Oscar didn't even flinch to try to save his friend. He suggested that the villains kill Killian. The guy knew they wouldn't do it, since Killian was too valuable. Unlike Oscar, Killian knows a ton of advanced White Tower spells. Jonathan realized that Oscar was provoking him, but at the same time, Oscar was telling the absolute truth. The villains were holding Killian and said they could always find a new mage, since there are no irreplaceable mages. That's why they had absolutely no qualms about killing Killian. But of course, they would never encounter another genius and child prodigy of the White Tower, because there are no more Oscars like him in the world. The bandits were getting more and more nervous, while Oscar calmed his companion, saying that if Killian were killed, someone would avenge him someday. The thugs were already starting to get nervous. They looked at these two crazy mages from the White Tower, who apparently weren't going to be intimidated, and on top of that, kept smiling and chatting among themselves. Death probably didn't scare them at all. At that moment, Oscar cast a water spell, and a torrent of water crashed down on him, completely extinguishing the fire. Jonathan was already pretty nervous, while his companion tried to remedy the situation and cast the spell he remembered. Byrne activated a lightning spell, and its flashes lit up the room. The next moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck Oscar, who was, moreover, wet from his own water. The boy burst into flames again and was burning alive. Soon he was completely burned out and vanished. Of course, it was a shame, but it turned out Oscar had been showing off more than anything. In reality, he hadn't prepared any spell at all. Jonathan saw that Oscar's body was gone. Not even a pile of ashes remained in the boy's place. He had completely vanished. Byrne suggested that it could, of course, have been a clone, but Oscar doesn't have a clone. While Byrne was trying to come up with a logical explanation, he heard a strange sound, as if something soft had fallen to the floor. The villain turned just as his companion Jonathan's head rolled to Byrne's feet. The killer let out a wild scream and ran off, not even thinking about avenging his friend. He hoped to escape the basement and save himself. But as soon as Byrne climbed the stairs, a burst of steam erupted from the basement, and the building blew up. Oscar was completely shielded by the mania. He was carrying his friend on his shoulder, and upon climbing out of the basement, he saw Byrne lying on the floor. The villain turned out to be quite tough and resilient. He begged for help and to be spared. Byrne promised to return all the stolen magic. Oscar realized that the killer wanted to give him back all the spells he had stolen from other mages, expecting mercy in return. But Oscar didn't need anything. On the contrary, the young man approached the murderer and said that it was Oscar who owed him something. Oscar stepped back to a safe distance and opened his palm to repay the debt. For just a short while ago, he had stolen fire from the bandits. Everything around them was now engulfed in flames. Byrne, who was still alive, was now burning alive. When a person commits a sin without feeling shame or pity for the weak, good and evil become indistinguishable. Such a person cannot even be considered human, Oscar thought, leaping out of the fire along with Killian, who still lay unresponsive on his shoulder. Byrne was burned to ashes by his own fire magic. He was like a monster. He lived like a monster and died like a monster. Oscar left the burning building, feeling absolutely no pity or regret, for he had just killed not a human being. The caller reported that Mark Sweet had taken his own life while being transported in custody. Of course, one could hardly praise him for that, but the caller simply felt it necessary to report the situation. In general, the whole situation had spiraled out of control and turned out to be much more serious. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, between the royal family and the Purple Brigade. They got caught in the crossfire of two organizations they shouldn't have crossed paths with. However, the Purple Brigade are gangsters. But why drag the royal family into this? It all turned out to be Oscar Cruz's fault. A few months ago, orders were given to get rid of him properly, but there's still no result. The Caden mushroom, the heavenly silkworm. It turns out that this incident in Baran is like a ghost returning. Operation Christmas has been canceled. They no longer trust the man on the phone, and this time they'll handle the matter themselves. The master has decided to take action personally. On the appointed day, a report must be given on everything happening in Vins. Finally, Oscar and Killian returned to the White Tower. The head of the tower congratulated the mages, saying they had accomplished a great feat. Hamel was very pleased with his students, for they had killed the bandits responsible for the deaths of 14 mages across the country. It turned out that the affected towers had sent their best 6th-level mages to hunt down the bandits. But the lads from the White Tower had already dealt with the bandits. They were utter scum, lacking even a shred of a true mage's pride. Killian was certain he would have died too if not for Oscar. The boy said he had learned his lesson and would not repeat his mistakes. The head of the tower advised that one should always be more careful when handling magical devices offered by strangers, but the main thing was that Killian had returned safe and sound. As for Oscar, the boy, as always, had been cautious and had handled himself perfectly in a difficult situation. Hamel said that he must now refer to Oscar as the aristocrat of the White Tower. It turns out that, thanks to his achievements in the city of Baran, Oscar now has his own title. Everyone says that the way Oscar casts spells looks elegant and refined. Aristocrat will now be less of a title and more of a nickname, just as Inspector Walker is called Black Blade. And everyone calls Killian the Beacon. Oscar Sage's past life was multifaceted. A white wizard, a lord of the wind, a perfect mage, a creator on Earth. There were too many nicknames for the mage to count. But the aristocrat seemed a bit too pretentious. Oscar wasn't sure if he liked that nickname. Killian tried to cheer his friend up so he wouldn't get upset. With each new nickname, they'd get cooler and cooler. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and someone reported that a mage from the Red Tower had arrived to see the deputy head of the tower. Hamel praised the guys once more, saying that he'd gotten so caught up in chatting with them that he'd completely forgotten about the meeting. Oscar was curious to see who would walk into the office now. He knew some of the mages of the Red Tower. They were all strong and decent guys. And now standing before them was a 6th-level mage of the Red Tower named Kareem Fernian. He greeted those present and thanked the head of the tower for agreeing to receive him. Hamel greeted the guest and introduced himself. The fact was, they had never met in person before. The Red Tower mage said that Hamel apparently had another meeting scheduled. The deputy head of the White Tower confirmed that he had just received urgent news. However, it also concerned Kareem and needed to be heard by Oscar and Killian, so everyone present sat down at the table to continue the conversation. Karim took a seat and was extremely surprised that news concerning the White Tower had anything to do with him. Hamel understood that the guest had come regarding the mage hunters, so the elders of the White Tower must make every effort. Hamel told the guest that both mage hunters, for better or worse, were already dead. This unexpected news greatly agitated the man. He wanted to know who had killed the hunters. The man surmised that it was the mages from the Yellow Tower. However, the head of the White Tower said that these brave men were these two young men who were now sitting right here at the table. Karim honestly said that it was hard to believe, since the hunters' hands were stained with the blood of 5th-level mages from the Red and Yellow Towers. Of course, everyone understood the feelings Karim was experiencing. Oscar was asked to recount what had happened. He set down his cup of tea and explained that the mage hunters had acted as magical agents. Both villains were 4th level, but they weren't nearly as scary as the rumors suggested. Karim believed this to be true since they were merely insects, without a notable surname and without affiliation to a tower. Oscar immediately understood what kind of person Karim was. He was one of those who believed that only blue bloods were capable of wielding magic with dignity. After that, Oscar and Killian were introduced to the guest, who believed that Oscar was the current head of the Cruz family. The man shook Oscar's hand openly, ignoring Killian as if he didn't exist. He had no idea that Oscar was an orphan from the slums. During the handshake, Karim tried to read Oscar's mana and discovered that he was only at the 3rd level. However, there was still a strange sensation accompanying that handshake. It seemed to Karim that he could sense many different types of mana all at once, just by holding one person's hand. Hamill suggested that the guest must be exhausted after a long journey, so the White Tower would be happy to provide Karim with lodging for the night. However, the man declined, saying he needed to return and would rest on the way back. Oscar volunteered to personally escort the man to the exit, saying that seeing off an honored guest was a basic courtesy. Karim replied that such courtesy and tact were possessed by the most worthy and distinguished people. He remembered Oscar's father. They had crossed paths several times at dinner parties. Karim explained that Oscar's father had spoken endlessly about his son's talent. Now it was clear why. Oscar possessed enough ability to take on the mage hunters single-handedly. The Red Tower had always welcomed outstanding talents, especially those of Oscar's caliber. It was surprising for the young man to hear such talk. When speaking of talents, Karim most likely had someone like Lloyd Schultz in mind. Karim was surprised to hear Oscar mention Lloyd's name. Of course, he didn't mean that rootless orphan. Simply put, Karim admired people with pure bloodlines and abilities to match someone like Oscar. However, the head of the Red Tower himself had taken Lloyd Schultz as his apprentice, which meant the boy was incredibly gifted. Karim believed that talent alone wouldn't get you very far. For those whose veins don't flow with noble blood, the ceiling is obvious. Oscar continued to question Karim about Lloyd Schultz, since the guy had once defected to the Red Tower and was a rat and a traitor. It turned out that he never really fit in at the Red Tower and remained an outsider. Besides, Lloyd is hardly ever in the main tower, constantly out on raids. Oscar believed that was exactly what a traitor deserved. He was a foolish boy, though very talented. Once upon a time, the magicians of the Red Tower offered this naive and foolish boy wonderful prospects and lured him with a transfer. And now Oscar heard exactly the same words from Karim, who offered the young man a transfer to the Red Tower, as well as the title of Count and a position in the faction. Oscar, of course, smiled upon hearing such offers, but said that while he was very flattered, he had plenty on his plate. Karim emphasized that he was very sorry, but asked Oscar to contact him as soon as he had sorted out his affairs. Oscar and Karim were making their way toward the exit through the tower, when suddenly the students' shouts caught their attention. The boy said he was stating the obvious and didn't understand why the girl was so angry. The boy claimed that he was able to enroll in the Red Tower because he was the best student and became the first in his class to reach the 4th level. Meanwhile, everyone else turned out to be mediocre. According to estimates, the boy claimed that the problem wasn't that his classmates had chosen a bad place, but that they were still stuck at the 3rd level. As soon as the students saw the seniors, they stopped arguing and bowed in respect. The guy was from the Red Tower. He told his senior friend that nothing special was going on. He just met up with some friends from the academy and chatted a bit. Upon learning that these guys were commoners, Karim scolded the boy, saying he needed to be more selective with people, especially if he only wanted to exchange a few words. The boy had to apologize to the senior mage, who went on to explain that, for example, Oscar Cruz was the head of the Cruz Count's family. The boy bowed to Oscar and introduced himself, stating his name and rank. Karim explained that he had brought the boy along so he could get a taste of the real world. In fact, he is the son of Viscount Brutal. The boy has talent, but as one can see, he still has a lot of refinement to go through. It would be much better if he could pick up at least some of the manners possessed by the Count's son, Oscar Cruz. After that, word got out that the car had arrived. Everyone took their leave, said their goodbyes, and went their separate ways. Throughout the entire conversation, Oscar played along with the mage from the Red Tower, making no attempt to dissuade him. Karim suggested that next time they talk in a more suitable place and with more suitable people. After that, the red mages got into the red car and drove home. Watching the car drive away, Oscar asked the guys what had upset them about the guest's behavior. Of course, it was unpleasant to hear personal attacks, but it hurt even more to hear insults directed at the White Tower. Oscar said that there's nothing we can do about it for now. That's just the way things are. Of course, it's incredibly frustrating, but throwing a tantrum won't change anything. The world is full of people who judge others based on their background. You can stand before such people with your head held high only if you have abilities so outstanding that nothing else matters. The guys kept saying it wasn't fair, since nobles have had unlimited resources to study magic since childhood. Oscar agreed with this view, saying that it's true that everyone starts from a different place. However, one must not forget that life in principle is an unfair thing. Change can only begin after accepting this reality. The boy wanted to know how he could outdo such people as a student of the White Tower. But Oscar said this was very easy to handle, since the White Tower's mages have an unmatched advantage over everyone else. You can travel across the entire continent. However, you won't find a better instructor than Oscar. In 3 days, a seminar for all mages in the tower will begin. The guys need to post an announcement so no one misses it. The seminar will continue until every student reaches the 4th level. The kids left feeling energized and inspired. They dreamed of leveling up and showing the other towers a thing or two. Left alone, Oscar thought he could help these kids reach the 4th level. But if that happened, he would have to go back to that very place again. And Oscar really didn't want to go back there again. These events took place in the White Tower 26 years ago. The young mage couldn't believe her ears, for the mentor had declared that he had no intention of helping her. The mentor replied that this was punishment for the student having slept in until noon. Besides, this wasn't just a task, but preparation for the future, because someday the mage would have to deal with these matters when he became the head of the tower. The current head of the tower, Gilbert, said he'd been doing this for years and was thoroughly fed up with it. But the boy kept insisting that he was already climbing the walls from all this paperwork, so why should he start torturing himself with it now? Gilbert looked at his young apprentice, thinking about how quickly time flies. After all, it seemed like only yesterday he'd picked up the kid off the street, and in just a month, the boy would become the head of the White Tower. The child found in the alleyway was a scrawny little rascal who needed to grow, be washed, and even have his nose wiped. The boy was very embarrassed when his mentor began talking about his childhood troubles and pranks. But Gilbert watched it all with a smile, believing that Oscar had worked hard to reach these heights. But from this point on, things would only get harder. Oscar understood that there would be no more instructions, wise words, or advice like, "Do this, but don't do that." The mentor gave one piece of advice. He told him to do whatever his heart desired. Oscar even thought the mentor was mocking him or joking, since he had asked a serious question. The young man turned to his mentor once more, hoping he would offer at least one piece of advice. The mentor said he wasn't joking, because he always speaks his mind. Don't stand still. Fly as elusive as the wind. Only in this way will you create your own version of the White Tower. The mentor was certain that Oscar would do just fine, for it was no coincidence that he had the best teacher. Oscar believed that the mentor was still more alive than anyone else, and perhaps he shouldn't rush into retirement. But Gilbert wanted to watch from the sidelines to see how his best student would fare. Besides, the bad weather was already making his bones ache. Oscar was genuinely sad that his mentor was leaving the White Tower. But the mentor said that students are always like a thorn in a teacher's side. When you want to raise a sweet little kitten, but end up with some kind of tiger. Oscar asked where Gilbert would be going this time, since he had received his assignment from the king. The mentor replied that this time he was being sent to the Scarlet Mountains. Traces of unidentified creatures had been discovered there. He needed to study them and report his findings. Everything should be fine. After all, the mentor will be back soon. He's only going on a reconnaissance mission. Gilbert, pouring drinks for both of them, said that it would only be a short trip and that he would be back home before the laurel wreath ceremony. Oscar tried to say that he wasn't worried and was sure everything would be fine. However, the young man still had a few questions for his mentor. He had heard that, according to the tradition of the White Tower, it was not customary to give gifts, although in all the other towers they did. The mentor said he had already given Oscar a gift, but Oscar didn't even remember it. It turns out the mentor had hidden the gift in a place that Oscar knows better than anyone else. While Gilbert is away on a business trip, Oscar will find it. Oscar tried to figure out which place in the White Tower his mentor was talking about. The guy even suspected that Gilbert hadn't actually thought of anything, but was just making it up on the spot. After that, Oscar saw Gilbert off. They were parting ways for only a short while and were supposed to meet again after he returned from his business trip. Gilbert said goodbye to his students, planning to return soon. Left alone, Oscar began to think about what he would give his mentor in honor of his retirement. The young man wanted to surprise his beloved mentor, so he planned to start preparing right away. At that time, Oscar had no idea that this would be the last time he saw his mentor. And so, the Oscar Cruz of today walked through the forest toward the place he remembered so well. Everything here was just as it had been before, only overgrown with grass. He couldn't believe so many years had passed since then. Oscar hadn't returned here after his mentor left, but he used to run here at the first opportunity. Oscar stepped into the water, which for some reason wasn't wet, and wondered if his mana codes would work to enter. It seemed his memory hadn't failed him. Oscar began to sink gradually into the water. The young man descended, realizing that the entry codes were working. And now the young man was standing in the room. It was very well made, but then again, he had built it himself. It was a place that not a single living soul knew about. It was a secret lair. Oscar looked around. He didn't think he'd cast a preservation spell, yet everything around him was clean and perfect. Perhaps this impression was due to the fact that no one had ever set foot in this place. Oscar couldn't shake the feeling that it was too clean here. He didn't remember ever cleaning up after himself. His attention was drawn to an envelope bearing his mentor's seal. He hadn't put that envelope here. Oscar immediately rushed to open the envelope, barely even trying to pretend or hold back. As he used a knife to cut off the seal, his hands trembled with excitement. Inside the envelope was a letter. "Cool hideout. You did a great job. Everyone needs a place where they can just breathe. It doesn't have to be a physical place. It could be someone you can rely on, or a hobby that helps you take your mind off things. Anything will do." Oscar didn't even try to figure out how his mentor had found out about his hideout. Just when Oscar thought he'd outsmarted his teacher, he'd actually been dancing to his tune the whole time. Next to the envelope on the table lay a gift box. The mentor wrote that it would be awkward to personally hand such a gift to Oscar, so he decided to leave it in the hideout. Inside the box lay the mentor's treasure, which was very dear to his heart, but was meant to serve Oscar well. Oscar began to lower his hands, which were trembling with excitement, not understanding why this thing was here. He was holding invisible gloves. Oscar was very excited, and memories flooded back to him. Once, Oscar had lost to his mentor yet again. But it wasn't fair in Oscar's opinion, because the mentor had taken the most perfect weapon for himself. We're talking about gloves called Gentle Breeze. They easily blocked a sword's aura and any mid-level spells. Plus, the gloves were as tough as steel. You could smash rocks if you put them on your hands. The mentor saw no problem with a frail old man having a slight advantage. Of course, the mentor was teasing his favorite student. Oscar wanted the mentor to suggest which artifact would be the best for him to acquire. But the mentor believed that this was a personal matter for every mage. One had to go and find it oneself. When the master's body was returned from the Scarlet Mountains, it became clear that he might not have died after all. But Gentle Breath, his favorite artifact, which had always been with him, was gone. Oscar believed that demons had stolen it. That was when all the troubles began. Oscar stopped hiding in his lair. Perhaps it was a kind of obsession, an obsessive pursuit of perfection in managing the tower his mentor had left to Oscar, as well as a desire to become a mage and a leader equal to Gilbert, and also a desire to exterminate all demons in the name of vengeance. Oscar Sage destroyed tens of thousands of demons, and each time he asked the same question. "Is it you, you vile creature who took Gentle Breeze from my beloved teacher? How dare you touch my mentor's treasure?" And of course, none of the demons could answer in the affirmative, because the mentor had left Gentle Breeze as a gift for Oscar. Oscar hurled a lot of insults at the demons, and he also resented the mentor for not leaving him a gift. If the mentor had taken those gloves with him, perhaps he would have dealt with the demons in the Scarlet Mountains and survived a couple more dangerous situations. If that had been the case, perhaps they would have ruled the White Tower together. The mentor would have admired his favorite student and continued to smile at him, just as he always did when he was alive. Oscar could no longer hold back his tears. His chin trembled, and tears streamed down his face, for his mentor had said he would return soon. Now, holding these invisible gloves in his hands, he thought about the promise his teacher had made to him. The brightest images of pleasant moments with his mentor flashed before Oscar's eyes. Here he was, just a little child who needed a helping hand and support. Then he was a grown-up rascal who dreamed only of running off to the playground. And finally, he was a mature and responsible mage, someone who could be entrusted with the White Magic Tower. And now Oscar is living a second life and would also like to snuggle up to his mentor's arms. Only unfortunately, no one will laugh at him or tease him anymore. Quite a bit of time had passed. Oscar was still in his lair. He had cried so many tears that it seemed his eyes were no longer capable of producing them. He even felt a little ashamed of his behavior. However, he felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, Oscar must not forget why he had come to the lair in the first place. He needed to get down to business immediately before it was too late. Oscar sat down at the table, prepared some paper, and began writing a message to future generations who would lead the White Tower. The only drawback of a balance-type mage is that their mana system fills up more slowly compared to other types of mages. Oscar decided to change that. He hoped to find a way to make the mana circuit, which is usually active only while casting spells, run around the clock and accumulate mana constantly. The young man considered the biological activities that humans engage in around the clock and wanted to choose the most suitable one. Oscar thought about this, and the idea of breathing immediately came to mind. It would be absolutely amazing if mana were to accumulate during the process of breathing. Indeed, breathing was a process that the human body carried out around the clock, doing so unconsciously and during any activity. The tangible result of this childhood fantasy became Oscar Sage's breathing technique. During its development, Oscar often referred to the Ouroboros spell. The young man believed he had successfully restored this magic, so he hoped that developing the breathing technique would be within his capabilities. But developing such a technique was still too difficult for a third-level mage. Even in his past life, Oscar had only completed it after reaching the 9th level. As a result, the discovery of this hideout came as no surprise. One of the missing spell tomes was found right there in this lair. Oscar deeply regretted that he couldn't leave behind more of his magical theory. Most likely, this would remain his first and last opportunity. Since Oscar was passing on all his knowledge, he wished he could write more. But even the chapter master couldn't have carried many copies of the high-level records out of the tower, so he would have to settle for just one volume. Thus, Oscar soon finished writing the volume of spells and was ready to present it to the world. Oscar remembered that there was a postscript in the letter from his mentor. The young man took out the letter again and began to read. "When you become the head of the tower, try at least to pretend that you're cleaning. How old do you have to be to live in such filth, you slob?" Oscar hadn't expected such a postscript. He always cleaned up much better than his mentor ever could. Now, remembering his beloved mentor, he saw him again as a smiling, kind man. Oscar had always been grateful to him for raising him, teaching him, and instilling the right values in him. The head of the White Tower and the elders stared into the water, highly doubtful that there was a dungeon there, since it all looked like an ordinary pond. Fedalina couldn't understand at all how Oscar had managed to stumble upon it. Oscar replied that he had simply been walking around the area in search of some useful herbs and had ended up here. But when the boy dipped his hand into the water, he saw no ripples on the surface. Hamel confirmed that this was a very high-level illusion spell, and Maxim declared that he would be the first to enter the unknown dungeon. Oscar was glad he hadn't forgotten to record the mana codes. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 100 years before they found the entrance. Finally, everyone present dared to jump into the water. They gradually sank downward, didn't choke on the water, and felt absolutely fine. The elders were surprised. Standing up inside the room, Maxim said he hadn't known that dungeons could be so comfortable. He hoped this was a real dungeon and not an illusion. Hamel noted that it looked like the secret home of someone from the White Tower's past leadership. Even now, a powerful preservation spell was cast here. If that was the case, there must be something left behind by the former owner. They just had to look carefully. And Fedalina, walking over to the table, found it immediately. She had thought she would find something like this. Fedalina picked up the book Oscar had been writing the day before and said that the book itself had been written quite a long time ago, several decades ago. It was simply titled Breathing Technique, with no personal details, meaning it was a standard method. But the more Fedalina pored over the text of the breathing technique, the wider her eyes grew. She began waving the book in Oscar's face. She was so excited she couldn't even find the words. Inside the book was a dedication from Oscar Sage. He was bequeathing to his descendants the mysteries of harmony and circulation. Hamel examined the book with excitement. Could this really be Oscar Sage's own breathing technique? He needed to calm down and read it carefully. It took quite a long time before Hamel finished his study and delivered his verdict. "Heaven has not yet abandoned the White Tower," he said. Joy overwhelmed the elders, and tears streamed from the eyes of the tower's leader. It was hard to imagine how green with envy the blue tower would be. After all, those idiots didn't even have their own breathing technique, but the mages of the White Tower now did. The deputy head of the tower approached Oscar. He looked very serious. Hamel took Oscar's hands and thanked him from the bottom of his heart, saying that the boy was the savior of all people. This book will bring a new dawn to the White Tower and become wings of hope for all mages. And this happened only because Oscar had managed to find this place. And now the head bowed his head in gratitude before the young man. Oscar felt awkward. He was glad he could help, but in reality, he was the one who should be thanking everyone present. Oscar understood. If it weren't for these people, he wouldn't even have had a chance to fix the mess he'd left behind in his past life. Oscar and the elders embraced each other and were deeply grateful to one another. The next day, first thing in the morning, all the school students were led out into the street. They didn't understand why they'd been gathered here instead of in the classroom. The kids whispered among themselves. Maybe someone knew what Oscar was going to teach them today. Maybe there would be a class on combat magic. Oscar appeared before the students. He greeted them, asking how they were doing. Everyone immediately noticed that Oscar looked athletic today. The students hadn't seen Oscar in a long time, and they were very curious to hear about the major clash between the National Security Bureau and the Lilac Brigade. They'd read in the newspapers that Oscar had witnessed it all firsthand. Besides, he'd even managed to take down a mage hunter. Oscar promised, if the guys did well on his assignments, he would definitely tell them the details. But today's training would be very challenging. During the course, their students will be required to follow Oscar's instructions without question. If anyone doesn't want to follow orders, they'd better drop out now. If the students listen carefully and complete all the tasks, by the end of the course, they will become 4th-level mages. Of course, the students were a little skeptical. They had never heard that it was possible to raise their levels en masse. But the first task for each student was to cast a speed enhancement spell on themselves. After that, they had to start running around the soccer field until they were completely exhausted. To motivate the students, Oscar said, the last student to finish would have to run 10 more laps. Some time passed, and soon the students were lying exhausted on the grass. Oscar praised them and said, "Get up and run 10 more laps around the soccer field." Oscar didn't leave for a single minute, and as soon as the students finished his tasks, he immediately added more laps to their run. The students ran in circles and collapsed. From exhaustion. They had lost count and had no idea how many laps they had run. After a while, almost all the students were convinced that at this pace, they would soon drop dead. Oscar announced, since it was the first day of training, he would give them a 10-minute break today, and during that time, he would explain why they needed to run. The first basic stage covers mana manipulation and the use of simple spells. The stage of improving accuracy, efficiency, and calculations in more complex spells is the second stage of training. The third level involves a complete understanding of basic magic and its full application. Such knowledge is imparted to mages at every beginner level. Oscar asked those who felt they hadn't yet fully mastered the basics of magic and weren't capable of applying it fully to raise their hands. Everyone raised their hands. Oscar explained to the children that he would be giving them a different interpretation of the basics of magic. The students are now at a level where there is no need to continue studying the basics. Even if a third-level mage from any other tower were brought here, their fundamentals would not be as solid as those of the White Tower students. Oscar wanted the students to change their approach. Their fundamentals are perfect, but for some reason they are unable to advance to the 4th level. Damien suggested that perhaps this was because their mana chain hadn't fully stabilized yet. After a new chain is installed in the body, it can take several years to stabilize. Sophia wanted to know what would happen if they added another chain before the first one stabilized. The answer was very harsh. The mage would die. If you build one sandcastle on top of another, it will collapse at the first wave and vanish without a trace, like a mirage. Mana chains are far more complex than the human circulatory and nervous systems. The slightest mistake, and you'll be left disabled or die. In the kingdom, this is called a mana rampage. That is why the Royal Magic Society concluded that artificial stabilization should be discontinued and all experiments halted. But that is because they have not found a method that works well. The quick-witted Demian suggested that now all the students would turn to something illegal. Oscar explained that these were merely royal recommendations. They had no legislative power, so there was no need to worry about breaking the law. Damien wouldn't let it go. He said that it all sounded unsafe and had even become somewhat scary. Oscar replied that while the entire community had failed, the White Tower had found a safe method. This method is called the Oscar Sage breathing technique. Right now, the students are taking a training course designed to increase the effectiveness of this method. The students didn't understand why running, of all things, was supposed to improve the technique's effectiveness. But Oscar said their break was over. Everyone needed to get moving, because the longer they rested, the harder it would be to run. Oscar blew his whistle and sent the guys off to run more laps around the soccer field. But Damien refused to run. He said he still wasn't convinced. The other students of the Magic Tower ran, carrying out Oscar's orders, while Damien thought of them as obedient idiots. You need to know all the details before you just go running. By evening, the guys were completely exhausted, and it was only the first day. They didn't realize how much more they would have to suffer before becoming fourth-level mages. Damien suggested that he might leave the tower, while one of the guys said he would definitely stay. The guys were ready to endure physical pain and let their bodies fall apart, but they didn't want to endure humiliation. Soon Oscar appeared at the stadium and invited the boys to the dining hall to eat. Unable to feel their legs, the students ran to replenish their energy so they would have the strength to continue their training the next day. Damien watched the guys and didn't move from his spot. It was hard for him, just like it was for everyone else. But soon he realized he couldn't let his friends advance to the next level before him. The kids hadn't had such a delicious lunch in a long time. Oscar had prepared it all for them, and the task wasn't difficult to handle. The students served themselves, and Oscar said he had learned by watching others do it. Once everyone had filled their plates, Oscar finished the explanation he'd started that morning during class. The guys still didn't understand how running was connected to Oscar Sage's breathing technique. When muscles recover from minor damage, they grow. Absolutely everyone knows that. But do the students know that the mana chain develops in exactly the same way? The students had to admit that this was the first time they'd heard of it. Pushing mana to its limit through repeated cycles of strain and recovery only strengthens it and stabilizes it faster, just like with muscles. For this method to work, you need to keep pouring expensive potions into the damaged mana chain until it's fully restored. And you also need constant help from priests. That's why battle mages develop so quickly on the battlefield. But ordinary mages have neither potions nor priests, and the conditions are nothing like those on the battlefield. The potions will make the guys sick soon enough. Oscar said he's prepared a series of high-quality recovery items that aren't even on the market yet. The White Tower has no priests. They're very expensive to hire, but the tower has something else. This something else is called Oscar Sage's breathing technique. It allows for continuous mana regeneration. The second day of group training had arrived. All the students were running around the stadium again. By the third day, they were already walking like zombies. Every muscle ached, and sitting down on a chair was excruciatingly painful. Oscar handed out potions to the guys to relieve the pain and help them recover their physical condition as quickly as possible. Everyone drank their portion, and the guys felt like life was returning to them. On the fourth day, the run around the stadium continued from early morning until late at night. On the fifth day, the guys slept outside in sleeping bags, and to their surprise, felt great. During lunch, Damien noticed that his mana didn't always flow as easily as it used to. The boy noted that today everything had gone more smoothly than usual. Do these silly methods really work, he wondered. Damien was walking through the stadium when Oscar, sitting on a chair with papers in his hands, called out to him. This time, the young man didn't try to show off or ignore Oscar. He went straight to his teacher. Oscar handed him some kind of book or notebook, and Damien didn't know what it was. Oscar congratulated the boy on earning the right to reach the fourth level. He advised Damien to take a look at this book when he began setting up his fourth mana circle. It contained a precise diagram of the mana circle, designed specifically for Damien. It took into account his physique and mana usage habits, and also provided recommendations for future installations of the 5th and 6th level circuits. Oscar had done this analysis for every student at the academy and drawn up individual recommendations. Damien was at a loss for words, realizing he needed to thank Oscar somehow. But then he remembered that he was dealing with a remarkable young man, a true genius. Damien said that these notes were simply incredible. Even an engineer couldn't have provided such precise instructions. Oscar asked, "What engineer are you talking about?" It turned out there was a 7th level mage from the Lilac Brigade who designs mana circuits using only data about the body. Oscar said it wasn't safe to tell the whole world about his weaknesses. Villains could take advantage of that information, If Demian wanted to know anything else, he should ask Oscar. After that, Oscar held out his fist and said he congratulated the guy on his promotion. In fact, Oscar had thought that Damian would be the first student to receive permission to advance to the 4th level. The guys shook hands for a while longer, since now Damian's level was higher than that of his instructor, Oscar. The next day, Oscar introduced the first student to reach the 4th level to the group. Everyone congratulated Damian. The students had mixed feelings. Some were in awe, some were surprised, and some wanted to be the first. Oscar announced that today's training program would be expanded. Muscles in the mana system slow down in growth when subjected to the same loads. The body adapts. Therefore, to prevent this, we'll have to trick the brain. This is necessary to increase recovery speed. The guys didn't look very enthusiastic. They understood that Oscar was putting it nicely, but in reality, they'd have to work even harder. Morning workouts would remain the same. The students would run, and at noon they would begin gaining real combat experience through sparring. The students wanted to know who they would be fighting, and everyone was also curious about when the course would end. And one more thing. Everyone thought that now Demian would leave. But Oscar reminded them that the course would end only when absolutely everyone had reached the 4th level. And all this is because they operate on the principle of one for all and all for one. As long as there is even one person who isn't keeping up, training won't end for anyone. Hearing this, the guys realized they had to push themselves and each other. They ran around the stadium, and Oscar thought that they had just graduated from the academy. There was always endless competition at the academy. They were taught that you could only survive by stepping on your peers' heads. Of course, this was done to raise the students' level. But there comes a time in everyone's life when they have to trust someone else with their back, and that's impossible unless trust has been built beforehand. For a long time, Oscar Sage fought alone with his back unprotected because he couldn't trust other mages. As a result, he found himself on the brink of death countless times. That is why Oscar Cruz wanted his students to live under different circumstances and never face that kind of loneliness. When the training was over, Oscar praised the students, sent them all to wash up, and said he would meet them in the dining hall in an hour. Damian approached him, wanting to assess his abilities. Several swords and daggers lay scattered around the boy. The young man recalled how, during the first lecture, Oscar had called his wind cutter technique simply pathetic. Oscar looked at wind cutter and said that if he had seen this during the first lecture, he would have praised Damian. However, Damian was no longer the same guy he had been back then. For a 3rd level spell, he would have received a perfect score, but now this spell was too commonplace. Oscar suggested showing a wind cutter worthy of the 4th level. He asked Damian to aim the cutter at Oscar. Nothing happened. The cutter simply fell to the ground. That would be Damian's personal homework assignment. Oscar showed the boy what he needed to do and how to control the cutter. After that, Oscar added a little magic, and the wind cutter began to crumble into tiny pieces. Damian looked at his weapon and realized he was still very far from perfection. The young man had always thought that the wind cutter spell was primitive and simple, but it turned out to be perfect. And now it became clear why Oscar was called the aristocrat of the White Tower. Today, Damian realized how important it was to revisit all the fundamentals he had previously learned. He had also expected that all the cutters would injure him, but it turned out he didn't have a single scratch. Oscar explained that the petals are small, but each is imbued with mana, so they have enough power, and from an opponent's perspective, blocking them won't be easy. While group training continues, Damian will have to master this spell completely. Oscar said that the spell was called Rain of Petals, and held out his hand to the young man. Oscar helped Damian to his feet and said that this was the first spell he would teach the boy. The deputy head of the Hamel Magic Tower mused thoughtfully that the momentous day was gradually approaching. Pedro, the head of the delivery department, reported that this year they had received a cooperation request from the Order of Elterra. It turned out that they had offered 5 million more for this project than last year. Therefore, they needed to prepare thoroughly. After all, the most important and crucial day was fast approaching. Pedro reported that a special order had come in from Vince's estates. The fact was, they specifically wanted Oscar. Elder Maxim wanted to know what the head of the tower thought about this. Hamel believed that the journey would be a good experience for Oscar, and that he should be sent to Vince. Elder Fedalina explained that complaints were coming in from the potion-making and delivery departments about a shortage of intermediate-level mages. The fact is that new students from other towers are gradually advancing to the 4th level, so a plan is needed to improve mages' abilities in order to expand the White Tower's influence in the market. The head of education said that there are still no mages ready to advance to the 4th level. Only one young man shows potential, but his mana chain needs to be stabilized. Elder Maxim was outraged that the curriculum and textbook for novice mages were not yet ready. The head of education reported that last year's plans and manuals apparently had not been successful, so they had to be abandoned. Elder Fedelina believed that thanks to Oscar's lessons, there should be some progress. Perhaps after completing a special course, some students would raise their level. Elder Maxim strongly doubted that beginners could be raised to an intermediate level. If it were that simple, the tower wouldn't have so many problems recruiting students every year. Hamill did the math and noted that 3 weeks of the special course had already passed. He'd like to know what was going on there. None of the elders had any precise information, but training was taking place at the training ground. The elders really wanted to go and check it out, but suddenly Oscar appeared before them. The guy said he'd run into the elders just in time because he'd been looking for them. Oscar addressed the group, who had also come with their leader. Everyone greeted each other warmly. The guys introduced themselves as mage students in the reinterpretation of the Fundamentals of Magic course. They reported that they had returned from their training and were ready to officially advance to the 4th level. Absolutely all the elders, including the head, were stunned and couldn't believe their eyes and ears. Fedelina walked among the students, happily patting them on the back and telling them how proud she was of her mages, all of whom had reached the 4th level. Elder Maxim playfully grabbed Oscar and demanded that this good-for-nothing genius explain everything to the elders right then and there. Oscar addressed the students and allowed them to disperse and rest. Of course, their military bearing was a bit strange, as if they had just completed basic training. Left alone in the headmaster's office, Oscar explained to the elders the artificial stabilization of the mana chain using Oscar Sage's breathing technique and restorative potions. Maxim looked at Oscar and thought that this genius had discovered the manuscript containing the breathing technique just 2 days before the course began and had managed to develop a perfectly suited training plan. The head of the tower believed that if this technique were published, the White Tower's reputation would skyrocket. Hamill surmised that at this rate, Oscar would soon discover the security feature embedded in the breathing technique himself. All mages had always worried that someone would steal their work. It was typical of every generation of mages. Oscar decided that a security feature had to be implemented, because information simply couldn't be published just like that. Elder Maxim said that a case of such rapid growth was hard to find even in historical records. It had only happened during the heyday of the White Tower, when geniuses were encountered at every turn. Fedelina believed this would be very helpful in recruiting new students. The elder was certain that all the geniuses of the coming year would study at the White Tower. The head asked Oscar what he knew about December 25th. And although Oscar had partially lost his memory, he still remembered a few things. Of course, it was Christmas Day, which was always celebrated. Moreover, it was the day when the goddess's first apostle, Apostle Chris Luther, was born, the one who spread the goddess's teachings throughout the land. He founded the order and became the first pope. Apostle Chris Luther named his birthday Christmas and declared it a commemorative day. That is why this December day became a holiday that families, friends, and loved ones can happily spend together. That was exactly how it was, but Hamill wanted to know what the White Tower usually did on this day. Oscar replied that they sang songs and ate sweets. It turned out that his memory hadn't fully returned after all. After the war, the White Tower began to experience financial difficulties, and the Order of Eltera offered a partnership that continues to this day. The gist of it is to take on the duties of Santa Claus. Oscar didn't remember or understand what they were talking about at all. Could it really be about handing out gifts while racing across the sky in a sleigh? He wondered. The task, though unusual, was understandable. But could the White Tower alone cover the entire continent? Hamill confirmed that it was practically impossible to do so. Elder Maxim added that this was precisely why everyone was so nervous during this period. However, they now had many new 4th-level mages, so it would be easier. Oscar assumed that the bulk of the work would fall on the 4th-level mages, and hoped he wouldn't get dragged into this nonsense. The head of the tower said that this year, Lord Vince had sent a special personal request. He wanted Oscar to be included in the work. Oscar literally boiled with rage. So this is how they repay me for all the good I've done for these people, he thought. Hamill explained that Lord Vince wished to thank Oscar for his efforts during the Caden flu outbreak. Oscar realized there was no way out of this. He asked how many people would be sent with him, since there were 5,000 residents in Vince. According to standard calculations, one worker was allocated for every 500 citizens of the city, so a total of 11 people would be going. The thing is, Oscar would technically only be on the roster on paper, but in reality, he would spend most of his time at the Lord's estate. Oscar liked this arrangement better, and he immediately asked when the departure was scheduled. It turned out that Vince would send a car for Oscar in 3 days. Oscar was ready to take his words back. Lord Vince does know how to reward good deeds after all. 3 days passed, and all the mages were divided among the carriages depending on their destination in assigned territory. Everyone felt a pleasant excitement. The mages had been cooped up at the academy for too long. They wanted to get out of the gates and get some fresh air. Soon a luxurious car pulled into the academy courtyard. Oscar immediately thought it was a premium class vehicle. The car looked like a work of art. Everyone wanted to ride in one like that at least once in their life. The students examined this marvel of technology and guessed how much such a car might cost. Besides, one could imagine how much magic had been poured into it. Finally, Oscar stepped out and the driver greeted him. The young man introduced himself and said he would be Oscar's personal chauffeur for the next few days. The students, standing near the horses and carriages, looked at the car as if it were a marvel of engineering. The personal driver opened the door for Oscar and invited him to take a seat, as it was time to hit the road. Inside the car, Oscar was amazed by the modern technology. The driver turned out to be talkative and explained that this model was widely known and considered one of the most respected among VIP clients. The car had been traveling the Empire's roads for a whole day. By evening, the journey had lasted more than 12 hours. Oscar had almost stopped being surprised and was now enjoying the ride. He reclined a bit in the back seat, noting that it was surprisingly comfortable. Soon the driver announced that they were approaching the border of the Vins domain. Oscar had never been to this city before. The city of Vins was located in the mountain region in the northwest of the kingdom. High walls in the surrounding mountain ranges provided excellent protection against attacks. When the demons advanced from the west, the lands of Vins were the first to stand in their way. In a desperate situation and without help from the kingdom, the city's inhabitants held out for 6 months against a full-scale assault. The city was a natural fortress of sorts. It made a mesmerizing impression and looked truly imposing. Soon the car stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived. Oscar got out of the car and thanked the driver, noting that he had really enjoyed the ride. The young man looked around and thought it would be nice if the White Tower had a car like that too. The estate's owner himself, Lord Vince, Peter Vince, came out to greet the important guest. After the greeting, the host said he had been worried that Oscar might not enjoy the trip. However, the young man replied that everything had been amazing. Lord Vince responded to these comments by saying that Oscar would enjoy traveling in the future. At first, Oscar didn't pay attention to these words, but soon the meaning sank in, and the young man stopped. He wanted to know what "in the future" meant. Peter Vince explained that this car was a personal gift from him to Oscar. Oscar thought that was a bit too much. He liked everything. Lord Vince was a true saint on Earth in this generation. The snow was falling relentlessly. It was a silent night, and the frost was growing stronger. The soldier was reporting information over the radio, but suddenly he was killed. The killer reported to his boss that the cleanup is done. The boss was outraged that without him, everyone was helpless. How could they have been defeated by this trash? A man in a bowler hat stood atop the mountain and looked down at the snow-covered city. He said he hadn't been here in a long time. Sitting in his private library, Peter Vince once again expressed his personal gratitude to Oscar for his help and rescue. The young man replied that he had done what he was supposed to do, so there was no need to thank him. The homeowner apologized for the late invitation. He had only recently sorted out his affairs and was now ready to tell Oscar everything. After the outbreak of the Caden flu had passed, people wanted to better understand what had happened and conducted their own epidemiological study. Of course, it sounded very surprising, but it turned out that there was no primary source of infection at all. At first, they thought there was an error in the study, so they took new samples and ran new tests, but the result was the same. The first recorded case of infection was an elderly woman living alone on the outskirts of town. Apart from visiting the market once a month, she had no contact with the outside world, and she could not have been infected at the market. Given the time period when the elderly woman fell ill, this was impossible. It seemed as though the illness had appeared out of thin air. Various possibilities immediately began to run through Oscar's mind. Perhaps the disease had developed naturally in her home. However, that was too unrealistic. It's very difficult for something to just appear out of nowhere. Another possibility was that she had contracted the Caden flu a long time ago, and it had only manifested itself now. But that was also unlikely. The disease carried a high risk, given its rate of spread in the onset of symptoms. And of course, there was the possibility of outside interference. If that is the case, then we could be talking about an act of bioterrorism. Peter Vins confirmed that they too had no other options left but to conclude that someone had deliberately spread the disease. Oscar asked if there were any suspects in the crime. Lord Vins said there were none. Vins is an isolated state. Even Siren, the nearest major city, is far away. Therefore, the Lord's family rarely participates in high society events. Furthermore, the family has no enemies. Oscar asked who exactly the grandmother was who became the first infected victim. She was an ordinary resident. She was born in Vince and had not the slightest hint of a connection to crime. Oscar couldn't understand who then could have done this to an entire town. The young man suggested that it was the work of demons. This idea struck Lord as very funny. His family certainly hadn't been getting in the demons' way. Besides, the demons had long since vanished. Oscar was certain that one had to be prepared for any possibility. There was nothing strange about that. After the high priest of the demons died, most people concluded that the demons had become mired in a civil war over the vacant throne. If the demons had split up, they shouldn't be as dangerous as they used to be. Besides, they hadn't shown their faces for the past 20 years. Oscar thought he was probably overreacting since he was still mentally stuck in the war. The young man apologized to the Lord for such a foolish assumption. The Lord replied that it was all right. As far as he could recall, the White Tower had always been at the forefront of the battle against the demons, and given how much Oscar respected his mentors, it was understandable why that had crossed his mind. The conversation came to an end. Lord Vince summoned the butler, who was to escort Oscar to his quarters. The plan was for the boy to get a good night's rest so he could enjoy the next day. The butler led Oscar to a huge palace and told him he could sleep in the building. He added that the mages from the White Tower would arrive soon, and the entire building was now reserved for Oscar, so he could make himself at home. Oscar thanked the butler, and as he climbed the wide marble staircase, thought that he had never imagined having an entire building to himself. The butler added that the room at the end of the second floor had the best view from the windows. Oscar entered and looked around. It really was a beautiful, well-furnished, large and cozy room. He looked out the window at the city lights and thought he really liked the atmosphere. The city felt cozy. At that moment, Veronica entered the room. She wanted to know why Oscar had come to Vin's. Oscar explained that he had received a personal invitation from the Lord. There was a pause between the young people, and they began discussing the room. Oscar asked if Veronica liked it. Oscar added that if Veronica liked the room, she could have it for herself. The girl was delighted and, even this time, didn't pretend she didn't care. Oscar replied that the entire building belonged to them and there were enough rooms for everyone. The young man left the girl, wishing her good night without even getting drawn into another argument. Veronica Fricks realized that the great Oscar had given in, and that could only mean that he really liked her. The next morning, Oscar stepped out of the building and noticed how much snow had fallen. Although the guy hadn't planned on sleeping at all, he passed out immediately anyway. He had even deliberately turned down the best room because he was afraid he'd fall asleep there. It was very cozy, but maybe it was just time to catch up on some sleep. The last time Oscar had slept peacefully was in the sheep pen while he was passed out at Hoover's estate. Since then, he had been meditating every night. Oscar walked with great concentration, thinking that if it weren't for the curse, he wouldn't be avoiding sleep. This time he dreamed that he had spent the whole night fighting zombies, which demons had turned people into. Replaying the dream in his head, Oscar kept walking through the city streets, but suddenly realized that something was bothering him. That something was the complete absence of people on the streets. However, maybe this city was always empty and people just stayed at home. Oscar peeked into one of the stores, but there was no one there. The young man walked down the street a bit further and knocked on one of the doors. No one answered or opened the door. Oscar was already starting to feel uneasy, so he didn't stand on ceremony and flung the door open himself. A strange scene met his eyes. Patrons were seated at tables and near the bar. There were drinks and food on the tables, and all the patrons were asleep. Oscar placed his hand on one of the sleeping men to check his condition and find out what had happened. The young man sensed magic on the man. It was quite powerful, and Oscar couldn't dispel it. Looking around, the young man surmised that the magic had been cast over the entire city. That was why the city had become so quiet. But at the same time, another question arose in Oscar's mind. Why was he okay? Suddenly, Oscar thought he heard a sound and he froze in place, just like the other patrons of the tavern. Someone had entered. The stranger said he'd heard some noises. Oscar was glad to find an empty chair nearby. He tried to peek at the newcomer. Judging by his gait, he wasn't a mage. The man looked around again and decided he'd just imagined it. In any case, no one could wake up now. The man began to leave the tavern and Oscar rushed after him, intending to attack him. However, the man seemed prepared for this. He immediately drew his sword and parried Oscar's attack. The young man created an illusion, and thanks to it, was able to deceive the stranger and land a blow. As a result of the blow, the man flew across the entire establishment and fell against the wall. When the stranger recovered and was able to speak, clearing his throat, he asked who Oscar was, because if he was a mage, how could he have remained conscious? Oscar replied that he would be the one asking the questions now. The young man wanted to know what had been done to all the townspeople. The stranger, of course, had no intention of answering and immediately attacked Oscar. But to his horror, the young man grabbed the weapon with his bare hands. Oscar said that the air in the city was still chilly. That would be enough to cool the stranger's boiling desire to kill. The young man activated wind in the flesh, and the stranger's entire body was pierced by icy needles. Oscar stood over the man and waited for him to come to his senses, saying that the man would nod when he was ready to answer. In response, the stranger merely laughed, saying that in any case, Oscar couldn't change anything now. In less than a day, these people will lose their lives. Such is the will of the high priest, he added. Oscar was stunned. The high priest was the greatest nightmare of his past and present life. The stranger grew even more animated. The high priest is mighty, wise, and perfect. All pioneers follow him, and only the Black Finger will lead everyone into a new era. The man declared that the day of the high priest's return to this world was coming, and on that day, all of humanity would perish. Oscar could no longer listen to the fanatical villain's rant and knocked the man off his feet, silencing him. The young man had seen enough of such scoundrels, those who do not fear demons but worship them. They are opportunists who have succumbed to the sweet words of demon beasts in human form, ready to sell out their closest comrades just to survive. Such was the first lord of the Black Tower. He once betrayed a vast number of people who died for no reason at all. The number of the dead remains impossible to count to this day, but even the head of the Black Tower can be understood. After all, it was wartime. But now there is peace, and the question of personal survival is no longer pressing. Oscar didn't understand why such scum still existed. The young man pressed his foot down on the criminal's head and asked who was behind the Black Finger. The villain said there was no one. He was acting sincerely in the name of the high priest. Oscar pressed down even harder on the villain's throat and demanded a different answer. He wanted to know what the criminals had done to the city and why people weren't waking up. The villain replied that the people were having the sweetest of dreams, which was why they didn't want to wake up. He added that he dreamed of the high priest's resurrection and was absolutely certain that he would return. Oscar boiled over again upon hearing yet another round of laudatory praise. The young man put a little more effort into pressing down on the vile villain with his foot. But this time Oscar went a little too far. The man died. He certainly didn't feel sorry for him. However, Oscar hadn't had time to figure out the reason for what was happening before he killed the criminal. He needed to find a clue in the man's words. Oscar began to ponder, trying to guess the most logical explanation. Everyone had fallen asleep and was having sweet dreams. Then why was he the only one awake? An idea came to the young man, and he immediately decided to test it. The young man activated his scan, and looking around, immediately understood what the problem was. All the dreams were on the same wavelength. This meant it was the result of a spell or a curse. The only reason it hadn't worked on Oscar was the curse of dreams. The two curses clashed, and one of them was repelled. The power of the curse cast on the city was weaker than the curse cast on a single person. After Oscar figured out the source of the problem, he moved on to solving the problem itself. Oscar applied the same wave of dreams to himself and was able to enter the collective nightmare. The guy couldn't understand who was even capable of such a thing. Could the Black Finger really have mages so powerful they could put an entire city to sleep? Oscar realized that this resembled the methods of demons, but still considered it impossible for Baron Nightmare to be here. Soon Oscar realized that he had entered the city sometime before everyone fell asleep. People were walking around nearby. Some were eating, others were drinking. Someone asked Oscar how he was doing. The young man realized he was fine. As he was leaving the tavern, a girl called out to him and asked, "What about your order?" Oscar replied that he hadn't ordered anything, and the young man stepped out onto the street. The most rational thing to do was to treat this just like a curse in a dream. Usually a nightmare like that just ends and nothing happens. But still, there was something strange about this dream. Oscar walked around, examining every detail. The city was quite ordinary and bustling. Oscar knew, to escape the nightmare, he had to overcome its false essence. It prevents sleepers from waking up. The false essence could be memories or desires that manifest as something close to the dream's primary owner and remain constantly nearby. Oscar understood that among the thousands of city residents, there was always a primary dream owner. He had to find him, and then perhaps he would be able to uncover the false essences. But the problem was how to find the owner among all these people. He had to be careful. If Oscar died in this dream, he would die in real life as well. Suddenly, the young man saw a familiar female figure. Oscar called out to Veronica, and the girl turned around in surprise. The boy took the girl by the hand and said that now was not the time for walks, and led her aside, intending to enlist her help. Oscar was very serious. He looked at Veronica and told her that they were inside a dream. Of course, Veronica didn't believe him. She knew Oscar liked to play pranks on people, but Oscar was very serious. He said that if they didn't get rid of the false entities of the dream, all the residents of the city of Vins would perish. Veronica didn't understand what was happening to Oscar, because today was Christmas, not April Fool's Day. The young man didn't understand why Veronica didn't believe him. He didn't remember ever deceiving her. Veronica replied that Oscar had been deceiving her all the time. At least that's how it used to be. She agreed to believe Oscar if he could somehow prove that they were in a dream. Otherwise, it would be better not to follow him. Veronica warned that she had an important meeting and walked through some doors. It was a large and very fancy restaurant. Could Oscar really be home? Or does Veronica not have the money to be here? The young man wondered. Oscar said he would stay too. However, the girl told him to leave because he had no business being there. At that moment, someone called out Veronica's name. It turned out to be her parents, Mom and Dad. The girl was happy to see her parents, since they had come from far away to see her. Her parents noted that Veronica was very business-minded and busy. Oscar watched the scene and remembered that the diary he had come across contained information about Veronica. The entries about Veronica stated that she was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage, without a family. Oscar realized he had found the owner of this dream. The young man didn't leave the restaurant and practically forced himself on Veronica. Her mother asked who this handsome young man was. Her mother assumed he was Veronica's boyfriend and told her husband not to upset their daughter. The man looked at his wife as if she were the enemy of the people and said that he hadn't done anything of the sort. He was simply worried about his wife. Oscar immediately realized that such a harmonious family seemed straight out of a fairy tale. Veronica's real family would probably be just like that. Without the need to survive, she wouldn't have had to become so stern, because in reality, the girl was kind and sweet. Veronica really did look happy right now. Oscar understood that he and Veronica were completely different. Even as a child, Oscar never dreamed of having a family of his own. Of course, he was curious to know what a family was, but it was just simple curiosity. Veronica, on the other hand, wanted a family so badly that she had now become the master of the dream. That meant it was important to stop this as soon as possible. The happier she felt, the less she would want to wake up from the dream. Oscar turned to Veronica, saying they didn't have much time left. Veronica didn't even turn her head toward him. She knew Oscar was spouting some nonsense again. Mom asked her daughter what Oscar was talking about. Veronica replied that he was going on and on about how she needed to wake up. It seemed like the guy had had a bad dream last night. Veronica was really getting angry. She wanted Oscar to leave and stop ruining everyone's mood. Oscar knew he had to prove to Veronica that it was just a dream. He turned to the girl's mom and asked her name. The woman replied that her name was Veronica's mom. Oscar confirmed once again that he understood that, but he wanted to know her real name. The woman looked confused. It was clear she was scared and didn't know her name at all. She was simply Mom. Veronica looked at her mother anxiously and asked what was happening to her. Oscar explained that the girl's mother was a false entity, and that such entities could be identified by asking an unexpected question. False entities are incapable of carrying out commands beyond their specific functions. Oscar said they needed to destroy the false entities, or else everyone in the city would die. The young man stood up to carry out the plan, but suddenly realized he had been exposed. He looked around at the waiters and restaurant patrons. They too turned out not to be real people. Oscar realized there were a great many false entities. He remembered how the butler had said the day before that no establishments or stores would be open. Oscar had taken this for granted and hadn't even given it a second thought. It turned out that all the people the young man had seen on the city streets were false entities. At that moment, one of the false entities crept up on the young man, intending to hit him over the head with a bottle. Oscar beat her to it and fired a wind bullet into the waiter's forehead. Veronica decided that Oscar had gone mad and started killing people, but the young man advised her to just watch what was happening. At that moment, the dead waiter began to vanish, dissolving into thin air. The restaurant patrons, as well as the staff, scattered in all directions. Oscar hoped that Veronica now believed him and was convinced that these were all false entities. He looked around carefully and estimated that there were about 30 entities here. He could handle them on his own. However, while he was planning his next move, the entire restaurant was swarming with false entities. It seemed as though they had come from all over the city. Oscar realized that things would be difficult for him now, but he had no choice. The young man fired wind bullets and struck with his hands and feet. He hoped that Veronica would wake up soon, realize it was a dream, and start helping him. It was very difficult for Veronica because even her parents turned out to be fake. That meant her memories, her mind, and her blood weren't real either. So what was true and what was a lie? At that moment, the girl's father stood up and said that it was too dangerous here, and they'd better go home while they still could. Veronica heard the word home. It was the most important word she had always dreamed of saying in her life. The girl wanted so badly to go home, to the picturesque little house in the middle of a field of white flowers. If the memories are real, then Veronica really does live in her ideal home, where she is always welcome. But then it wasn't clear where this sadness came from, the sadness that was now overwhelming the girl's soul. Mom walked over to Veronica, took her by the elbow, and tried to help her stand up. Veronica stood up and asked her mom what the flowers growing in front of their house were called. Her mother tried to come up with a name and finally said that they were just flowers. Veronica knew they were daffodils and asked her mother what she had told her about these flowers. The woman replied that she was having trouble remembering things today and couldn't recall anything. Veronica turned to her parents again and asked what their names were. Her loving parents looked at their daughter in silence. They asked Veronica, "Do you really believe that strange guy?" After all, her mom and dad were standing right in front of her. And this is the most important thing. Mom, Dad, and Veronica. They are a family and nothing else matters. Veronica heard Oscar calling her, and it seemed to her that the young man had placed his hand on her head and shared his mana with her. The girl didn't understand why she had remembered this situation right now. Veronica asked her mom to stroke her head. Of course, it was strange, but the woman didn't refuse. Her mother ran her hand through Veronica's hair a few times. After that, the girl literally flew into a rage. After all, her mother's hands were supposed to be the best, which meant that it was all a lie. Her mom tried to explain that they were the family she dreamed of her whole life, and that the girl would be happy with them. She wouldn't have to worry about a thing. Veronica could barely hold back her tears. She said she was sure. That's exactly how it would have been, if not for one but. She was a mage of the White Tower, Veronica Fricks. The girl cast the wind palm spell and said that the mages of the White Tower never abandon their own. Veronica went a little overboard and smashed through several walls in the ceiling of the restaurant. Then she activated the message spell and sent it through the hole in the wall to call the other mages for help. After that, the Sound of Waves spell was cast, and some of the false entities were swept away by the wave. Oscar sat on the piano and drove the monsters back. You could tell the guy was already at his limit. He could cast only a few more spells before his mana ran out. Oscar didn't understand where Veronica had gone. Had the girl really left with her imaginary parents? But suddenly the boy's attention was drawn to a powerful explosion created by the wind press. Oscar watched the explosion with bated breath, not knowing what to expect afterward. When the explosion subsided, Veronica entered the restaurant, declaring that she had come as a savior. The girl dealt with the false entities that crossed her path. Veronica suggested that Oscar lift his head and look up. Oscar couldn't believe his eyes. It was something amazing, and he wasn't used to it. The elders of the White Tower, led by Maxim, descended from the sky right into the restaurant's entrance. They landed inside the building and were immediately ready to fight. Lena White immediately told her comrades what they needed to do. Oscar was completely exhausted, sitting on the floor, but he realized that he wasn't alone anymore and could rest a little. The elders soon dealt with all the false entities, and now they had to decide what to do next. Oscar said that if his assumptions were correct, the city's inhabitants should wake up on their own. Lena White tried to figure something else out, but suddenly vanished right before everyone's eyes. It became clear that the elders were waking up and disappearing. Everyone agreed to meet later outside. Oscar thanked them and said goodbye. Now he had to deal with those who had created this for the townspeople. Oscar walked out of the wrecked restaurant, realizing it was all over. He walked to the corner of the building, trying not to draw attention to himself. He spotted a little girl named Sasha. She was afraid her friends had forgotten her. Dominic and Lloyd were there too. They were playing tag with the girl. One of the boys said he'd be the first to reach the finish line and dashed ahead. Oscar tried to stop the boy, to tell him he needed to be careful, but the boy didn't listen and disappeared. The children didn't see where Dominic had gone. The next moment, it was Lloyd's turn. The last in this string of murdered children was Sasha. Oscar realized that everything around him was beginning to crumble. Not just houses and buildings, but the sky as well. And suddenly someone's eye appeared in the hole that had formed in the sky. Oscar couldn't believe his eyes. Could it really be the one he was thinking of? The man in the hat said he had just seen something new in his kingdom. Oscar realized that standing before him was Baron Nightmare himself. The demon looked at the mage and promised that they would meet again soon. Nightmare hoped that next time, Oscar would definitely entertain him.